When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy of being together. It's sharing every moment, indulging your passions, and making memories that stay with you forever. Life is live. The thrill of the game, the buzz of a network, the enrichment and fascination of a cultural soiree. And we feel every sensation because we're right there with you, always on, always fully engaged to help provide that extra spark, heighten emotions, and make every occasion simply unforgettable. Because the best live events don't just happen to us, they become a part of us, forever associating your brand with life itself. Live can be extraordinary, and we're ready to help you make the most of every inspired, delicious moment. Welcome to Sedexo Live.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford, the return of the Rothesay County Championship fixture here after two successive away games for Lancashire. And, of course, that game at Blackpool prior to that. Lancashire looking for, well, a hat-trick of county championship wins. Their season has taken an upturn following victories against Derbyshire at Chesterfield and against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College just last week. The two captains are out in the middle, Sam Northeast and James Anderson, speaking to our umpires. The conditions are dry. It's overcast, it's pretty cloudy, but it's dry at the minute. There was some rain around first thing this morning, but the outfield is absolutely fine. As ever, the ground staff have done a great job to get this outfield all nice and dry. We're not using the same pitch as the test match. That was the test match pitch just over there. We're using a different pitch for this week's game against Glamorgan here. The toss just taking place now, so we'll catch a word with James Anderson in a minute and find out the details of that toss. Glamorgan are second in the Division 2 table, and Lancashire are doing their best to try and keep up with the two teams in the top two positions. Let's have a word with Lancashire's captain, James Anderson, here. Morning, James.
Morning.
What's the news from the middle?
We've lost the toss and we're bowling.
Any team changes?
We've got Tom Bailey coming in for Jack Bladderwick from the last game. Just trying to freshen things up. I thought Jack's done a great job for us when he's played. Obviously, we've got some of the quality of Tom on the sidelines. It's great to be able to bring him in.
And the team's flying at the minute. 2 wins from 2. You're 3 unbeaten. You must feel pretty good about things.
Yeah, we've been doing well. The exciting thing from my point of view is there's still areas to improve. I don't think we've been playing the perfect games. We've had to battle at certain periods. I'm sure this week against a quality Glamorgan side will be exactly the same. But if we keep showing quality in the areas that we've got quality and the fight that we've shown as well, I'm sure we'll hopefully be somewhere near at the end of the week.
Just a word on the pitch, James. I mean, there's been draws here plenty this season and in last season. How do you expect this to play, do you think?
Yeah, it looks a little bit different to what we normally get here. There's a bit more grass on, a bit more live grass as well, so there might be a little bit of movement early on, but it still feels hard underneath. So I guess a lot here depends on the weather as well. We've had a little bit of rain around this morning, so that might leave some moisture in the pitch. We just don't know. We're going to have to try and assess as we get out there.
Cheers, James. Good luck.
Thank you.
Perfect. That's the Lancashire captain, James Anderson. So just to confirm all that, Lancashire have lost the toss. They're going to be bowling first here. They've made one change with Tom Bailey replacing Jack Blatherwick. Conditions are dry. We're going to start on time at 11 o'clock.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to our coverage here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app of Lancashire against Glamorgan in the Rothesay County Championship, the Division 2 fixture. Under cloudy skies, but it's dry and we're starting on time with Lancashire bowling first. Glamorgan have won the toss and they are batting first. Lancashire have made one change to their starting 11 from the game at Cheltenham College last week, where they beat Gloucestershire. That addition of Tom Bailey replacing Jack Blatherwick in Lancashire's side is the only change. So Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris, Matthew Hurst, Phil Salt. Congratulations to both Phil Salt and to George Balderson, who both received their caps today. Chris Green, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey and James Anderson. Before we start play today, we're going to observe a minute's silence in memory of the victims of the Southport terror attack 12 months ago. moment silence here at Emirates Old Trafford in memory of those victims of the Southport terror attacks 12 months ago. So this is second place Glamorgan against Lancashire, who are doing their best to keep on the coattails of the top two in Division 2. Back-to-back wins has helped that progress. However, they face a Glamorgan side who are having an outstanding kind of second half of this season, and victories have propelled them up to second place in the Division 2 table with 4 wins from 10 games and a little points gap between themselves and Derbyshire. Scott Reed and Nick Webb to kick off the commentary today. Nick from BBC Wales is alongside me. Good morning, Nick.
Very good morning. Pleasure to be here, and surprised to be starting on time given the amount of dampness that was around a couple of hours ago. So well played to the ground staff and the officials for getting us underway on time.
Yes, it was a little bit of kind of rain around first thing this morning, a bit of drizzle, that type of thing, but the outfield, because as we know, it's been such a dry summer, it's pretty dry, even with the rain that we've had in Manchester in the last 24 hours or so. And yeah, an on-time start. The forecast is a bit mixed, isn't it, I think, for today?
It's not great. We could get a bit of drizzle around. We could be a bit on and off during the next few hours, but at least we're on to start with a Glamorgan side, somewhat surprisingly, in my opinion, choosing to bat first, but Sam North East knows far more about professional cricket than I do. So it's Zain ul Hassan and Asa Tribe making their way to the middle. A Glamorgan side showing 2 changes from last week's win over Kent. Sam North East is back after paternity leave in place of Billy Root. And they've gone for the spinner in place of the injured Tim van der Hoogten, who has a foot problem and will also miss the start of the One Day Cup. And it's the leg spinner Mason Crane who comes back in for van der Hoogten.
So Glamorgan batting first. It will be James Anderson to get the game underway from the James Anderson end. Spinners in both sides then. In addition of Mason Crane, Lancashire have gone with kind of 2 frontline spinners themselves, Tom Hartley and Chris Green, plus some leg spin from Luke Wells. Might give us a little indication as to how maybe both sides feel the pitch will play through the course of the next couple of days. We shall see. Anderson to get us going, and Nick will talk you through it.
So here comes Sir James from his end, bowling to Zain ul Hassan. And that's down leg side and well taken. Springing across to his right-hand side.
Yeah, Phil
Salt.
It's a terrific day, wasn't it? And congratulations to Phil Salt and to George Balderson, receiving their caps before the start of play.
As Anderson is back at his mark, running in towards us. Bowling to ul Hassan, that's wide outside off stump, and ul Hassan plays no shot. Zain ul Hassan averaging around 25 this season, just a couple of 50s, but does his fair share to shake the shine off the new ball, and also chips in as the 4th seamer as well. So that is what has kept him his place in the side. And specialist openers in form are a pretty rare breed in county cricket. As in comes the next delivery, which is rising and a bit more accurate, but ul Hassan again plays no shot.
Well, if you miss what Anderson said at the toss, for our listeners across the BBC Sport website and app, Anderson saying that pitch is a little different to what you would normally expect, and a little bit extra grass on it, so thinks that maybe there will be something there for the seamers in this first session.
He would say that, having lost the toss. Here he comes again, bowling to ul Hassan, who's beaten by this one. Good ball with a bit of bounce.
But then quickly did say, it looks pretty dry underneath, and probably the decision to bat first reflects that.
Yes, I'm just with the dampness around, the outfield might not travel too fast in these opening stages. 100% cloud cover, and it's quite grey cloud as well, as Anderson is into Ul Hassan, who edges into the slips, doesn't quite carry. And testing times for Zain Ul Hassan against the man who will turn 43 tomorrow, and looking to give himself an early birthday present or two in the wickets column. 3 slips to aid him. Hurst, Jennings and Harris. As Anderson is in to bowl, that's flicked away on the leg side, slightly uppishly, maybe off the glove, maybe off the pad. It was only pad, says the umpire. So Glamorgan are up and running with the leg by as Anderson starts with a maiden. Glamorgan won without loss. And the Glamorgan side today: Zain Ul Hassan, Asa Tribe, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, the top run scorer with 871 at 72. Ben Callaway also in superb form with 753 runs at an average of 68 for the 21-year-old all-rounder. Chris Cook, who's past fit to play despite having something of a calf problem that kept him off the field for virtually the whole day against Kent last week. Will Smale travelled as potential cover. Mason Crane, Ned Leonard, James Harris, Asitha Fernando. Here comes Bailey, and there is Ul Hassan off the mark with a single flick down towards short fine leg, retrieved by keeper Salt. And there you go through for the single. Tall form, Tom Bailey, all 6'4" of him. It's his 9th match of the season. So he's played 9 out of 11. 22 wickets at an average of 35 for the 34-year-old. As he'll bowl to Asa Tribe for the first time on strike, right-hander. And Tribe shoulders arms and allows that one to go through to Salt. And there is no run. Asa Tribe averaging 43, his first full season in the side. He came in after 3 matches, thanks to some stellar form for the second 11. Eddie Byram didn't do much wrong to lose his place. He was averaging nearly 30, but Tribe has kept his place since then as Bailey bowls, and Tribe dabs that one down through the slips rather nervously. It's running away towards the third man boundary, and it will cross the ropes ahead of Hurst for a boundary. Glamorgan move on to 6 without loss, but rather tentatively.
Well, yeah, maybe playing that the way that we expect this pitch to have a little bit in it, certainly in the morning session, is what Anderson reckoned this morning. A little bit of grass left on it, playing it cautiously and playing it very carefully down to the third man boundary.
Bailey in again, bowls to Tribe, who plays that one off the middle of the bat defensively, out on the offside, and there is no run. And it's nice to see people in the ground. Not very many of them, but last time Glamorgan were here was 2021, and there was no one in terms of the paying public.
Oh, was that behind closed doors, that one? Was it? Okay.
Pretty sure it was.
It could have been. It all blurs into just a bit of a mess that year.
Bailey in, bowls, Tribe leaves. The slips are encouraged by this. Great areas, we're told.
Yes, they've got Matty Hurst at first slip, Keaton Jennings is at second slip, and Marcus Harris is at third slip, Wales at gully.
They can't be more annoying than Kent were last week, who were a bit histrionic, frankly. as Bailey is in to bowl, and Tribe dabs it down on the offside call. So Hassan through for a quick single, and that's well judged, because Hassan would have been home, but it was quite tight, and that's the sort of single you expect to see in T20 cricket rather than on the opening morning of a championship match. But it all serves to keep the scoreboard ticking over, as Glamorgan reached 7 without loss after 2 overs here on BBC Sounds, BBC Sport Online and Lancashire TV.
Yep, and Sports Extra 3 have just joined us as well, which is terribly exciting.
Absolutely.
So we welcome listeners if you're with us on Sports Extra 3 as well. Glamorgan winning the toss and electing to bat first. Glamorgan second in the second division table. Lancashire a couple of wins, have moved up to 4th, but quite a healthy cushion between Glamorgan and the teams just below those promotion positions. It's been some kind of recent form, hasn't it, for Glamorgan? They've won some games, and after a bit of a shaky start, turned the season around, it would seem. There's Anderson in. It was past Hassan through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah,
first 3 weeks of the season where you feel, why am I doing this job? It's going to be a long season.
Right, okay.
Obviously, what the team is doing is no reflection on how well or badly we carry out our work, but you do get a little bit down where Glamorgan were beaten twice and on the wrong end of a draw in the first 3 weeks. It's all picked up since then.
Anderson comes over the wicket and bowls against a lovely ball that just slides on past the edge of the bat and through to Phil Salt.
And you do get the feeling this is a pivotal week, really, with just 3 to come after this. Another Glamorgan-Lancashire game. This is the first the two teams have met this season, rather surprisingly. But yeah, Lancashire need to win this one, really, to get Glamorgan in their sights. A gap of 21 points between them at the start of this.
Anderson bowls again onto the pad of Hassan, shaping to... Sorry, it's Tribe on strike, shaping to trying to work it out towards the leg side. It just rattles his pad, and maybe enough doubt there with the shape of the batter trying to work it through mid-wicket. First genuine kind of shout of the morning. Let's have a look on the replay here. And just sliding down. Start appeal, the appeal started by Anderson, then kind of quickly fizzled away. Tribe waits. Flicks it again to the leg side. Ulsan sent back. Has to put the dive in. Throw comes in towards the bowler's end. Hassan fancied a single there. Was a good third of the way down. Tribe said no. And quickly had to U-turn and get back into his crease with the dive as well.
Yeah, it might have been there if they'd been on the same page to start with. It was about the same degree of difficulty as the one they pinched in the last over.
7 without loss in the third. Anderson in and bowls down the leg side. Good tumbling take by Phil Salt, rolling a few paces to his left. So Tribe on 5, Hassan on 1. So 7 for no wicket Glamorgan. Sam North East winning the toss and electing to bat first. Certainly a nice little flush of green on the pitch and overhead bowling conditions. Anderson to complete his second over. Left alone by Tribe. And through to Salt. End of the over. Anderson starts with 2 maidens. It's a 3 gone. This Glamorgan first innings, 7 for no wicket. Yeah, Lancashire playing catch up. It was 7 games. The first 7 games they didn't find a win. Lancashire, they had a pretty torrid start to the season, in truth, and they have picked up. I think the T20 Blast came at a good time. They've found some good form in the last 3 championship matches, including 2 wins. But I agree, Nick, in terms of trying to close the gap to second place, it's a game that Lancashire would need to win.
Bailey in to Hassan, who's forward defending, out on the offside. No run. And Glamorgan look at the table. Next 2 games in September against Northants and Derbyshire. might be reasonably confident of winning at least one of those and staying in a position ahead of Lancashire if they can avoid defeat this week. Bailey in, bowls to Ul Hassan, outside off stump, no shot required, through to Phil Salt. The Lancashire caps were dished out by Wasim Akram and Warren Hegg, apparently.
Nice.
According to the announcement, when I was making my way around the ground, there was a good degree of clapping beforehand. I thought, no debutants in either side. What's that for? And then the announcement came. Bailey bowls full length, driven nicely by Ul Hassan, and the bowler got a hand to it. I thought he'd stopped it, but only half stopped it. It's retrieved by Anderson from a long on position eventually, and they're through for a single.
Well, Salt was signed by Lancashire in 2022, so I think he's been with Lancashire now for 3 seasons. Of course, England international, one-day cricket and T20 cricket. And I think Balderson's debut came in the COVID season of 2020, so he's into his 5th year with the club now as well, so richly deserved for both players.
There's Bailey bowls, and Tribe plays defensively on the onside, and Salt, of course, is known as the Welsh England star in our neck of the woods, being his birthplace in Bodelwyddan and his early days in North East Wales schools cricket, before a little final polishing in the Caribbean and Surrey. But it was those vital days up to age 10 or 11 that counted. Bailey is into bowl, hits Tribe on the pads, playing slightly across the line, and it's a half-hearted appeal. No response from the umpire. Glamorgan 8 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. I'll get the emails open in a minute once I've organised myself. Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk is our official email. As Bailey is in bowls, Tribe plays it off the back foot to Bohannon at cover. And there is no run.
Yeah, you've been chasing your tail a bit, haven't you, this morning? I think you're expecting it to be a slightly more gentler start to the day.
Yeah, I was looking out from my bacon and eggs and thinking, there's no way they're going to start on time. No way, no way. I arrive on the ground and it's all systems go, so all credit to everyone. And I'm sure very welcome for the Balconeers who are here this week. More than 40 members of the Glamorgan supporters group in organised party.
Terrific. See if we can try and spot them around the ground. Anderson is in and bowling to Ul Hassan, that's left. Through to Salt, and there's no run. Will they be all sat together somewhere, or are they kind of dotted around the ground, do we think? And do they all kind of wear a similar type of outfit? Are they all in uniform, or are they easily identifiable?
They're modestly identified. I think there's a few Glamorgan followers, polo shirts around, but maybe a tie or two, possibly. I think from their chairman, John Williams, was sporting a club tie.
Anderson in, balls, back of a length to Ul Hassan, up onto his toes to defend it, just drops it back down the pitch and there's no run.
But there won't be any inflatable daffodils, I don't think.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Or giant dragons held aloft.
If you're going to come en masse, you say 40
or so, yeah.
Expect some kind of uniform to be taking place.
It's rather more sedate group than a barmy army. I don't think it would identify as a barmy army, the Balconeers.
Okay. 8 for no wicket. Anderson in balls again. Left by Ul Hassan through to Salt. Just shapes a little back in as Salt just takes it, leaning a fraction to his right. And there's no run. Staying on the ground, you know?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, a commute of all of 100 metres across the ground for me this week. I'll have to put some laps in to during the course, otherwise my step count will be pathetically low.
Anderson balls just slides on past Hassan's bat through to Salt. Some nice pace and carry early on in this morning session for James Anderson and for Tom Bailey. Hassan and Asa Tribe trying to negotiate what I'm sure will be a tricky hour or so, hoping that things will get a touch easier as the day goes on. Anderson in, balls again. Just dropped into the onside, and Hassan for a second was a little bit unsure as to where that ball was going to spin back towards. In the end it just rolls back in towards his popping crease, but not heading towards the stump. Salt comes up from behind to field. There's no run.
Lancashire gave themselves enough options in this squad they announced yesterday. 15 players, seem to have several spare seamers.
Yeah, keeping all options on the table. Final ball of the over. Anderson in, forward goes Hassan. Step into it and pushes away defensively towards the offside Bohannon field, and there's no run. Third maiden over on the spin for James Anderson, 8 without loss.
Yes, I think Welsh followers would probably be happy to see Anderson bowl as many maiden overs as he wants, as long as he's not in the wickets column. Seem to remember the last game here was heralded as the battle between Anderson and Labuschagne, and Anderson got his man fairly cheaply on that occasion in what was, if memory serves me right, a rain hit, 1 innings apiece affair.
Oh, okay.
So there wasn't a lot of it played. It was roughly equal on first innings, 300 odd apiece. And we all went home again.
Was that a full? That wasn't the Bob Willis Trophy, that was it? That was kind of a Division
21 was the conference-ish season, right, wasn't it? Was that Bob Willis? That count as the Bob Willis Trophy? Sure. I can't remember. As that is defended by Tribe out on the offside. First ball of Bailey's over. Will we be back with some sort of conference system again? Who knows? A lot of debate, obviously, among county supporters as to the shape of next season's format. As Bailey is in to bowl, and Tribe dabs it away on the offside, but can't beat Hartley at point, and there's no run.
Yes, it was the conference. It was, well, Conference 3 or Group 3 was the conference / group that Glamorgan and Lancashire were in 2021.
I quite like that format, actually. 3 sort of roughly seeded conferences, and then went into mini leagues at the end of it. Bailey is in to bowl. Tribe pushes on the offside, thinks about a single, then thinks twice as Green is smartly to his left at mid-off, and there's no run. Was a system in which everyone has a chance of winning it, and you get a selection of different opponents if you go year on year, I guess. Bailey in, bowls, forward comes Tribe defending. Picked up by Green at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, we still don't have any clarity, do we, yet, on what next season might look like?
No, unfortunately the Glamorgan Special General Meeting, for one reason or another, because of difficulties in getting dates convenient to everyone, took place at 6:30 on a Friday night when the game ended at 2 o'clock. Bailey in, bowls, Tribe defends back to him, as a result of which it was just in quorate. 48 people turned up, and you need 50 for a quorate meeting apparently, so there was no official mandate to the board. And from the tenor of remarks made from the top table during the meeting, which went ahead even though it was in chorus, it went ahead as a discussion, it seems that the board are on the backing the players' argument that the present schedule is unworkable. as Tribe drives to mid-off, and there is no run. 8 without loss it remains after 6 overs here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, 5 Sports Extra, 3, and Lancashire TV. So, yeah, Glamorgan's board is therefore, the SGM having been in court, free to vote whichever way they want. And I must say the numbers for last 2 county championship games in Cardiff have been quite disappointing. I mean, obviously there is a hardcore of spectators who do want 14 games, but the numbers aren't quite there to put the case en masse, as it were.
Anderson's bowled 3 overs and 3 maidens to start his spell. And he's in to continue, just nibbling forward at that was Ul Hassan.
It's no doubt a point you've discussed quite a lot on these airwaves, given the Lancashire members' state of ferment, revolt.
Yeah, well, it gets discussed every up and down the country, doesn't it?
Lancashire seems a more fervent debate than most.
8 without loss. Anderson in from the top end, bowling to Ul Hassan, and then on the front foot, and drops it into the offside, and there's no run. Bohannon comes up from mid-off to field. Well, hopefully we'll get some kind of clarity as to what's going to happen next season.
Yeah,
soon, sooner rather than later.
It's difficult on teams like these who are battling for second place and promotion. Might be told, sorry, it's all off.
3 slips at a gully. Anderson bowls again. Through it goes to Salt.
So my view would be that any change that does take place should be for 2027, because that will give the teams next season with a definite system for the following season. They know what they're playing for, as opposed to, you know, Lancashire and Glamorgan here playing their gets out.
Anderson in, bowls forward as Ul Hassan plays it nicely off the front foot, punching it through straight mid-off as he timed that well enough for 4. It's heading towards the rope in front of the pavilion. He has nice looking shot, just eased away off the front foot through mid-off for 4. Ul Hassan moves on to 6. The first runs of the morning conceded off the bowling of James Anderson. Glamorgan 12 without loss. Into the 7th over. It's quite heavy cloud cover above. It's not the brightest of mornings, and the scoreboard on the far side, you can see the scoreboard being reflected off the windows of the point. It is quite a kind of gloomy morning, but there's some bowling. That's nudged away by Ul Hassan towards square leg. And they'll come back for a couple. Balderson's got quite a bit of ground to make up, coming from behind square to deep square leg. And they can hustle back for 2. Ul Hassan moves on to 8 now, 14 for no wicket.
Yes, another season of cricket administrators shooting themselves in the foot.
1 ball left of the 7th over. Anderson to Ul Hassan, and that's allowed to go through to Phil Salt, and there is no run. So 6 coming off that over, the boundary, and then that little nudge away to square leg. So 14 on the board for Glamorgan. Ul Hassan has 8, and Ace of Tribe unbeaten on 5.
I mean, I'm not unsympathetic to the players' cause. I do understand the issue of playing back-to-back games at different venues in the Blast in particular, and no doubt that the first block in the season, particularly, is a very tiring one for a fast bowler. But you do wonder whether there are solutions that would involve more player rotation. You know, teams have 20 professionals on the squad, on the staff mostly. As that beats the outside edge from Bailey, Tribe groping forward through to Salt, beaten by that one. And if the players in the counties wanted to agree a maximum of 12 county championship games per player, or a ruling that every player has to have 2 7-day blocks off in the course of the season. I think that would go a long way to meeting the claims of overwork. As that's steered away on the offside by Tribe into the gap at cover between point and wide mid-off, and they're comfortably through for the single. 15 without loss in this 8th over. As I did an interview with James Harris, the former chairman of the PCA, and published his views on it, and got a torrent of counter-arguments from supporters. Al Hassan playing no shot to Bailey's next delivery. Angled across him, the left-hander, through to Salt.
Yes, I remember up here in the commentary box a month or so back with Bumble and with Paul Hallett, and they were talking about this being a conversation 25 years ago. They were having the conversations about scheduling and the fixtures, and it'll kind of an on-running thing, and maybe something that no one's ever going to be happy with, whatever solution you put forward.
Bailey to Al Hassan, turns it past, short leg, shouts of catch it. They'll take one, and that'll be all, as Green retrieves from the area of square leg. 16 without loss, Glamorgan, having chosen to bat, somewhat surprisingly, under cloudy skies and slightly damp conditions. But dry underneath, said Jimmy Anderson.
That's
so
exactly what he said.
Whatever that means. Isn't it always? No, I suppose it's not always dry underneath, but yeah, only superficial rain, I suppose. As Bailey bowls to Tribe, who gets an angled bat on that, a thick edge past third slip. It's running down towards the third man boundary. Oh, it's crossed the ropes as well. Didn't pick up the rope for a moment there, which is a long way inside the advertising hoardings. It's about 25 metres inside. I thought, oh, that'll be a couple of runs, and it's actually run away for 4, because the wicket that we're playing on is away to our right as we look out from the Statham end towards the hotel side of the ground. 20 without loss. Bailey bowls, and Tribe picks up a single on the leg side, and Anderson pings his throw into Salt, but Al Hassan had safely got home. We're 8 overs into the day's play. Well done, Lancashire. They've got there in 29 minutes, but it's probably about time that I gave way to Sachi, and she will join Scott here on BBC Sport Online.
Thanks, Nick. Just looking elsewhere, there's 1 or 2 delays around the county championship. The game between Gloucestershire and Middlesex at Cheltenham College hasn't started. The game between Worcestershire and Hampshire in Division 1 hasn't started, but everybody else is playing. So Division 2 games elsewhere this week. Kent against Leicestershire at Canterbury, and Northamptonshire against Derbyshire at Montage Road in Northants. The Gloucestershire Middlesex match is the game being played at Cheltenham College in Division 2. And in Division 1, as we see our first bowling change of the day, George Balderson replacing James Anderson. That's clipped away nicely by Tribe out through mid-wicket. Lovely timing for 4. Just leaning into it and flick of the wrist. The ball disappears out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Tribe moves on to 15. 25 without loss are Glamorgan. The Division 1 games, Durham against Surrey at Chester Street, Essex against Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire against Somerset, Worcestershire Hampshire is delayed, and Yorkshire against Sussex in the county championship elsewhere this week. And here comes Balderson for Lancashire into Tribe. That's just nudged up towards Anderson at mid-on, and there is no addition to the score. Good morning, Sachi. Bye.
Good morning, Scott, and lovely to be back.
Nice to have you with us again.
I feel like I have not left this place, because I was obviously here for most of the days during the test, and here we are back again.
Just a slightly quieter Emirates Old Trafford in the previous 5 days that you were here for.
You could say that, definitely, yeah.
25 without loss. Balderson in. Shuffling forward his Tribe, and the ball that's angled him towards him, he just works it up towards mid-on, and there's no addition to the score.
It's been a good start here, actually, from Lancashire as well, but I feel like Glamorgan have now picking up a bit of rhythm, a bit of timings coming to the two batters out there. You know, considering I feel, you know, Anderson bowled about three maidens, they're looking a bit more comfortable.
Balderson to Tribe, that's left, comes back in, Salt takes it away to his left-hand side, and give us the impression that it wasn't too far away from just kind of grazing the off stump as that came back in from Balderson. 25 without loss. Yes, it was 3 on the spin, wasn't it? 3 maidens on the spin from James Anderson, and then the pressure was released with the 4 that Ul Hassan got. And that's left and taken by Salt.
Yeah, that looks like it was a lot closer the last 2 deliveries by the reactions of the slips and Salt himself. Can't sense to think there's much movement on the pitch as much as there's probably Lancashire were expecting, but it's got a nice carry to it.
It has, yes, a nice bounce and carry this morning. Oh, it's a nibble at that as Tribe. And again, that goes through nicely to Salt. Well, his first delivery was just a little bit too straight, and that was clipped away through mid-wicket, but the following 5 were right on the money from George Balderson. We've had 9 overs, just over half an hour of play. 25 without loss. Ul Hassan has 9. Asa Tribe has 15, with Glamorgan batting first under cloudy skies and barely a breath of wind. The flags are quite still on the roof of the pavilion. It does feel like a good bowling morning, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah, you can't get better. Overcast conditions. We've had a bit of rain, slightly damp, and a green top pitch. You can't actually ask for better as Bailey comes into Ul Hassan just outside the off stump, and that's well left. Yeah, I feel like, you know, compared to sort of the test wicket that we saw here today, this seems to have more of a nibble, more of a carry, more of a bounce, I'd say, especially what we've seen in the first 9 overs here.
Yeah, we're playing out towards as we look from the Statham end, towards the right of the square. It's probably 5 pitches along from the test match wicket.
It's Bailey into Ul Hassan. Again, it's a bit play and a miss outside the off stump. I think Ul Hassan played that really well in the end, just playing inside the line. Obviously, he's not had the best, I think, best of the season so far in the county champs, but he's trying to stay there, just sort of battle it out against the moving ball, and yeah, just sort of grind it out a little bit.
Yeah, just a couple of 50s so far this season. Top score of 65.
Bailey comes in, again, has defended out into the offside by Ul Hassan. Yeah, he's looked quite solid in his defence. He's looked quite calm at the crease. I know he faced 3 maidens on the bounce by Anderson, but he was almost just not letting himself get into that shell and still having some positive footwork.
Be hoping that it gets a little easier as the ball gets a bit older. We're still using the Kookaburra ball. This is the final round of the Kookaburra fixtures.
It's Bailey comes in again. Again, that's a lovely ball outside the off stump and a play and a miss by Ul Hassan. Again, Bailey has looked in excellent rhythm so far this morning.
Yes, didn't play last week at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. I think this is just his 9th, isn't it? Yeah, he's played 9 of the what would be now. This is the 11th county championship games. 9 of the 11 this season for Bailey.
Bailey over the wicket, Ul Hassan, and has to almost attempts a punch off the back foot, but a play and a miss by Ul Hassan and just whiskers past the outside edge.
There's a nod of appreciation from James Anderson at the toss with regards to Jack Blatherwick. He's the player that's missed out from last week, but just in case of just freshening things up. Nick was talking before about kind of using squads and rotating bowlers, and James Anderson at the toss said that was the case with regards to Blatherwick missing out, and Bailey gets a chance. It was the other way around last week against Gloucestershire.
Bailey comes in final delivery, and again it's just defended off the back foot into the onside by Rothesay, and with that will be the end of the 10th over. Glamorgan are 25 for no loss. Yeah, I think we see obviously they've played a huge chunk of T20 Blast games, and that was quite full on, and then they went straight into the county champ, so that having those fresh legs and the slight rotations amongst the bowlers, it's always handy. And again, someone with like Bailey, who comes in with vast experience, having played at the club for many, many years. It is unfortunate for Blatherwick that he does miss out, but it's the right balance.
Here comes Balderson, sets off to Tribe, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. Yeah, the attack will be kind of led by the three seamers: Tom Bailey, James Anderson and George Balderson. And then Tom Hartley, who had a pretty decent week last week at Cheltenham College, along with Chris Green. So left arm spin and off spin, and then of course there's Luke Wells to add some leg spin also for Lancashire. Balderson sets off again. Wants the LBW. Balderson, he's backed up by the slips and by the keeper. They like that, did Lancashire. Umpire David Milnes, isn't it, at that top end?
He wasn't interested in that at all, was he?
He wasn't, no.
It'd be good to get a replay on this, because I think, especially from the slips, it was a big, big shout. And Balderson was almost down at the other wicket thinking he's got him.
Yeah, he liked that. As did Lancashire slip fielders. Sets off again, bowls to Tribe, who's shuffling forward. And the ball just nibbling around here off Balderson as he gets into it, half a step forward. Pushes away defensively into the offside.
Just on Tom Hartley, I think you don't get better games of cricket than 11 wickets and 130 in the first innings. So he was definitely coming into this game with a lot of confidence.
Balderson into Tribe, who beat by a little extra bounce there from Balderson. That bounces and just nibbles away from Tribe, who's drawn into it. Through to Salt. Yes, he was ticking off quite a few records last week. Was Tom Hartley with his? Well, first it was the century and then the 5 wickets. It's like, who's done that? Who's got a century and picked up 5 wickets in a match? It's defended into the onside by Tribe, but comes back in towards him. There's no run. So we had that down as Glenn Chappell as the last Lancashire player to score a century and to take 5 wickets in the match. And then he went and took 6 in the second innings. So then we were back on the old records. Well, he was the last person to take 10 or more wickets in the same match for Lancashire, and he had to go back over 30 years last time that happened. Balderson in to Tribe off the front foot, pushing and wants a single, throw towards the keeper's end by Bohannon. They've scrambled a quick single there. Tribe moves on to 16. Maybe a direct hit could have been a tasty one for the umpire to give. 26 without loss. Glamorgan 11 overs gone. Ul Hassan has 9. And Tribe on 16. Yes, it was Mike Watkinson, the previous Lancashire player, to have scored 100 and taken 10 wickets in the same match, and that was in 1994. So,
gosh,
it's a pretty memorable few days for Tom Hartley and for Lancashire to have made it back-to-back championship wins at Cheltenham College last week.
Yeah, I think as well for Tom Hartley, it's great because he's been involved in the England setup when it comes to the red ball format as well as the white ball. So he'd almost be looking to make his mark and put his case forward. Bailey comes in to Tribe, and that is pulled away strongly by Tribe. The chase is on by Anderson, but it really looks like the ball's trickling away to the ropes, and the ball, and he just pulls it back in. Just felt like it was just going to stop, and then he almost just got his hand to it right before it. So they'll come back for just the 2 runs. Yeah. Nice looking shot that by Tribe.
You can just see the outline of the boundary that was here for the test match, which is a slightly different shade of green to the rest of the grass. And the boundary we're using is maybe 4 or 5 yards just beyond that.
Bailey to Tribe. He shuffles down the track and flicks it away into the leg side, getting the chasers on by square leg. I think as Balderson then makes a great effort, great sliding stop as they come through for another couple of runs. Yeah, really, it's like a distinct rope, isn't it? Like real change of colours there. Just take a look at that. As a brilliant effort there by Balderson. Just big slide and flicks it back in and earns himself a bit of a round of applause from the crowd.
Yeah, it's good work, that, wasn't it? We just used a bit of extra grease on the grass just to put the slide in.
As Bailey comes into Tribe, a bit of shape away, and it's just defended into the onside by Tribe. I think he's looked as more of the attacking of the two batters. He's used his feet a little bit to Balderson to sort of try and negate the swing. And he's done similar to Bailey to sort of put him off his length ever so slightly. So he's looking good, is Tribe.
Yeah, he's forced to change the field too, isn't he? He's got rid of his capturing at short leg. Was Josh Bahan under the helmet at short leg, but he's discarded the helmet and goes to mid-wicket instead.
Tom Bailey into Tribe. Just a bit back of the length and prodded into the offside. Yeah, I think, you know, as a batter now, you've created that field change. So his thought process now, probably, he's thinking, do I come down the track again or not? You know, because they've got a man in there. So I think, again, it's those cat and mouse game that they'll constantly be playing. It's Bailey into Tribe. Again, just a bit full of a length and defended into the onside by Tribe. Yeah, so again, you know, for Bailey, he's probably trying to take that shuffle or that shimmy down the track away from Tribe. It's one ball left of this over. This is a good spell, this from Bailey. Just Lancashire still searching for that first wicket, that first breakthrough. And now he pushes Bahanan back to deep square. He's got a deep square and deep fine as Bailey comes in. Again, a bit short for length and just flicked into the onside by Tribe as he comes back for another couple.
Yeah, plenty of twos to be had in this game.
Yeah, so it'll be 6 off that over, and Lancashire are 32 without loss after 12.
There's quite a few signs of the test match being here, aren't there? We mentioned that kind of the phantom boundary rope, which is around the edge of the ground where the test match boundary rope was, and then there's 2 lighter green patches behind the bowlers' run-ups on the test pitch, which is where the presumably the advertising was located on the outfield. So there's a few kind of ghostly remembers of the test match.
It's a big colour change though, isn't it?
Yeah. A pale green where the advertising stickers were located. There's Balderson, sets off, balls again, forward goes Ul Hassan and defends to mid-off, and there's no one. Quite a quick turnaround as well, isn't it, for everyone at the club? I mean, the test match finished on Sunday and then back here for a championship match 11 o'clock on the Tuesday. It's quite a quick turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's sort of part of the, I'd say like the marketing team or the comms team, like I've seen a couple of the guys and a few doors down from us and they'll be a bit tired.
Balderson to Ul Hassan, that's defended, just turns in rather fraction, comes off outer half of the bat and deflects out towards cover, no run. And then the ground staff. That's why.
Yeah.
Trying to get a pitch ready for this game. I know there was a game here, there's a test match here a couple of years ago where it was played across the 4 or 5, I think it lasted 5 days with a bit of rain around, and Lancashire played on the same pitch about 2 days later. As Balderson sets off, that's edge but softly into the ground. Harris is at third slip, he stops it low to his left. And they played, I think it was Northamptonshire, a couple of days later. They played 4 days on the same test match pitch, and yeah, there wasn't much life in it by the end of the 4th day. But we're using a groundskeeper prepared a different wicket for this game.
I mean, if you take a look at the pitch right now, I'll explain it after this ball.
As Boberson sets off, it's driven by Al Hassan. Didn't quite time it. Squirts away towards cover for a single.
Yeah, almost looked like they could play that game on there today, and they could go bat on there for another 4 days. You can obviously see all the footmarks that have been there from all the bowlers over the weekend and last week. But when we look at the pitch that we're playing on today, it's almost like the biggest contrast between the two, isn't it? Like, no grass to quite a big coverage of grass.
Boberson's in, and off the back foot jabs it away into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, it's just a little kind of shade of green, isn't there, on the wicket that we're using. I think James Anderson said it's slightly different to what you normally see here at Old Trafford, where that's enough to produce with some good weather, hopefully, and a good game of cricket. We shall see. Lancashire pretty keen on a win here this week. Just nudged out towards the leg side by Tribe. Just stopped by Anderson. He gets low down to his right to stop it, but it doesn't deny the single there for Asa Tribe. He moves on to 23 and he keeps the strike. 34 without loss here. We've had 50 minutes of play. 13 overs gone in this morning session. Yes, a result, if Lancashire can get it this week, just would narrow the gap to Glamorgan before the break for the one-day cup. And then 3 games remaining in September, including a trip to Glamorgan. So we'll see if there's a result that can be conjured up here. I suppose for Glamorgan, if they can leave Manchester without losing, it's a pretty decent 4 days.
Yeah, absolutely. Bailey comes into Tribe again, just back of a length and prodded into the offside by Tribe. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, like, we've spoken about this ground and that they're being all draws sort of this year, but you know, Lancashire would desperately want that win, especially now that they've got momentum behind them. And Glamorgan, well, they'd want the win because they want to be promoted and be in that contention. What they can almost take confidence into is last time they were here, they did win. As Bailey comes into Tribe again, a bit back of the length and just flicked into the leg side off the back foot by Tribe, just looking to signal if it's going to be off the bat or leg by, but it looked like it was off the bat.
Yep, just a little bit of bat on that. Tribe moves to 24 with that, 35 without loss. Well, they could certainly take some confidence from the last 3 championship games. Lancashire, there's been a real kind of uptick in their performances. You were at Blackpool with us, weren't you, for the game against Kent, and then they've won their following 2 championship games since then.
Yeah, which is brilliant. Bailey comes into Hassan, and that's just left outside the off stump, but whiskers past the off stump by the looks of it.
Wasn't far, that was it?
No. Hassan, you know, he's faced 35 deliveries now, he's on 10 runs, and he's really battling it out there, but he's determined to find a way. Is Bohannon, I think he's probably making his way to leg slip. His fine leg comes slightly round, and Bailey pushes Chris Green to sort of a short, wide-ish mid-on, and wide mid-off at Anderson's. Bailey to Hassan, again, a bit back of the length and left outside the off stump. Probably sense that, you know, he's the batter here that's probably more vulnerable out of the 2, so want as many balls at Hassan as possible. So we're looking to sort of get some sort of a momentum. Bailey into Hassan, full of a length, and that's a play and a miss, and misses everything. Again, he's getting really nice shape, really nice carry. through that pitch, and another play and miss for Ulsan.
Yeah, there's been a few this morning. I suppose as an opening batter, you need a bit of good fortune to go your way. They've both played and missed a couple of deliveries this morning.
As Bailey comes over the wicket, Ulsan getting a bit full of a length, and again it's a bit of a play and a miss, and Ulsan survives another over. And Glamorgan are 35 without loss after 14. I think interesting by Bailey is he stuck to that plan to Ulsan of staying over the wicket rather than coming round. And I just wonder that if he does that change of angle, and he comes round and almost angles it in and holds that line of taking it away, could that be a way of finding that edge?
Because he's bowled a lovely length there, hasn't he? That's a really good length. Kind of gets him almost trapped, whether to get right forward, to go back and play. You kind of it's that really awkward length. Two really good deliveries to end the over from Bailey. And as you say, whether action from around the wicket to the left-hander. Probing away from over the wicket so far is Bailey. 52 minutes of play in the morning session, 14 overs gone. Glamorgan 35 without loss. Balderson in again. That'll be 4, I suspect. Through mid-on. Anderson chasing after it towards the boundary. Oh no, it doesn't have the pace on it. Got to it and flicks it back. Maybe just a little sign that there's a bit of moisture on the grass, and that just slowed down as it was travelling up towards the boundary. So just 3 in the end. It came back for a third. 38 without loss.
Yeah, it almost was like a certain boundary, wasn't it? And then as it approached the rope itself, it just sort of slowed down.
Balderson to Hassan, that's nudged away off his hip towards the leg side where Tom Hartley feels at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So a similar shot earlier on from Hassan off Anderson, which was going to punch through mid-off, and that had enough on it to spin up towards the boundary for 4. The previous one just slowing up as it reached the rope. It's a nice shot, leaning into it and driving away through the offside. That will be timed for 4. And Hassan moves on to 14. And Glamorgan 42 without loss. A really positive start after a tight start. There wasn't much there for these 2 opening batters, and on a few occasions they were beaten, but have grown into this innings, into this partnership. 42 on the board, almost an hour of play gone. Represents a pretty solid start here.
And that was a beautiful looking shot, probably one of his more confident shots of the morning. Just gets on top of it and opens the face slightly to hit it into the gap.
Yeah, covers open with Lancashire with 3 slips, gully, mid-off, point, mid-on, mid-wicket. And again through the offside, again 4 more. And a no ball, I think. Yeah, he's just overstepped there as George Balderson. So driven away through extra cover. The boundary, the ball goes over the rope for 4. And the no ball takes the score on to 48 for no wicket. So almost a half-century partnership between Hassan and Asa Tribe.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's 2 really good looking shots there by Hassan. Very confident. I think this was more convincing and more confident than the first one as well, and doing a world of good again. Very similar looking shot, and Balderson just going off his line and length that he had for so long.
Sets off and bowls and just pushing Hassan back, defends it into the offside. Luke Wells comes up from gully to field, and there's no run. 48 without loss in the 15th over. Lancashire probing away, trying to find a breakthrough. Balderson into his 4th over of his opening spell. Sets off from the Anderson end. Left alone by Hassan through to Phil Salt.
That's a much better line and length there by Balderston, just keeping it nice and tight and close to Ul Hassan. Almost bringing it back in. I think that's the one where it angles away and you bring it ever so slightly back in, or it holds the line. That's the one that's troubled him a little bit this morning, because we saw that from Bailey.
Balderson in again, forward in defence, just leans into it, bat in front of his pad and deflects it back down the pitch. And there is no run. End of the over, but a positive on that for Glamorgan. It started with that 3, and then a couple of lovely boundaries driven away through extra cover by Zain Ul Hassan, plus the 2 for the no ball as well. So the score moves on to 48 without loss, and Asa Tribe has 27, Zain Ul Hassan has 18, and their captain asked them to bat first, what felt like a bold move on a green looking pitch and overhead conditions that would suit seamers, and so far in the first hour or so they've negotiated it pretty well.
Yeah, and you definitely think that Lancashire probably would have fancied a couple of wickets on the board there, but they have been a bit unlucky because they've beaten the bat quite a few times, as Bailey will continue for his 8th over this spell from the Statham end. Again, a bit full of a length and just flicked into the onside for no run by Tribe.
We have seen in the opening few rounds, when the Kookaburra ball's been used both in the last 2 rounds and the previous 2 rounds before that, quite a lot of spin early on. Now, you wouldn't necessarily think, looking at the pitch and looking at the conditions around the ground, that you get spin into the attack that quickly, but I wouldn't be surprised. Lancashire going with the 3 seamers, Anderson, Bailey and Balderson, so Green and Hartley are going to play a big part in this opening day.
Bailey comes into Tribe, again a bit full of a length and just defended to Chris Green in mid-on. So they've done a slight change in field again. So mid-wicket has gone to deep square leg now. So again, I wonder whether, because we've seen sort of Tribe come down and flick quite a lot in this innings, but I don't know whether they're going to go for that short ball, surprise short ball tactic there as well, which wouldn't be a bad idea, because we haven't actually seen that style of bowling yet this morning.
I mean, the conditions wouldn't necessarily suggest that would be an option to use at this stage, would it? But you're right, they've now gone for the third slip's now gone to mid-wicket, so they've got a deep square leg, fine leg and a short mid-wicket as well.
Bailey comes into Tribe again, but back of a length, and tries to flick it again and just hits the pad. So I think that might be the plan, because they've pretty much seen him flick and just nurdle it into the leg side of that middle and leg line. So I wonder whether almost trying to take out his scoring shot and make him think slightly different.
This is Bailey's 8th over on the spin as well. Anderson's bowled 4 overs in his opening spell. Balderson's got through 4 as well. Bailey's bowled 8 on the bounce.
Bailey comes into Tribe, a bit full of a length and just squirted away into the offside. Be no run. Good diving stop there by Tom Hartley. Again, that's what they want him to do. Slightly early on that, just open the face of the bat. He's here, so kind of good little passage here by Lancashire and Bailey. It's 4 dots now to Tribe, so we actually haven't. They've been ticking the scoreboard along, but comes Bailey into Tribe, again a bit full of a length, and he just flicks that out to deep square just for 1. Just a bit too straight on that occasion by Bailey. Score now 49, this partnership, with 1 ball remaining of this over.
Yep, so far almost a perfect hour for Glamorgan. Maybe a touch of good fortune along the way, a couple of plays and misses in there by Ul Hassan and Tribe, but so far so good for Glamorgan. I'll leave you, Sachi, and Nick, come back and join you.
it's been a good start so far here by Glamorgan as Bailey comes into Hassan, getting a bit full of a length and driven straight and driven hard. And that will be 4 more runs for Hassan. And 4 runs to finish off Bailey's 8th over. Beautiful looking shot, and he's really now looking really comfortable. That's his 3rd boundary in the last couple of overs. And takes the Glamorgan score and the partnership to 53 in their 16 overs. And I'm joined here. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, it's been not plain sailing for Glamorgan, but maybe they have weathered the worst of the initial storm. But we have only had 4 overs from Anderson, and I imagine that he'd be back in the attack for another burst before lunch. So Balderson to continue into his 5th over, 0 for 20 so far. So he'll be looking to pull that back to something rather more economical as he runs towards us and bowls to try, but works it away on the leg side, down towards fine leg. It is pretty much straight to Bailey, who hardly had to move to field it, and they go through for a single, 54 without loss. Very good morning to Leighton on the Wirral, watching on YouTube. Glad they're way on time and hope the rain keeps off. He'll be here on Thursday to give some Welsh support, he says. So everyone welcome. Plenty of space. Balderson round the wicket bowls. Hassan getting a bit tucked up there as he plays that one to mid-on, and there is no run. Very good morning to Trevor Freeman, Welsh supporter in, or Glamorgan supporter in Dublin, inquiring about promotion places. Well, yes, it is too, as things stand, but who knows, eh?
You never know until it's over.
As Balderson bowls and Hassan plays no shot as it goes through to Salt. Must be quite worrying for the players not to know what they're playing for 2 months out from the end of the season.
Yeah, I think it's one of them, isn't it, where you almost just literally got to break it down and take it each session at a time, as silly as that sounds, but I feel like if you start to look too far ahead, you almost lose your motivation.
Balderson in bowls, and that's driven nicely by Hassan, but fielded smartly by Balderson in his follow-through. And there is no run. You hear all this talk about the mental stress on players, and it is a horrible game from the mental point of view, because you're playing as part of a team, but your individual performances are down in black and white in the stats for all to see. 54 without loss. Glamorgan is the stat that matters this morning, as Hassan is forward, defending, jabbing it hard down into the ground. So it must be quite concerning for the players.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, like, look, Glamorgan would want to get that win and be desperate to sort of get going again in terms of, because they're so close, obviously, to the top of the table. You know, Leicestershire being at the top at the moment, then being number 2.
Yeah, chance for Lancashire to narrow the gap, or Glamorgan to extend it, as Hassan shoulders arms and comes forward a pace or two. So Salt thought about throwing at the stumps, decided otherwise. End the over. 54 without loss. We've been through this email from Chris Rawson about his wedding anniversary while I was off air. No, it was into the Lancashire website as well. So very good morning to Chris in Burnley, or good afternoon just about. He says he listens regularly to Lancashire coverage and really enjoys it. It's his 36th wedding anniversary today, and 48 years to the day since watching his first test, England against Australia at Trent Bridge, 77, the debut of one Ian Botham. So thank you very much indeed to Chris for your reminiscences. And Don't forget to email us Lancashire Sport or glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk.
Well, yeah, I think it's been a long time, isn't it, for him to be watching Lancashire and supporting Lancashire, which is always incredible to see. Is Tom Bailey to continue for his 9th over. He's had a very long spell, but he's looked in good rhythm. He's created some, say, opportunities as he comes into Tribe. Again, a bit back of a length, and Tribe tries to flick that into the leg side, but it just comes off his pad.
36 years married, but I suppose if you're if one of you is a regular cricket supporter and the other isn't, then that comes down to about 20 years in real time. I've been married over 30 years, but with shift work as well thrown in for both my wife and myself over the years, it's about 11 really.
Bailey comes into Tribe again, a bit full of a length, and flicked into the onside, out to deep square by Tribe. So he comes through for a single. I mean, I wouldn't know about this if I want to sit the thing. But I'll take your word for it.
Thank you. Years to come of nibbling cheese sandwiches together with your loved one at deep square leg or whatever. Once you hang up your boots, that is.
Yeah, went there. We'll see. But Bailey just to come into Rothesay, stays over the wicket. Again, a bit full of a length and driven. But catches sort of the inside edge of the bat, so just be a dot ball. Yeah, I found it interesting that Bailey is sticking to sort of his over the wicket plan, but Balderson in his previous over decided to come round the wicket to Rothesay. I don't know almost whether that's a better plan to him. Bailey into Rothesay, bit full of a length and driven hard there by Rothesay as the ball races away to the boundary, and that will be 4 more runs to Rothesay, who moves his score to 26 and Glamorgan's to 59. Again, a confident looking stroke there.
It swings and roundabouts really for the left-hander, isn't it? If the right armour stays over the wicket, then possibly you've got more chances of inducing the slip catches. If you go round the wicket, you might have more chance of bringing LBW and bowled into play.
I think there'll be obviously more modes of dismissals, but again, because Bailey's getting that lovely sort of away movement from Rothesay, cause a bit more trouble as he comes in again, a bit short of a length and just defending into the offside by Rothesay. Played that nicely.
This is the tester now for Rothesay, because getting through the first hour is not necessarily the problem for him. It's kicking on after that and trying to keep the scoring rate ticking over. I mean, it's 26 off 53 balls at the moment. That's not a problem at all. It's respectable enough for an opener.
Yeah, absolutely. Bailey again a bit short of a length and just left alone down the leg side by Rothesay, and that will be the end of the over, and end of Bailey's 9th over.
How long is he going to keep going?
You know what, he does this quite a lot for Lancashire, where he just takes it from one end and he just holds that one end, but I assume Anderson will fancy coming back just before lunch.
But we are going to have a bowling change of a different sort. Chris Green into play already.
I think Scott spoke about this, about how Chris Green and Tom Hartley will play a big role, because Lancashire have decided to go with 3 seamers in their side today and 2 spinners, and we both know that these 2 played a big part in the last game that Lancashire played. You know, with both of them, well, Chris Green picked up sort of 4 wickets in the game, but Hartley was the pick of the bowlers with 11 wickets, and he's been a really important player Chris Green has for Lancashire over the last couple of years.
Playing his 4th match of this particular championship season. 14 wickets at 29.8 for the South African-born Australian international. Wearing 93 and bowling from the Anderson end, the old pavilion end. Coming in towards us, and that means that Michael Jones is dashing onto the pitch with some fielding pads to add that to the helmet that was already out there. And is it Jennings going under the lid?
Yeah.
Looks like that. 59 without loss.
I think it'd be interesting to see how the pitch does play for spinners. You know, there was a nice carry there for seamers, I felt. A hint of a hint of swing. But yeah, early in the innings to bring on a spinner from James Anderson end.
So short leg is now ready. Wells is at slip, Jennings at short leg, and Tribe facing up the off spin of Chris Green. And he comes half a dozen paces and sends down a fairly gentle loosener that Tribe nudges away on the leg side for a single. 60 without loss. Good morning to Caden on X, who is following us from sunny Mauritius. Hoping the weather here can be just as good in Manchester this week. I don't think we can quite get to Mauritius-style temperatures, maybe. But dry would do. Solid start, hoping for a 5th win for Glamorgan this year. As Green comes round the wicket and Olasan stretches forward and defends. And there's no run. Reminder that all queries about the pictures go to Lancashire rather than your BBC team. Had a little glitch or two earlier on, but hopefully all sorted. As Green bowls and Olasan stretches forward again and defends out on the offside, and there is no run. This the second and final of this blockette of championship games before we go back into One-Day Cup and 100 mode. Oh, Al Hassan beaten there, stretching forward. Salt whips the bail off smartly. In fact, both bails. But Al Hassan had not moved his back leg. But Salt just keeping in practice. Salt given his county cap before the start of play today. As Green is in bowls, and again Ul Hassan is beaten. A little bit of turn early on.
Yeah, I think he's clever because it's those footmarks from Bailey. We now know why he's bowled 9 overs on the bounce, eh? And as soon as he's hitting that rough there where the footmarks have been, there's been a turn, there's been bounce. We've seen bounce by the seamers, but because of Green's height, he does get that natural bounce so as he brings in another slip, so 2 slips now.
As Green bowls, Ul Hassan goes to the sweep shot, misses. There's an impassioned appeal. Well, full marks for volume and drama for Chris Green and co there, but not given out. So we see the replay on the stream. Oh, that was close. Maybe Ul Hassan just getting a fraction outside off stump, enough to create doubt for David Milnes. But certainly a testing first over from Chris Green, single off at 60 for naught.
I think that would be impact umpire's call if we had that option. But yeah, obviously he created that doubt in Ul Hassan's mind. He probably wanted to negate those footmarks and bring in the sweep early on. But I don't know whether it was almost better to go for a harder sweep than a paddle, just because he's getting so much of that bounce. Is Green, as Anderson will come on now from the Statham end.
Is he allowed? Stick to your end, mate.
Anderson into Tribe now. Getting a bit full of a length and just prodded into the offside by Tribe, looks for a single, but sent back, and rightly so. Yeah, he probably just doesn't fancy it from his end anymore. He's like, you don't want him to call it Anderson bowling from his end. Be looking to have probably a shorter spell here with Anderson searching for the first wicket. Lancashire, he comes into Tribe again, a bit short of length and punched off the back foot by Tribe. Won't go all the way, just be another couple of runs. Tribe brings his score to 33.
Yes, on X, Dave Jones says there aren't many around now, but there used to be a number of bowlers above medium pace who would bowl spells of 15 to 20 overs. Former Lancashire great Brian Statham was one of the finest. So setting an example. Brian Statham, several decades back.
Anderson comes in, again a bit full of a length and just defended into the offside off the front foot by Tribe.
And an alleged dog has messaged me on X. As there is a James Anderson end, do you think there might be consideration for a Dexter the Frenchy end at Sapphire Gardens in recognition of my unwavering support of Glamorgan? Sadly, dogs are not allowed in the ground at Sapphire Gardens, so I don't think, Dexter, that you're going to get an end named after you. Very good on his phone, considering the pause problem.
Anderson into Tribe, again back of a length and just punched to Hartley at point, so it'll be no run.
And if you're going to name ends at Glamorgan, I would go for an Alan Jones end and a Don Shepherd end. Glamorgan's leading run scorer and wicket taker of all time. Alan Jones, former president and still supporter of the club.
Again, bit full of a length and just catches the inside edge, but squirted into the onside there by Tribe.
Alan Jones, who was a stalwart in the side when I was first watching in the 70s, and went on to coach them, and still engaged in coaching work with youngsters, I'm told.
Anderson to come in to Tribe, again a bit back of a length and just prodded into the offside. Be no run. It's the end of the 20 overs now. Glamorgan are 62 for no loss.
Chris Drew on the emails wondering if Jimmy Anderson has ever bowled to a full Jersey international before today. Is this a new country for him? Possibly. I don't think there are many Jersey internationals around in the UK first class game. But he's a Tribe, very much a Jersey man. Sam Bracken emails, enjoying listening to the coverage. Great to see a good run of games for Asa Tribe and Ben Calloway, two of the most promising young cricketers in the country. As a Glamorgan member, I would be distraught if the county system changes mean that Glamorgan are denied promotion, but a long way to go now. Thank you, Sam. In Cardiff, Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk, Lancashire Sport at bbc.co.uk. As Chris Green will loop in and bowl to Ul Hassan, who drives to mid-on, thinks about a single, it wasn't there. Ul Hassan might be wanting to get off strike, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't want to phase as much. Those foot marks have troubled him a little bit last over.
As that's fired in from Green and nurdled away by Ul Hassan down towards the gully, fielded by Bailey, no run. Yeah, it's not surprising really. There's a couple of marks on the surface, given the damp conditions around this morning. There's green bows. Ulhasan knocks it into a gap in the offside, and they're through for a single. And maybe Glamorgan are better off sticking to Tribe facing green wherever possible, because there aren't the footmarks outside his off stump, the same as there are outside the left-handers. But with footmarks emerging in the first session of the game, it does give you some justification for both sides picking two spinners, at least. Green bowls, and Tribe plays it back to him. He's not giving us an awful lot of air at the moment, Green.
You know, he normally does this. He's quite sort of a darty bowler, is Green.
He comes, that's darted again, and played by Tribe up to a deep mid-on. Strange position to have at this stage of the game. They're supposed to prevent the hit over the top, not saving a single anyway. Tribe takes one, Glamorgan move on to 64 without loss. As Ulhasan is forward, defending, 2 singles in the over, Glamorgan 64 for no wicket, off 21 overs here on BBC Sport Online. If I'd known we'd been on camera, I'd have brought a tie with me.
Well, you know, for tomorrow, it's a good job you got 3 more days of this.
I haven't got any ties with me, unless I nip out to the shops this evening.
Well, you're in Manchester, so the best thing is shops are open till 8. There's something.
I shall take that on board.
Anderson to continue from the Statham end. He's bowled 5 overs for just the 8 runs, 3 maidens. Kind of a bit change in field to Tribe. We've got deep square in place. Anderson into Tribe, full of a length, and just catches the inside edge of the bat and just trickles into the onside for no run. Yeah, Lancashire desperately searching for that first wicket and to break this partnership, as both openers, about half an hour to go to lunch, and both openers here have battled it out so far. Anderson coming into Tribe, a bit full of a length, and again catches the top end of the bat as it just nurdles into the offside for no run. Again, Anderson staying over the wicket here to Tribe as well, trying to get more of those footmarks coming into play. Making sure he lands on them specifically as well. Anderson coming into Tribe. Bit full of a length and left alone, but very close to his off stump. But again, there's that lovely bounce and carry there by Anderson.
This is high quality stuff from bat and ball this morning, isn't it? 64 without loss, but there have been no freebies at all on offer. Glamorgan have had to work for everything they've got. Anderson, Bailey, both fairly tall men, so I suppose their footmarks would be roughly in the same place.
Anderson again, a bit full of a length and confident look in defence into the offside by Tribe. Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what? Anderson's been incredible with his line and length this morning. He's not given much away at all, and both batters have had to work really hard. Obviously, it was only just Balderson that was slightly off. You could almost say where Ulhasan capitalised on that. Anderson into Tribe, but short of a length and left alone there by Tribe. Good bounce of that by Anderson.
Yes, we haven't seen much short pitch, but there's a reasonable amount of bounce and carry on the pitch.
Yeah, it's looked very good, actually. It's moved around a little bit as well, but the carry has been pretty good for the Seamers. Anderson into Tribe, again, full of a length and just left alone by Tribe, and that will be the end of the over. Another maiden there for Anderson. And Glamorgan are 64 with that loss after 22. But they won't mind that, Glamorgan.
No, Jimmy can bowl as many maidens as he likes. It's confusing me, that board, because you look up and at first thought, I think it says Sanderson, but it's 9 Anderson, very, very close together. I think, who's this Sanderson? Surely he plays for someone else. 64 for naught then. Glamorgan battling away with 34 minutes to go until the lunch interval. They won't be too worried about the number of runs on the board, provided it's no wickets down for as long as possible. Trying to blunt this Lancashire attack as Green is into bowl, and Ul Hassan leaves that one, and it does turn. It's a brave man there, really, because if that had fired straight on, it would have crashed into off stump, I think.
I think he knows the plan, what Green's trying to do here.
Oh, reverse sweep comes out from Zain Ul Hassan. Haven't seen that before. Oh, very rarely anyway, and he'll get a couple of runs down towards deep backward point where Hartley is the fielder. Always have to think about fielding positions when the reverse shot comes in.
I think that's not a bad option, actually, for Ul Hassan. Probably better than the conventional sweep.
This tries the conventional sweep, and it brings a huge LBW appeal, and umpire Milnes is unmoved as the ball bobbles out on the onside.
That looked quite close, actually.
May have just hit outside off stump.
Yeah, he's getting his front foot right across, isn't he, Ul Hassan, is creating that doubt in the umpire's mind that probably the impact actually is outside off. Or
might have hit him directly on the boot there, so the umpire can't really tell which way it's turning, if at all. Anyway, Ul Hassan remains there, but doesn't look entirely comfortable against the spinner. 66 for naught. Green halfway through his third over. Into bowl. Ul Hassan stretches forward and meets that with the deadest of dead bats, and Salt and Hurst have a little competition as to who to get the ball first.
all those different ways of keeping yourself entertained on the pitch.
As Green in bowls, Ul Hassan works it away on the leg side, but straight to Anderson at mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, I've seen quite a few races for the ball between Glamorgan fielders, and you know it's just to keep both of them occupied, really. Green bowls, Ul Hassan steers it into the offside, calls for a quick single, and there's a misfield. And they're back for 2 runs, in fact. It's a quick second run to add to the quick first run, as that was worked gently towards backward point, and the pressure caused the misfield, and they're able to go through 4-2. So Glamorgan move on to 68 for naught, and we've had 23 overs bowled. Glamorgan having won the toss, and rather surprisingly decided to bat first, despite the cloudy skies and the damp conditions. Anderson economical as ever. Green asking questions. Long spell from Bailey. Balderson just a bit more expensive than the others.
Yeah, I think, you know, everyone had the doubts when Glamorgan elected to bat first, but they've played extremely well in this session so far. It's Anderson to continue. Oh, there's a bit of a play and a miss there by Tribe, and that was awfully close to his outside edge.
Yes, a genuine moral victory for the bowler. But I guess at 1 day short of 43, Mr. Anderson probably doesn't bother too much about moral victories, just wickets in the column.
It's great to see he's still got that hunger and passion, doesn't he? And he just looks like he's still really enjoying it, which is brilliant to see. Anderson into Tribe, a bit full of a length and confidently defended into the offside there by Tribe.
Yes, I'm all for it. Cricketers playing as long as possible at any level, really. As you look at some of the senior cricket sides, you know, England and Wales have teams over 40s, over 50s, over 60s, and there are not that many former pros still playing at that age group.
Absolutely not. As Anderson into Tribe again, full length delivery and defenders straight back to him by Tribe.
I suppose a lot of players will have bits falling off them by the time they retire in their mid-30s or whatever from the professional game.
Yeah, absolutely. Anderson, who's recently got himself in the 100 competition as well. He's bowled really well in the Blast. Going to be part of Manchester Originals this year at age 43. Would be his first major franchise league, I think, that he's been part of. Anderson into Tribe, again a bit full of a length and driven confidently there by Tribe, and the ball will race away to the boundary, and that is 4 more runs to Tribe and to Glamorgan. Paramedics thinking, do we pick this ball up or not? But
well fielded, madam.
That's beautiful looking shot there by Tribe. Played on the up. Races past Bohannon, who thought there a short extra cover.
Shot of the day, possibly?
Yeah, absolutely. Plays it nice and late, under his eyes. Anderson into Tribe again now, down the leg side and flicked away. Flicked fine, and that will be 4 more runs to Tribe. Bit too straight on that occasion by Anderson. And Tribe makes no mistake, just angling in a bit too much, drifting down the leg side, gets a tickle on it, and the ball races away to the boundary.
Well, it's a collector's item, isn't it? 2 successive 4s off Anderson.
So far has been extremely economical and not given any looseners really. Now he's got back-to-back boundaries. Final ball off the over to Tribe, and just punched or defended off the back foot straight back to Anderson. And with that would be the end of the over. The score is now 76 for no loss after the 24 for Glamorgan. And Scott Reed will shortly join you to take you through till lunch.
Thank you very much indeed. So 76 for naught, and Chris Green will continue wheeling away, and he's got the left-hander Zainul Hassan, who will face first up. And round the wicket. Oh, there's a appeal for LPW again, but I thought there might have been a bit of inside edge in that one. Green is keeping the volume and the drama up. The replay shows, ooh, that was worth asking. No, not sure if there was an edge there. And it'd be interesting to know why Mr. Milnes turned that one down. So Ul Hassan is struggling slightly and puts his right foot forward and ignores that one going through outside off stump. Getting to the stage where he might consider asking Asa Tribe to try and take a little bit more of the strike from the off spinner. As Green comes in round the wicket. Bowles. Tribe with a solid defensive bat on that one, back to the bowler. Interesting vista, Old Trafford, with rather fewer than the Test match that only ended a couple of days ago, and well done to the ground staff for getting a county match on, what, 36 hours later. Ul Hassan drives, thinks about the single, but it isn't there on the offside. The temporary stand, a huge edifice away to our left, is of course not in use for this one. Pitch slightly away to our right as we look out towards the hotel side. And therefore the crowd predominantly on that side as Ul Hassan drives, but doesn't quite time it, hits the ball hard down into the ground, bobbles up on the offside, fielded by Bohannon, and there's no run. Last ball of the green over, 5 dots so far. I wonder if they might think about putting a silly point in as well. Green in, Bowles, and there's an appeal for court at the wicket. He's gone. Ul Hassan's struggles are over. Green has the breakthrough. Ul Hassan gone for 31, and that really had been coming, because he's had difficulty in dealing with the off spinner, and a little nick through to the keeper, and off he goes. Salt taking that one well, chest high, everyone celebrating at once, and no surprise when Mr. Milnes's finger went up. 76 for 1 after 25 overs.
It's been a good battle then, hasn't it, between Green and Ul Hassan, which eventually the off-spinner wins. There's been a couple of reasonably tasty LBW shouts in that prior to that little nick behind to Salt. Reward for Lancashire and for Chris Green into the attack early, which is not a big surprise really when you look at the pattern of the games previously in these rounds. Lancashire have got spin, most sides have got spin into the match pretty quickly, and that's gripped and turned enough, hasn't it, for Green? As Ul Hassan kind of lunged forward just off the outside edge and taken by Phil Salt, and a little bit of reward for Lancashire.
Yes, right-handers, well, skipper in next, Sam Northeast, and Kieran Carlson behind him. Left-handed bat in Colin Ingram in at 5. And, oh, that's about it for left-handers in the Glamorgan side. So Lancashire will have to work on creating a bit of rough on the other side of the wicket as well.
So we've got under half an hour left of the morning session. Elsewhere, Derbyshire are playing Northamptonshire. Derbyshire are 82 for 2 at Northants, batting first. The leaders Leicestershire are at Kent, and Leicestershire are 90 for 1. In Canterbury batting first, and there was a little delay to the game at Cheltenham College between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Middlesex have lost a wicket. They're batting first and are 20 for 1. Division 1, there's still nothing between Worcestershire and Hampshire. Rain affecting the game there. Anderson comes in and bowls. That's down the leg side to Tribe, and taken by Phil Salt.
Simon Nelsey emails, nice to hear Alan Jones mentioned on air. As a young boy on Saturday mornings I used to attend indoor cricket nets presided over by Alan Jones. Those were the days. Regards, Simon in Gowerton. I think probably thousands of boys have over the years have been coached by Alan Jones.
76 for 1. 2 slips, gully, point, and catching cover, and a short mid-wicket. Mid-on, deep square leg and fine leg. Anderson setting off, and then I think something buzzing around his eye. Yeah, maybe a bit of a fly or something like that has distracted him. Going to go marching back to his bowling mark, wiping something away from his eye again is Anderson, who's running in from the Brian Statham end over the wicket and bowling. And flashed away through the leg side by Tribe towards the mid-wicket boundary. He'll come back for 2. Balderson tidies up on the boundary rope. Tribe moves on to 44, and Glamorgan is 78 for 1. Into the 26th over with about 20 minutes remaining of the morning session. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Chris Green's off spin. The undoing for Zain Ul Hassan, caught behind by Phil Salt. For 31, here's Anderson to Tribe. Oh, he's leaving that and leaning back, and the ball actually strikes him somewhere on the upper body and deflects away to the offside. Gathered by Wells, who comes up from gully.
He's a brave man, virtually allowing that one to hit him, Asa Tribe, on the top of the chest. He's got a bit of a forearm guard on, nothing on the upper arm, and short sleeve shirt.
Anderson into his second spell. Short again. Through it goes to Salt. This Tribe just ducking his knees and weaving backwards. And through to Lancashire's wicketkeeper. There's 2 slip fielders next to him, Matthew Hurst and Keaton Jennings. Luke Wells at gully, Tom Hartley at backward point, Josh Bohannon at mid-off. Tom Bailey is at mid-on, but just a little deeper than Bohannon. Hurst at short, straight mid-wicket, and then 2 on the leg side boundary. Anderson for Lancashire in again, bowls and defended by Tribe off the back foot, just jabs it back down the pitch and gathered by Anderson, and there is no run. 1 ball remaining of the 26th over, just 2 coming off the over so far. Anderson 0 for 18. This the final ball of his 8th over, bowled 4 overs in his opening spell. It's the end of the 4th over of this second spell so far. Moves in again. Turned into the onside by Tribe. And gathered by Marcus Harris, going away to his right at mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 78 for 1. Glamorgan, who won the toss and elected to bat first.
Has he tended to operate in shorter spells than previous years, Anderson?
Certainly when the Kookaburra ball is involved. Slightly lengthier spells when the Duke is around. But,
yes.
In fact, last week at Cheltenham College, 2 over spells, that was it.
Okay.
With the new ball, 2 overs, that's it, done. Nothing's happening. Give it to the spinners.
Yeah. Well, the spinners looked as dangerous as anyone, and has got the only wicket, probably more dangerous than most apart from Anderson himself. As Green will bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Sam Northeast, who drives on the leg side and will get off the mark with a single. Well, congratulations to Mr. Northeast and his better half on the birth of their second child. And Sam will be able to get a bit more sleep for a few days in the team hotel. As Tribe pushes forward and defends back to the bowler. I cheerfully informed him out in the middle of the toss that it gets better after the first 18 years.
You're there for moral support.
As Green is in bowls, Tribe tries to sweep. There's an appeal. Thought it came off the glove and went down into the ground myself. Salt removes the bails in case anyway. No, it's pad first before glove, but it was going down leg. Green bowls, Northeast back on his stumps, punches up to deep mid on, and they take a comfortable single. 80 for 1. Tribe to 45 not out. Northeast faces up to Green, tries to work on the leg side. Green will have to be on the cough sweets at lunchtime, I think. He'll have a sore throat after all this appealing. There's been a lot of it. That one possibly doing a little bit too much even. He's definitely getting turn. And asking questions, even though he hasn't got the rough outside the right-handers off stump as yet. As Northeast back on his stumps, working it away to short backward square. No run. 81 for 1 after 27, which I think is exactly 3 and over, isn't it? Yes, it is. The run rate pops up on our screens. 81 for 1, and well, we're going to have a decent 31 overs, I would have thought, by lunch. Another 4 at least, with Green bowling some of them. And in fact, we're going to see double spin now.
Yes, Tom Hartley replacing James Anderson. So 8 overs this morning for Anderson, 2 4-over spells. Bailey's bowled 9 overs for 31. And Anderson's 8 overs, including 4 maidens for 18. And George Balderson 5 overs for 21. Double spin. And 5 overs of Chris Green's off spin. And now the left arm spin of Tom Hartley. Fresh from 11 wickets in the win at Cheltenham College against Gloucestershire last week, plus his century in the first innings as well. So a pretty memorable few days for the Lancashire and England left arm spinner. Got Asa Tribe on strike. He's 45 not out. He's going to position himself a slip and a forward short leg. There's a deep point, deep backward square leg. Hartley's left arm spin from around the wicket. Oh, full toss, which is walloped out towards the leg side for 4 runs.
Happy Christmas.
Takes Tribe on to 49. Yeah, made no mistake with that loosener. Keeping Jennings at short leg, making sure he was trying to get out the way of that just in case. It's quite soft, clearly, where Jennings is fielding on the practice pitch, because they've got some sawdust just in front of Jennings. Swept again behind square. And onto the leg side for a single, and that brings Asa Tribe his half-century and his 3rd of the season. He has converted a half-century into 3 figures this year. Top score of 107. He gets himself a 50 here at Old Trafford. 50 off 87 deliveries, with 6 4s as well. Part of a pretty solid morning session so far for Glamorgan. Just the 1 wicket to fall. They won the toss, elected to bat first. Will be pretty happy at 85 for 1, knocking on the door of lunch. Hartley in, little flatter. Northeast gets forward and pushes it back towards Tom Hartley. His first job is to scoop it up and give the ball a polish. Back to his mark. In again. Tries a catch. It's a false-looking shot from Northeast, which just squirts off the outer half of the bat, but along the ground towards Bohannon at cover. And there's no run. Hartley in again, balls. Forward goes Northeast and defends. Walking onto the front foot, bat in front of the pad, deflects into the offside. Bohannon's there to field, lobs it back to Hartley, who's set to come in to complete his opening over. Balls again, forward goes Northeast to defend. Picked up a backward point. End of the over, or the full toss, which produced the 4, and then the single. The only runs coming off the over, but nice morning's work by Asa Tribe. Finding boundaries, 6 of them in total. Early on, some thickish edges, but some nice shots worked away through mid-wicket. He faced Anderson, he's faced Bailey. He's got through the new ball. Played some good-looking shots for his half-century.
He is a tallish lad, Asa Tribe, 21 years old. Looks nice on the drive in particular. And the 6th and final 4 probably had Keaton Jennings wondering whether his will was up to date. Green bowls and Tribe drives on the leg side, will go through for a single down towards backward square. You mentioned the sawdust on the wicket adjoining the one that we're playing in. I mean, there's quite a lot of what looks like mud in the creases across the square, and maybe just the makeup of the Manchester mud, but it looks muddier than a lot of squares. No reflection, I'm sure, on the ground staff.
The Manchester mud, I mean, how dare you? Outrageous.
There's Green bowls and North East defends, and for some reason that disturbs a solitary pigeon, even though it wasn't particularly near. Here comes Green again, whipping through his overs, and North East is beaten by that one. Bounces off something and bounces out on the offside.
Bounced quite a bit, that didn't it? Spun away. Down to North East leg side, but just a little bit of bounce there for Green. He's a tall man, Chris Green. There's some turn for him early on in this game.
As North East goes pushing forward and sends it to mid-wicket. Bohannon fields and there is no run. Certainly Ben Callaway and Mason Crane, the frontline Glamorgan spinners, will be looking forward to going about their work with the ball, but hoping that that's not too near as North East clips that away towards deep square leg. Single taken. Not much time between deliveries, but perhaps after this final one you can explain, or perhaps you can't. Green's posting of the deep mid-on, half to 2/3 the way back to the boundary. This is the last ball. Green's 6th over. He's got 1 for 11 so far, the only Glamorgan wicket to fall. And Tribe plays 2 mid-wicket. There's no run. 87 for 1. Just a little bit baffled as to why that fielder isn't either back on the ropes or in saving the single.
Yeah. He's kind of halfway between the both, isn't he, really? In conversation with Chris Green. Now it's Marcus Harris who's out there on that kind of deepish mid-on boundary.
Not going to get much hitting over the top at this early stage, I wouldn't have thought. That would bring that fielder into play as a catcher. Anyway, answers on a postcard, please, as we used to say in the days when people wrote postcards.
Is that not sort of thing, a postcard? Maybe it's not, I don't know.
Very few, I think, compared to ye olden days of when I were young, lad.
It's Tom Hartley starting a fresh over with North East on strike. He's gone right back into the crease and whipping the ball away through the leg side. It'll turn and come back for 2. North East moves on to 4. So 89 for 1. And edging towards the lunch break. About 6 minutes remaining of the morning session. Glamorgan skipper Sam North East waits for Hartley. He's in and bowling. That's worked out through the leg side, just in front of square, and just chocks back for a couple. Easy 2 for North East. And score moves on to 91 for 1. Nick Webb will be back after lunch. Sachi Pai is back alongside me. And decent morning this, isn't it, for the Glammy boys? 91 for 1, just the 1 wicket to fall as Hartley's in and North East defends. No run.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had doubts when they won the toss and elected to bat first, but they've actually negated sort of the more difficult of the batting conditions, I feel, and especially Tribe, and he's looked solid.
North East, oh, it's a thickish edge, trying to work the ball through extra cover, and in the end the edge disappears through gully, safely enough in the end.
Almost had that commentator's curse right there, didn't it? Right, just about there, but I mean, yeah, I assume it'd be the last couple of overs until lunch with 5 minutes to go, and they'll just be looking to try not to lose any more wickets now.
Oh, it's a little uppish again. Maybe Hartley's just starting to get 1 or 2 to grip here. Pushed away by North East. Out towards Bohannon at cover.
He's just prodding a little bit, isn't he, as Northeast, almost trying to get it in that gap between to deep cover almost, but he's just playing a little bit away from his body in that process.
It's Hartley to Northeast, gets right forward in defence this time, smothering the ball right at its pitch, and there's no run. Maybe just a little bit of grip there for Tom Hartley, because you've got the left arm spinner and the off spinner as well. 91 for 1, 30 overs gone with Northeast on 6 and Tribe 151.
So what do you think we'll have for lunch? Because I'm getting a waft of something. Are you?
I'm getting a waft, yeah. At the minute I can't identify it.
Is it soup?
It could be a waft of soup.
Don't know. It's getting stronger and stronger by the minute,
yeah.
Right?
Can you kind of identify any?
I'm trying to work it out, but I'm
struggling.
We'll find out in about 3 minutes. Chris Green continues from James Anderson end to Tribe. Oh, there's a big shout there as he plays across all around it, but again, the umpire Milnes is not interested, just maybe a touch too high.
There's been a few from Green, a few LBW shouts.
Take a look at this one. Brilliant turn there. Tribe just almost like cross-bats trying to work that through, but I think might be a bit of height that saved him there. He's getting a good bit of turn there as well, isn't it, Chris Green is? 5 balls left. Again, a bit of a turn and just played off the back foot into the onside. Yeah, he's not giving much flight there. He's been bowling really well for his 6 overs. He's got that 1 wicket, that hard-earned wicket of Hassan as Green. Again, a bit flatter and just defended off the back foot, but got that skidded through.
It did, it was a quicker ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's done well to keep it out. Almost got it to sneak through there, Chris Green.
Very close. Almost wanted to say to Tribe, just take your time. It's Green into Tribe again. Tossed up, but almost sort of finds the inside edge, just it trickles into the leg side to Bohannon for no run. A little bit more of a flight on that one. Maybe just missed his line slightly, did Green. Assuming 2 balls to go until lunch. Again tossed up and again worked into the onside, but Bohannon cuts it off, so it'll be another dot ball now. It's Lancashire really thinking that something might happen here.
Might get 1 more over in 2.
Again, Green into Tribe and flicked so close to Jennings there, just to the left of him, but another dot ball, and they will come through here. Just take a look at the umpires. I think we might get 1 more over.
I think we will. He got through that one pretty quickly, didn't he, Chris Green? Chance to allow Tom Hartley to have 6 balls at Sam Northeast. Just a 1 wicket to fall in the morning session for Glamorgan, with Zain Ul Hassan, the man out for 31. He was caught behind by Phil Salt of Chris Green. He's got a little bit of grip and a bit of bounce. Brought him forward, just kissed the outside edge of the bat and taken by Salt. Northeast with a silly point in front of him. Gets onto the front foot and defends his first delivery from Tom Hartley. It's the final over of the morning session. There will be exactly 32 overs gone in the morning session. Once Hartley sent this one down. In and balls again. Let's work back towards him. Northeast remains on 6, but he's played that pretty tentatively, Northeast.
I think he's been quite tentative to Hartley. I think he's almost in 2 minds about whether he just wants to defend it out or still look to score in this final over.
Hartley balls again. Forward goes Northeast and defends. Deflects it away to Jennings, who was at short leg, but seeing what happened in the previous over, when it looked like Hartley got a couple to grip and turn away from Northeast, he's positioned himself in at silly point. There's a slip there as well. Hartley bowls, oh, that turns, but it started wide. Quite some way outside off stump and spun away. Taken by Salt.
I think he is getting a bit of a grip, and it's like stopping a little bit as well. I feel, especially when you saw with that one, as he pushed that a little bit wider to northeast.
2 balls remaining of the morning session. Hartley to northeast, who defends. And there's no run. The Glamorgan captain is a delivery away from being there to start again after lunch, and ace a try, but the non-striker's end content with his morning. He's 51 not out. Happy not to have to face another delivery before the lunch break. Second slip in play, so 2 slips and the silly point. And it's Matthew Hurst who's now gone into the second slip, and Bailey to backward point. So the final ball of the morning. Some northeast on 6. Here's Tom Hartley, left arm spin in, bowls forward and defence, and there's no run. 91 for 1, northeast on 6, Tribe on 51. Interesting morning session. Lunch on the first day, and Glamorgan get to lunch on 91 for 1, with Sam northeast on 6 and Ace Tribe on 51. We'll catch you in about 40 minutes.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I've got with me a man who's no stranger to Emirates Old Trafford, former director of cricket here at Lancashire. It's Ashley Giles. Ashley, good day to you, and it's really good that you've taken time out to come and say hello to us. Do you still have good feelings about the old place?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to come back to Emirates Old Trafford, to Lancashire. Actually, my wife and I often talk about my time here, which is only 2 years, but 2 really important years in my career. But my wife, Stina, always comments that I was incredibly well looked after here, really well looked after and welcomed by everyone at the club. So really fond memories. Working with everyone from, you guys who were on the board, right through all the coaching staff and the players. And it was also a great privilege. It's a fabulous ground, fabulous history. And I feel really privileged, as I say, to have worked with 2 of the biggest clubs in the country in Warwickshire and Lancashire.
Yeah, I mean, your time here came after a spell with England as one-day international coach. And I think at the time you were very much of the mind that you didn't want to just coach. You wanted to try and step up and move into a sort of directorship type role. Would that be true?
Absolutely, yeah, spot on. And at the same time, I started a master's course, a degree course in sport directorship here in Manchester. I've always wanted to sort of broaden my horizons or push my boundaries as to what I could do and my experiences. I love coaching. I still love coaching. And in many ways, that's the bit I missed and miss, is that one-to-one connection you get with a player on sort of taking him on that journey from A to B, or a team from A to B. Clearly, when you make that step to directorship, you are slightly more removed, and you've got to be more removed because your role is different. It's more strategic. It's more broad. But and Lancashire was certainly a good learning curve for that for me, because I was both coach and also stepping into the boardroom.
I was going to say that it was an important step for you because you were ostensibly still doing a fair amount of coaching, so there was still that one-to-one and team liaison type role. And I think you probably, I don't think it'd be exaggerating to say that you laid the foundations along with Glenn Chappell of this current squad. Although you look back to 2015, there are very few players that played in the T20 final that are still here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see it was important transition years, I think, for Lancashire, and we both worked through that in in bringing some of these young players through, giving them opportunities, as well as making sure you looked after those very solid citizens you have in a dressing room, and some of them are still playing. I mean, Crofty's still out there, which is extraordinary.
It is.
You know, great credit to him as
and playing as well as ever this summer.
But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and actually when I look back, because my first role at Warwickshire was both sort of coach and director, and that was a similar role to I had here. And in many ways, they're the most enjoyable because you get the best of both. It's very challenging, and in the modern world, with the amount of cricket we're playing in the different competitions, very difficult. But I did enjoy that role.
And when you were in that role, at that time, we're going back 7-8 years now, how important was it to you to develop the next layer of talent, if you like, to look at the way the academy and the age group structure was set up?
Yeah, it always has been, and was, and is still. I think that's the fundamental bit of our cricket, both our clubs and internationally. We've got to be, in an ideal world, looking at a strategy that's long term, that's sustainable over a long period. I've always tried to, and probably maybe sometimes to my detriment, move away from quick fixes and winning tomorrow. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to be aware of that. It's still not always possible. But I've always wanted to, I'd rather build over years than months, because I think that's better from a sort of legacy piece, to leave something behind. Even if when you're gone, that structure remains and grows, and hopefully Lancashire's got a bit of that. I hope. And I certainly think, looking at the Warwickshire squad as well, that I went back to, I suppose what we did, myself and Jim Troughton, and then now Paul Farbrace coming in, have built a squad that has had success and hopefully will over a long period.
Well, I think you're quite right with Warwickshire, but I think you're also right with that Lancashire have done that, and that it's been a club policy to develop academy and their own talent. And that's self-evident when you look at the sides that are playing now. But when you were in charge, I think probably the two standouts that came through in your time here were Liam Livingstone and Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, and both fantastic players.
You sort of you championed Liam a little bit, didn't you? You got him into the side, and batted him lower middle order initially,
and in a very different role. And Hass was is a different customer altogether. But I hope one of the things I did, because Lancashire has got such a wide net of talent and available talent.
It's a huge area, isn't it?
It's a huge area.
The whole of the Northwest.
And there's a huge amount of talent that's always come through your academies and youth systems. It's almost creating the opportunity for that talent. And so I think Liam was a good example where, yes, when he first came in the side, he batted 7 and got runs. But I think in good sides or in mature sides, you allow yourself to do that, is to play a player that you might not be sure about, but actually it should be the senior players around him that pick up the slack. And if he does well, it's a bonus. But if he doesn't, he'll learn and he'll grow from that. But you're not expecting someone to come in and smash it up from ball one.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To fit your 1 or 2 highly talented youngsters into a framework that contains some solid senior professionals.
Absolutely. That's the difference between mature and immature teams. It's not them as personalities, it's them as a group. The amount of cricket they've played, and my experiences, even going back as a player at Warwickshire in the early 90s, were exactly the same. That I was able to go into a team that had had success, that knew its game, and not feel the pressure of having to get 5 wickets every time I bowled or runs. But if I did, it was a bonus. But I was learning from the best as well. It was, I think they're the best environments to work in.
Plenty of commentators, the public, supporters say, well, you've got to give the youngsters a chance. You can't give them all a chance at the same time, because that just leads to inexperience and not almost inevitably, but very often failure.
absolutely. You can ruin them. You can burn youngsters and getting that timing right. So sometimes you put people in. I think back then, even Sakib was another example who we played, but always with the mind, well, you might have to pull them out. You might not be quite ready, but you want to. I'd rather err on the side of giving them an opportunity to pull them back than never knowing, just sitting on the sidelines. But it's got to be in a controlled way that doesn't, as I say, and you said, burn them.
Do you think our county system, from a county perspective, allows the development of talent to come through sufficiently? And I'm not necessarily pointing this towards England.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody probably admits that the county system is there to try and provide England players of the future, it would have to do that. Would be part of it, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So.
And is it set up to do that now?
Well, if I just talk about that, I think I always saw my role as a head coach, director of cricket, and I think you did as two-pronged. You absolutely have responsibility to try and win things for that county. That's why you're there, and that's what you're being paid for. But we also have a responsibility to try and produce England cricketers, and you've got to try and move these two things along together, which isn't always possible. And there are times when the short-term pressures become really big. And so the choices between playing a young player, giving him opportunities, giving him time, perhaps, are somewhat conflicted by winning tomorrow. And I think many of the counties have faced that problem. Many of the directors of cricket have faced that problem. And in a system that has promotion, relegation, not saying that's right or wrong, we're not going to get into that debate, I don't think, but it can place those pressures.
Well, there are so many different variables and systems that are promoted, proposed, talked about in terms of divisional cricket for the county championship, whether it should be 3 6s, 10 and 8 as we've got now, or 12 and 6, or whatever. I mean, you can talk, and we've been talking about this in my lifetime in cricket, sort of 45 years, never come to perhaps a satisfactory conclusion. But having said that, you're probably ideally positioned now and placed, having spent enough time in the county game and having an elevated position in England, within the England setup, to realise that there is always going to be a bit of a conflict between county and England.
Always.
And I'm not sure how you can get over that.
Well, and I'm not sure, but I made the point during the winter, which I don't mind repeating, is that there's got to be, both sides have got to come together on this. There's got to be collaboration on what the best thing for the English game as a whole is. At the moment, I'm not sure those things are aligned. We're obviously playing a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats of cricket, and I think we've got to, ultimately for championship cricket, which is what we're here for, which I'm watching today, which is great, because we're watching two good teams on a good pitch at a great ground. It's really, really going to be, it's tough cricket. I think we've got to find a way to play more championship cricket spread through the summer. We, again, probably spend an hour or 2 hours working out how we might do that, but we've got to find a way to do that.
Well, I hear what you say, and I'm encouraged by the county cricket that I've seen already this summer. We've been blessed with a dryish April, and the only thing that I will say that you would perhaps need that we haven't had so far is a bit more pace in the pitches. I think the pitch has been pretty good generally, runs scored, and it's hard work for bowlers to take 20 wickets in a match. So you've just said it. We're Lancashire, Warwickshire, 1 and 2 in the county championship last year on a test match pitch, basically. This is the sort of cricket that the selectors should be looking at and making decisions from, in my view.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. This feels to me to be the top, and this wouldn't be the only game in the country, but this is the sort of top end of cricket. I think your point around pitches is a good one, the pacing pitches. And I think if we spread 4-day cricket throughout the summer a bit more, we'd have more variance or variation in that, and you probably have more pace later in the year. There's no doubt the weather actually in April is pretty good.
Generally.
It's generally pretty good. And we've got some very good groundsmen who can prepare very good pitches. But they're still going to lack some pace at this. You know, you'd have to be a magician to get them rock hard and flying through at this point. And we know, well, what you want to do is play on varying pitches in varying conditions. But at the very top end, yeah, you want some pace and some carry, and guys who can bend their backs being rewarded for doing that over long periods on generally good wickets, good surfaces.
If you had a magic wand, and you've already said we need to try and play more 4-day cricket in the summer, I think there are 5 games actually in June and July this year, which is not bad, better than it has been. But if you had a magic wand, would you continue with all forms of the game that there are now? I think it's a given that we've got to carry on with 100 because you know the amount of money and time and effort and marketing and that has gone into that. I think I'm answering my own question. I think T20 cricket's essential for the counties, and we've got to play 4-day cricket. So we've got to try and fit it all in.
Absolutely.
And that's the eternal question.
It is, and then 50-over cricket. You know, we've got a World Cup coming up next year. We're world champions, and whilst in this current generation it won't have such an impact, but if we're continuing to play World Cups that are 50 overs, and you know there is a chance some of the next generation of players won't even play 50-over cricket, and you know I know that the way we set up for our 50-over cricket, which is fantastic, is more suited to the shorter format anyway. But I suppose if I had a magic wand, what would I do? I'd still find a way to play a more consistent, you know, championship cricket through the summer.
So blocks, basically.
But I would, you know, and this is me talking. I would think about, you know, how we could do the T20 slightly differently. It's a very good competition. The quality of cricket's good. But could we play that? I know it goes against this, you know, what we moved to in not swapping formats all the time. But maybe a more appointment to view once a week, Friday or Saturday night.
Let's just make it clear here. There's no agenda in this discussion. This is Paul and Ashley having a chat. So it's personal views. It's interesting what you say about 50-over cricket, because one of your the finer achievements, I think, in recent years was to be head of England cricket when we won the World Cup in 2019. And you talk about 50-over cricket. I remember covering the 2015 World Cup out in Australia and New Zealand. And prior to that, it was thought and mooted that this might be the last World Cup of 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
And it was New Zealand coming along and McCullum playing the way he did and challenging the norms of 50 over that reinvigorated the game, which was great.
Yeah.
And that probably sparked England, because we'd been perennial failures from way back in the 70s. We'd never won it. So it's time we did, and we did. So basically, did that consume your thoughts in your England role at the time?
Well, year one, certainly. That was my first year in the job, was leading into the World Cup. And you know, most of that preparation had been done by Strauss, Morgan, Bayliss leading into that. But I felt great pressure in getting that over the line. You know, we went into that as favourites. There was a period through that tournament where we looked like we may not even make semi-finals. And so, you know, my job then is almost just trying to support, pull everyone together, make sure we're staying on track, which I know, you know, Owen Morgan and well, Owen's going to do. Trev was still very relaxed, but my job
always
is to
appeared very
support that.
relaxed, Trevor.
Yeah, incredible. And I think that sort of came to head before the India group game at Edgbaston, and I think the guys sat down and said, you know, what are we worried about here? You know, we know there's the expectation. We know we all have those personal worries about what might not happen, and we've been on that journey. Let's just play the way we've been playing and go out and and play with that confidence and in an aggressive way, and can't fault them. It's obviously a bit twitchy, and looking at strategy, you know, that strategy that was probably over 5 years in the making, or 4 years in the making, we still only won on the last ball of the tournament of a super over.
On a countback.
On a countback. So that's how tight it is. So that had to be the strategy, and it, you know, but whatever. I guess I'm not going to say too much about it. Whatever one hand gives, you lose something.
Well, I was going to come on to a more general point, really, about prioritising, whether you're in charge of a county or you're in charge of an international team. There is so much cricket played.
Yeah.
There are so many different tournaments, so many different series, so many different forms of the game, that the hardest thing, I think, must be to treat each game, match, series with equanimity.
Yeah.
It's impossible, because you have to have a priority at some point.
Yeah, so firstly, from a county point of view, and this is just my experience again, would be to, you know, we start every season with the high hopes, we challenge for everything. And then I think as the season ebbs and flows, you know, sometimes you're surprised. So for us, when I was at Warwickshire, you know, the 11 season, the way playing championship cricket, finished runners-up to you guys, to Lancs, and then 1 in 12, was a bit of a surprise the way we took this uptick. But our white ball cricket dropped off. I think the way, you know, us winning T20 in 15 here, we struggled through some of the group stages, but peaked at the right time, and you know, you sort of put your foot on the throat. With England, absolutely, we've had to, you know, Test cricket, however we've played, whatever results have been like, there's always been you know, one of our priorities. It's just the conditions we faced on and off the field with COVID and everything else, and the opposition we faced on the field have been really challenging. But certainly in white ball cricket, after the 19 World Cup, we made the choice, with 2 T20 World Cups coming up, to make that switch to prioritise T20 cricket, to be able to challenge for a T20 World Cup, or a World Cup we knew we wanted to go into it as best in the world. So whereas I think when I came on, we were 3rd in the world in T20 cricket, 3rd or 4th. We got ourselves to #1 in the world, got in a good position. Our 50 over went from 1st in the world to 2nd in the world, but that was a strategic decision, that we didn't have a 50 over World Cup for a few years, focus on T20, and so we're happy with that. And, you know, barring a couple of overs that went wrong in the UAE, we played some really good cricket in that World Cup and could have been double white ball champions. But so in that terms, yeah, there's a lot of thought goes into the prioritisation.
Do you think that in England we have this? It's a preoccupation, but do we have too much emphasis on Australia and the Ashes? Or is it right to do that?
It's clearly you know, an emotional series, a very important series. And
you played in one of the best Ashes series of all time in 2005. And,
yeah, it has.
You know, I played in '81.
Yeah.
So, you know, both iconic series
amazing.
in a way.
And yeah, huge historical importance. But because of that, they almost become watershed moments. You know, the fallout from the last series, again, we won't go into too much, but generally happens around World Cups and Ashes, because they're deemed as the most important thing. There's emotion, there's the history, etc., etc. And now, you know, we live in an environment that is just craves 24-hour news, and sometimes, you know, there's got to be change. There's something's got to happen, but there is a lot of importance placed in those series. And I think, going back to something we talked about just a minute ago, it's becoming more and more difficult, I think, in any sport, and cricket, and particularly county cricket, was probably immune from that a few years ago, to set your target about building long term. I've got a 5-year plan. Well, you might not get 5 years. You've got to win next year.
Instant success.
Yeah. And that leads you to making some decisions that maybe you wouldn't in other cases.
It's an interesting point. I mean, the public demands success. Players want success. They're not in the game a long time, are they? You know, they don't want to be necessarily part of a side that's going to win in 5 years, because they might not be playing then.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balancing act. Having said all that, you put yourself, I think, where you wanted to be. Your aim through your formative years at Warwickshire, then as an England one-day coach, and then with Lancashire, and then Warwickshire, you wanted to be at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You won't have any regrets about that, even though things perhaps haven't worked out quite as well as you would have liked.
Absolutely. I've always set about what, you know, and again, you look at where you've come from, your journey in cricket, all the things you've achieved. I look at mine. I still feel very privileged to have worked in the environments I've worked in and do the jobs I've done. And I wanted to work at that level, of course. The last 2 or 3 years have been the most challenging because of some of these circumstances we talked about, particularly with COVID, and challenging not just for me, but for everyone involved in that system, whether it be, you know, the board, chief exec level, the coaches, players, everyone. It's been incredibly challenging, and at the county level as well. But no regrets. I think, you know, I'm sort of 3 months down the line of coming out of that role now. It's I've actually had a nice chance to reflect, and I feel fresher for it. You know, I think there's some challenging times ahead for everyone still, but it's I love cricket. It's, you know, it's an amazing environment to work in, but you know, we'll see what the future has in store.
So, having been at the top of the tree in terms of coaching director of cricket work, what does the future hold for Ashley Giles? Does he want to try and continue in that? Does he want to move into perhaps another sport, or would you be happy perhaps getting back to grassroots and saying, I'm just a coach now, I'd like to have another go at coaching?
Yeah, well, I think that's the process I'm still going through at the moment, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, I've got some time to do that thinking, but you know, when I reflect, I have done all of those roles. I've been a head coach, I've been a director of cricket, I've been the sort of national selector, I've been a one-day international coach, I've been the more director suit sort of role, and MD. So I have a lot of experience across cricket. Cricket is, well, the world's a massive place. The cricket world's quite small. You know, it's a sort of, it always reminds me of going to Lord's for the Test match. You always see the same faces, don't you? The same characters wherever you turn. That's what the cricket world's a bit like. So the moment, you know, I certainly haven't fallen out of love with cricket. As I just said, I love cricket. So it could be cricket, could be going into form management, coaching. I'm pretty much open at the moment, but you know, I'm also open to looking outside the box and working across sports, across countries, because ultimately the things we work with, Walt, are, you know, the fundamental thing is good people, structures, strategy, but I think the people thing's the most important thing. You get the right people around you, you've got a chance.
Ashley, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you for half an hour or so. We could probably have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I'm glad to see you have come out of your England experience okay, and you're looking refreshed, and who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
So thanks, Ashley, and we'll see you again soon on Beyond the Boundary.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford, As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Life can be extraordinary, unforgettable, amazing. Life is about the joy of being together. It's sharing every moment, indulging your passions, and making memories that stay with you forever. Life is live. The thrill of the game. The buzz of a network, the enrichment and fascination of a cultural soiree. And we feel every sensation because we're right there with you. Always on, always fully engaged to help provide that extra spark, heighten emotions, and make every occasion simply unforgettable. Because the best live events don't just happen to us, they become a part of us. Forever associating your brand with life itself. Life can be extraordinary, and we're ready to help you make the most of every inspired, delicious moment. Welcome to Sedexo Live.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
When When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Second session on day one with Glamorgan 91 for 1 at the luncheon interval. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Zain ul Hassan caught by Phil Salt off the bowling of Chris Green for 31. We had 32 overs in the morning session. Sam North East on 6, Asa Tribe on 51. Scott Reed and Nick Webb with you to kick off the afternoon session.
We like a 32 over session in the morning.
Like that, yeah. That is definitely one wonderful kickback of the Kookaburra ball, is that you get lots of spin.
Yes.
And we've seen already 7 overs from Chris Green.
That's the advantage. I knew there was one somewhere.
There is one in there somewhere if you look. Chris Green bowled 7 overs, 1 for 11. Tom Hartley 3 overs for 9. It will be Green to get us back underway after lunch, in and bowling. And Tribe getting into this and leaning forward and working it out towards the leg side. And there's no run. Pretty good morning though for Glamorgan, wasn't it, I think?
Yes, reflecting on the decision to bat first, I think it was more of a desire not to be batting last.
There's Green over the wicket bowls. Oh, that comes back in towards Tribe, who just gets enough bat on that. On the back foot and hurried onto it, but keeps it out. The score remains on 91 for 1. What we've seen so far, bearing in mind it's only the first day, then that decision not to be batting last, or at least not to try and bat last here and to get the spinners into the game, potentially might well be an important part of what this next 4 days has in store. Here's Green back into Tribe. Gets forward again, defends off the inner half of the bat. Deflects down towards backward square leg. And there's no run. Tribe on 51 has played very nicely for his 51. As indeed did Zain ul Hassan for his 31. Got through that new ball, got through the Anderson Bailey spell, but was a victim to Green's off spin. With enough turn and a little bit of bounce as that's worked out towards the leg side, and they scamper through for the first single of the afternoon session. Takes Asa Tribe on to 52 and Glamorgan 92 for 1, bringing captain Sam North East on strike. He's got 3 catches around him with the slip, the leg slip and the forward short leg. There's Green in and bowling, and that's off the back foot and nudged away to the leg side, and there is no run. There's a mid-wicket, mid-on, backward square leg. There's a deep square leg, mid-off and backward point. Final ball of the first over of the afternoon. So Green from the Anderson end slowly makes his way in and bowls his off spin from over the wicket. Forward goes North East, and that's run down towards the fine leg boundary. Tom Bailey will catch up with it, and Sam North East comes back for 2. He moves on to 8, and Glamorgan 94 for 1 as we get underway in the afternoon. Still pretty cloudy conditions in Manchester, but it's dry. It has been since about 9 o'clock this morning, and so far no interruptions on this opening day. Glamorgan 94 for 1.
Yeah, North East back in the side after paternity leave, which only kept him away for the 1 match, having said which he wasn't involved in the T20 blast at first team level, so presumably he would have been able to have a little bit of family time during that as well. Tom Hartley then from this Statham end. We're looking out over High Long Off for this BBC commentary. And Hartley will be bowling to Asa Tribe on 52 not out. 2 close catches, but that's dropped short and hammered away through mid-wicket by Tribe, who needed no second invitation. A loosener from Hartley, as indeed he bowled in his first spell, bowled a full toss first up, and then he's bowled a rank long hop first thing after lunch, so that's no doubt something that he will look to eliminate. 98 for 1. Hartley to Tribe, who's pushing forward. Much better delivery, played out gently and fielded by Bohannon. So the 2 close catches at short leg and slip for Hartley. Bowls again to Tribe, who's forward, defending to point, and there is no run. So apart from that, on the leg side there's a deep backward square on the boundary, mid-wicket, mid-on. There's Tribe bowls, and Hartley bowls, Tribe defends on the leg side. On the offside, as well as the slip, there's a deep-ish mid-off. Anderson may or may not be saving the single. Bohannon's in close at cover. Some backward point, a deep point on the boundary, who may come into action here, and does, as Tribe square drives it away, and the big figure of Tom Bailey is patrolling that boundary away to our left. Rather deserted area of the ground, with the big temporary stand not in use for the championship. Presumably be back in use for the 100. And a few people on that side of the ground, because it's further away basically from the action. The pitch to our right. Here's Green in bowls. Again, the square bat comes in, this time from northeast. Again, Bailey comes into play. And again, it's a single as the applause ripples round Old Trafford for the Glamorgan 100 in exactly 34 overs. And something to cheer the Balconeers. The supporters group making their penultimate trip of the season. They're also in action at Derby, I understand. Go to their website if you want to join that one, thebalconeers.co.uk. And if you're interested in the cricketing history in that southwest part of Wales, then Balconeers have an excellent publication about the history of cricket at St Helens, sadly coming to an end fairly shortly, but worth reminiscing, and that's available from the Balconeers website. And thank you to them for providing me with a copy. I was expecting to be reading it this morning, but unexpected 2 hours of play.
Here is Green in bowls to northeast, turning into the onside. There's no run. The Balconeers, .co.uk. Okay.
Yes, from the old balcony at St Helens.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm on the website now. Yeah. Green is in, bowls to northeast, playing forward, asking for the LBW. There is Green, David Milnes, who's been adjudicating most of the LBW appeals today, like the previous one, says not out. A decent way forward, and as northeast lunged onto the front foot and then looked behind him to see how far forward and across he got. He's content that he'd done enough to get himself outside the line. 100 for 1. Green in again, balls flashed away behind square on the leg side, and there is no run. North East on 9. Halfway through the 35th over. Green to North East. He gets forward and turns the ball into the onside. Working it across his front pad out towards mid-wicket where Josh Bohannon fields. North East waits for Green, who's in and bowling. That's so worked into the onside. It catches Keaton Jennings, who's gone hobbling away in a full kind of circle. He went trotting out towards the leg side, then looped back round. As that caught him flush on some part of his body. He gets a reassuring tap on the back from Phil Salt.
Yeah, that'll make all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh dear, Keaton Jennings still hunched over. He's in the walls on last week at Cheltenham. He got a couple of blows fielding in that position, as indeed did Matty Hurst. Marchant de Lange caught them both pretty cleanly with the ball. That's worked into the onside by North East, but straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. End of the over, 100 for 1.
Marchant de Lange, the muscular Gloucestershire bowler, formerly with Glamorgan, and boy, it was fun watching him bat when he got in.
Don't think Matty Hurst and Keaton Jennings enjoyed it much at
No,
times.
I'm sure they didn't. I'm sure they didn't. As he's a well-built man, Marchant de Lange, broad across the shoulders, and provider of two of the more entertaining innings that I've seen from Glamorgan in Championship cricket. As Hartley into bowl, driven on the offside. No run for Asa Tribe. Up at Northampton, a spectacular affair from de Lange, and very nearly a match-winning effort at Leicester once, when Glamorgan needed about 130 off their last 2 wickets and nearly got them. Hartley in to bowl, played away nicely by Tribe. Out again to Bailey, jogs in fields in the vast expanses of the cover boundary away to our left. As Hartley bowls to North East, who defends. De Lange is also one of the politest cricketers that I've come across, for such a fearsome chap on the field.
He's a gentle giant.
Always a big beam and a "how are you, sir?" and a handshake. Nice. Even if he hasn't seen you for a year. North East driving, but not really timing it. Back to the bowler on the bounce, no run. 101 for 1. Glamorgan having chosen to bat. Hartley bowls, and North East drives again fairly gently, this time on the offside, and there's no run.
So I'm on the Balconiers website.
And Hartley bowls the last ball of the over. North East steps back and cracks it into the offside. Again, it'll be a single, 102 for 1.
So yeah, formed on the second day of play during the county championship match between Glamorgan and Northamptonshire in St Helens, at the St Helens ground in Swansea in August 1972. This is on their main front page, and it says an important aspect of the Balconiers programme is their away trips, the famous Daffodil Tours. Indeed, they claim it's probably the only supporters group in the UK to organise stay-away county championship trips on a regular basis, and also trying to ensure the continuation of first-class cricket at the St Helens ground.
Yes, that's...
is that an ongoing challenge?
No, it'll be the end of cricket at St Helens in all probability this summer.
Right,
with
okay.
redevelopment work and concentration of the ground as a rugby stadium.
Ah, okay. It's Chris Green into Sam North East, hopping back and working it up towards mid-on for no run.
Much to the dismay of many in southwest Wales, given the importance of the ground in Glamorgan's history and staging more than its fair share of Glamorgan's fine moments.
Here comes Green, balls. caught at leg slip. No, just rolls off the hip of Sam Northeast. Matty Hurst under the helmet at leg slip. And Green spinning the ball back into Northeast. You can see the turn there. Just deflecting off his hip or his thigh pad. Gathered by Hurst under the helmet at leg slip, who's crouching down again. Green's in, that's worked into the onside by Northeast. But for no run.
Yeah, several victories over touring sides there, including 2 over the Australians in the 1960s.
$102 for 1, Green in, balls pushed away by Northeast to mid-on for no run.
But certainly it has been something of a tale of decline in recent years, and post-COVID it needed investment to bring it up to ECB changed standards, and didn't get it.
Green balls to Northeast. Oh, that's come back in. Oh, he's got him! Well, he's been asking time and time again, has Chris Green, and eventually gets his LBW that he's been looking for some time through the course of this opening day. Sam Northeast gone for 10. And Green strikes. He falls with the score at 102 for 1.
Yeah, Northeast just playing back a little bit. There was a subsidiary appeal for caught at slip as well, I think. But it looked like it was the LBW that was given. As you say, 102 for 2. And, well, Green's going to be a busy boy today, I feel. He's already 1 ball short of his 10th over for a spinner early after lunch on day 1. Normally only bowled 1 over before lunch, but that's striking Northeast just below the knee roll, I think, so no real question of height. And up went the umpire's finger.
I've never been to the ground at Swansea, but I was looking on the Balcony's website, and I didn't realise just how close to the beach and to the sea.
Oh yes, yeah, you can hit the ball over the Mumbles Road and almost onto the beach. Might even be 1 or 2 that have gone onto the beach over the years.
Is there much cricket played away from Cardiff now, or is it?
At first team level, just the 2 one-day cup games.
At Neath?
At Neath,
okay,
which
right.
is Tuesday and Thursday of next week. Right. Early August, whatever the dates are.
Yeah, Lancashire played there in the one-day cup a couple of years ago.
So that's it at the moment for the men's first team.
Right. Because this is a fixture that you would have at Colwyn Bay.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it was always packed with Lancashire supporters making the journey along the North Wales coast when Glamorgan hosted them.
Carlson's the new batter. Green's into him, he gets forward and drops it into the onside. And there's no run. Wicket maiden for Chris Green. Well, he started after lunch where he left off, really, which is probing away and asking questions. Quite a few LBW appeals in that morning session. And he gets one to land early in the afternoon. 102 for 2. Northeast gone, so it brings Carlson to the middle, Tribe on 58 and Glamorgan 102 for 2.
Yeah, so just the men's first team games at Neath at the moment. The club is re-establishing some contact with Colwyn Bay. I know there was a women's game there this year. The Gulls, of course, at Colwyn Bay. You can hear plenty of them.
That's Nigel, by the way.
Afternoon, Nigel.
He's a new addition. It's a Lancs TV edition.
I was wondering if that was a real packet of crisps in his beak, but it isn't. Hartley is in to bowl, and Tribe on the back foot, playing up to deep mid-on. Single taken, bringing Carlson onto strike. Yeah, the women's team played at Colwyn Bay. If there's a reduction in home championship games next year, of course, that makes it more difficult for all clubs to stage games at out grounds. If there's only 6 championship games in all. As Hartley is into bowl to Carlson, who's pushing forward and defending, no run. Of course, it is a very real issue with the women's game increasing and hoping for more games at county headquarters. Glamorgan women have had a few at Sophia Gardens. As that's turned to short leg by Carlson, or just past short leg for no run. So there's been a lot of second team cricket and a few women's games at Newport. As that's turned on the leg side by Carlson to get off the mark up to wide mid-on. Tumbling stop by Harris, but they're safely through for the single. 104 for 2. Newport has a very nice playing surface. There's a second 11 game going on there at the moment against Notts. As that one almost saw Tribe chipping it back to the bowler. Something of a leading edge. And also, at the same time, Glamorgan is staging, and this is interesting, a women's 3-day game. I think it's against Somerset. At Newport as well, because they've got 2 pitches. That's driven up to mid-on, and there is no run. 104 for 2 at the end of the Hartley over. So whether that is the precursor of more moves to have multi-day cricket for the women's sides, we shall see. It's billed as an academy game, although I think Glamorgan are fielding several players who have played for the main Glamorgan women's side. As we're going to see quite a lot of Chris Green this afternoon, I think, from that Anderson end. In, bowls to Carlson, who stretches forward, meets it on the full and defends. In terms of the second 11 games, Lancashire are at Billy Rickey, made famous by Ian Dury, of course. Carlson flicks this one away off his legs, down backwards square, and there's no run. So Green with both wickets to fall so far, and causing problems for everyone. Green in, bowls, Carlson pushes forward defensively. So Essex made 409, Lancashire seconds are 71 for 2 in reply on the second day at Billericay. As Green bowls faster as Carlson comes down the pitch. Oh, there could be a mess up here as the Lancashire claim the run out, but not given. Tribe's dive was just enough. Carlson set off for the single. Tribe initially either didn't want to know or was back on his heels, then eventually got going, and he needed every inch of that dive to get home. I thought in real time he was just about home, but Carlson pushed it up to mid-off, called for the single. It's a good pick up and throw from Anderson. Just about home.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Good decision.
Yeah, he did well, didn't he, just to make his ground up. It was a bit of a scramble, wasn't it, putting the dive in, but I think we could see on the replay there he's got bat over the line, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly close enough that an umpire can't give it out in with the naked eye. Tribe back on his stumps and defending that one on the offside, and there is on the onside, and there's no run. Glamorgan seconds. Reasonably even game. They were bowled out for 229. Callum Nichols, the top scorer, there was 70-odd. As forward comes Tribe and defends. In reply, Nottinghamshire 169 for 5. 2 wickets for young Joe Davis, the son of former Glamorgan seamer Andrew. So 105 for 2 at the end of the over. Carlson has 2, Tribe has 59. And Lancashire very nearly got a bonus run-out wicket with a neat piece of fielding from Anderson.
Yeah, the throw was to Salt, wasn't he? Stretched with his gloves above his head, took the catch and whipped off the bails, but the dive, I think, saving Ace a try. Without it, I think he may have been a bit short of his ground, but it was a slightly frantic single, wasn't it, really? Kind of, quite on the same wavelength as Hartley's left arm spin. Oh, it comes off the edge of the bat as he leans into it. Carlson just deflects thickish outer edge down towards the gully region. There's no run. Sent back as Hurst came from backward point to field. A bit happening here for the spinners. 105 for 2. It's tucked into the onside by Carlson.
You're probably too young to remember Ian Dury in his prime, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you would be. Bother.
105 for 2. There's Hartley to Carlson. He likes that. There's Hartley. He's skipping backwards, arm outstretched, appealing for the OBW. Shake of the head from the umpire. Not out is the verdict.
He's got a reasonable stride in. May have been going down low.
105 for 2. Halfway through the 40th over, Hartley in and balls, defended again by Carlson. There's no run, just dropped into the offside. Behind Fields. So wicket since the lunch break. There's been that run-out chance as well. There's been a couple of edges, a couple of LBW appeals as well. A little bit happening for Hartley and Green. Forward goes Carlson. Calmly plays it away into the offside where Josh Bohannon fields. And there is no run. 1 ball remaining of this over. Hartley from the Brian Statham end, just pushing his men back.
Why?
A little bit. Harris at mid-on and Anderson at mid-off, just creeping maybe 4 or 5 yards back. And that's driven towards mid-on by Carlson for a single, and he keeps the strike as well. Carlson's on 4. Correction, he's on 3. It's the end of the over. 106 for 2, 40 overs gone.
Can you understand this, pushing the fielders back at mid-on and mid-off?
Well,
I mean, not surely in a situation where they want to bowl at Carlson, are they? It's not like bowling 9-10 jack.
No, I suppose that, but new batter maybe. I suppose there's an element of that maybe early on. I don't know. Green strikes here, then the plan's worked a treat, I guess, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Carlson averaging 43.7 before this match, 656 runs in the championship. That's short and flat and fenced away by Carlson on the offside, but well stopped by Balderson. One of 2 players given their county cap by Lancashire, along with Phil Salt, who's behind the stumps this week. Green bowls. Carlson tries the reverse, and he's got that away towards third man. I don't think he's got all of it. It's picked up just inside the ropes by Balderson, and they'll come back for a second run. Slightly confusing in areas, this outfield, because there is a very definite ring around the ground that is not the rope. It's where the rope or the boundaries, yes, the wedges, the Toblerones, the chocolates are available, were last week for the test match. So there's 2 marks, one on the boundary and one last week's. Carlson will take an easy single here, playing it off the back foot out into the covers. Anderson wanders round and does the fielding. 109 for 2, Glamorgan. Having chosen to bat and lost Al Hassan for 31 and North East for 10, both to the bowling of this man, Chris Green. Already in his 12th over as the Australian international off-spinner. And Tribe goes for sort of semi-slog sweep. He's got it away down to square leg for a single without taking too many risks anyway. And Glamorgan tick on to 110 for 2. Scoring rate dropping just a little. Won't be concerned about that at this early stage in proceedings, and still very cloudy skies here at Old Trafford. There's green balls. That one's turned a bit and knocked away by Carlson down to backward square. Lancashire seeing enough to keep them very interested indeed, with 3 close fielders around the bat. As deep backward point is now brought in 10 metres, in case Carlson goes for the reverse sweep again. Green bowls, and Carlson pushes it to mid-wicket. There is no run. 110 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. As I'll go and compose a few more paragraphs of the BBC match report, which I commend to readers.
Do you? Excellent.
Because I write it. Modest.
That's a terrific review. 110 for 2. 55 overs left of the day. Nick's going to write his reports already. 110 for 2. So 1 wicket to fall since the lunch break with that run-out chance as well. Tribe still going on. He's 60 not out. And Hartley comes in and bowls. And that's off the front foot and defended by Tribe. And it trickles back down the pitch towards Tom Hartley. And there is no addition to the score. Slip in the forward short leg in position for Tom Hartley. Left spin. Left arm spin from the stay of the men. Balls off the back foot again goes Tribe. Just jabbed into the offside. And Bohannon fields at short extra cover. And there is again no run. Spin from both ends, and it's pretty rapid over has been sent down by Hartley and by Green. Tribe again leaning into it. Pushes it away. The ball slowly rolls out towards the leg side. Green pops up from mid-wicket to field, hands it back to Hartley. He'll soon be in again, Tom Hartley. Here he is now, bowling again, driven by Tribe through mid-off. He gets a single, moves to 61, 111 for 2. Quite a bit happening since lunch.
You did say before that it was everything was going to happen.
I did actually, didn't I? Yeah.
Then the crowd was going to go crazy.
I did say that, yeah.
You did, so it's like you know what's happening.
I said it, we're in for
Psychic
an
powers.
eventful afternoon session. Hartley in bowls, forward goes Carlson. Going to turn it to the leg side. It comes off a thicker outer edge of the bat, just deflects out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think the both batters just look a little bit unsettled here, don't they? He's getting a bit of grip and turn, and so is Green, and they're racing through their overs.
They are, yeah. Quick again. This is Hartley into to Carlson. That's a nice shot. That's off the back foot. He's cut that away behind point, and they'll come back for 2, a comfortable 2 in the end. He's pretty quick, isn't he, Carlson, between the wickets there. 2 for him. And he moves on to 8, and Glamorgan are 113 for 2. Tribe also on 61 at the other end for Glamorgan. The wicket of the captain Sam North East since the lunch break. Caught behind, sorry, he was LBW, wasn't he? Of the bowling of Chris Green. Fell for 10.
I think that will be, I think it's Tribe's highest score of the season for the county champs format. So I think he'd be, you know, he's actually looked a little bit more comfortable since the start, but there's been a bit of miscommunication and shakiness post-lunch, so he just needs to graft it out a bit as Green continues and defended into the offside by Tribe.
He's well set, isn't he, Asa Tribe? There's a big responsibility to go and see if he can try and turn this into a bigger score. 61 now, but if he can push it on and get batters around him to support him.
A slog sweep high up in the air. Bailey's underneath it, and that's a catch taken. And you just gave him the biggest commentator's curse ever.
Sorry about that.
As Ace the Tribe has to depart now for a really well-made 61. And Green strikes again with his 3rd wicket of the day. I think you almost sensed like something was going to happen there. As they looked just a little bit unsettled. Just take a look at this. Green comes in, inviting that slog sweep, catches the top edge of the bat, and straight to Tom Bailey, making no mistake out in the deep.
I agree. You just felt like something was going to give, didn't you? You felt like and since the afternoon, Lancashire have had spin from both ends, and there's, from what we see here, it'd be interesting to get a view from the players at pitch level and in the middle of the action as to what they think. Looks like there's enough going on here for the spinners, for the off spinner, for the left arm spinners, and the challenge in both right hand and left hand batters. Green's getting some bounce as well. There's enough going on for the 2 spinners, and they're right in the game here. Just sensed something was going to give. There was a couple of LBW appeals. There's been that run-out chance. There's just a few jitters maybe just starting to creep in. He's gone for the slog sweep. You say he'd been caught by Bailey out on that deep mid-wicket boundary. 3rd wicket for Chris Green. Good start to the afternoon session for Lancashire after a good morning for Glamorgan. Colin Ingram, a new batter, heading out to the middle to join Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, you sometimes just get the sense that there was a bit of a panic in terms of running between the wickets. There was an almost run-out chances, a few deflections, not as, I'd say, convincing or positive play from the batters, and they almost looked like they didn't know where the runs were going to come from, and sort of forced Tribe to play that shot a little bit more. But you can't take away from the fact that there's been excellent bowling here from Lancashire, especially from Chris Green. So he comes into Ingram. Again, just defended off the back foot. So he's almost trying to angle it in and take it away there. But he's been absolutely brilliant so far today. Already in his 13th over. Green to Ingram. Again, just big shout, but I feel like it was bat first. Just bat pad, but they almost really thought it was pad, but Ingram just came out on the front foot, but very, very close. And it's all happening out here at Emirates Old Trafford, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a pretty lively half an hour or so after the lunch break.
Green into Ingram again. And just defended into the offside by Ingram. He's been in quite decent form, you'd say, I believe.
Ingram's season top run scorer for Glamorgan in the county championship, averaging over 70.
And again, it's squirted into the offside there by Ingram, looking to come back for a second, but they will settle for a 1. So just be the 1 run to finish Chris Green's 13th over, and he gets a bit of a round of applause there from the members. What a brilliant over that was. And Glamorgan are now 114 for 3 after 43 overs. As Carlson and Ingram are at the crease.
Yeah, he's had a stellar campaign so far. 3 centuries. It is 871 runs coming into this fixture, so averaging over 70, top score of 133 not out, 650s, 3 centuries. Been in the runs for Glamorgan as the experienced Colin Ingram knows a thing or two about batting. He's having an excellent campaign. He's got a bit of work to do here with Carlson. Pretty steady at lunch, 90 for 1 at lunch. Lancashire picked up 3 quick wickets since the resumption, including Tribe, who was not out at lunch, and the captain, Sam Northeast. It's Tom Hartley. Left arm spin, he's over the wicket and bowling. Ingram gets forward into this, he comes off the inner half of the bat. Just a little bit of turn back in towards Colin Ingram.
I feel like that they're shouting at quite just almost everything and anything now, don't they? Every ball that Tom Hartley bowls, there's a chance.
Jennings at short leg and a slip in place. On the sweep. Plays it nicely. Out towards deep backward square leg for 1. And Colin Ingram doubles his score. He moves on to 2 then. Glamorgan are 115 for 3.
I think Lancashire can almost sense there's going to be a crucial hour or so of play. You know, they've got a bit of momentum, 2 quick wickets already after lunch.
Hartley around the wicket to the right-hander. That's worked into the onside. Up towards mid-on for a single. Carlson moves to 9, 116 for 3.
Carlson had a pretty good game last game. You know, he got 89 not out, bowled nicely, so he's got good momentum going into this game.
Ingram uses his feet, comes down the pitch. He doesn't time it at all. In the end, he's managed to send it out towards the leg side. He's looking much straighter than that. Ball disappearing out towards deep square leg. Moves to 3, 117 for 3.
He almost wanted to absolutely smash that to the moon. He wanted to get it to us, basically.
Yeah. Dropped away by Carlson into the offside. There's no run. He was looking, wasn't he, to hammer it kind of down the ground over Anderson up towards his media centre. In the end, he's mistimed it, skewed it out towards the leg side, but he got enough bat on it that he didn't become a catching chance. Hartley to Carlson, forward again and defends, leaning forward and smothering the ball away into the offside. And there's no addition to the score. 117 for 3 in the afternoon session on the opening day across Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app, and on BBC Sounds this opening day of what actually is Lancashire's penultimate home game of the season in the county championship. Just one more home game to come after this. Glamorgan don't play again in Cardiff at home until the last round of fixtures in September in the 4-day game.
It's a lot of travelling.
It is, yeah.
It's a lot of travelling from now till September for Glamorgan.
Here this week, I think they've got 4-day games at Northamptonshire and Derbyshire before they play Lancashire in Cardiff at the end of September.
Chris Green's continued from the James Anderson end. And again, it's driven out into the offside by Ingram for a single. I think he's, you know, his plan to Ingram is going to be quite clear. He's going to try and get it into that rough. Because you almost, I think, he would want Ingram to open that face of the bat and target that deep cover region there. He's got one leg slip and a forward short leg. It's Carlson, as he punches it off the back foot, and the ball is racing away. The chase is on by Balderson, but the ball wins, and that is 4 more runs to Carlson. Great looking shot there.
Yeah, nice shot. Interesting challenges for the two batters. How they kind of use their feet and try and counter spin from Hartley and from Green. Let's go back to that. Nice cut shot for 4.
Green to Carlson. He just lets it hit the pad, no shot on offer. Big shout, but the umpire is just not interested, probably going down leg.
Yeah, I suppose with him not playing a shot, it's worth a little inquiry, isn't it? Spinning away down the leg side.
Interesting to not play a shot. Interesting decision by Carlson. Green into Carlson. Again is tossed away and is flicked away into the leg side. Looks to take a single, but sent back by Ingram, and rightly so. Chris Green, he's making things happen. He's putting the doubt in the batter's mind. And well, Carlson's really looking to try to be attacking and positive, but 5 runs already off this over. He doesn't need to take that risk. Short of a length and just punched into the offside for a single. Yeah, almost thinking he doesn't actually need to take that risk. You know, he's hit a lovely boundary.
suppose it is that balance between you just not wanting to just sit in there and defend, want to try and get on top, don't you? I suppose of the bowlers if you can. It's a good little battle this though between the spinners and the batters.
That's a beautiful turn there. Hits that rough patch again, and Ingram just wafts his bat, but misses everything. And helped with the end of that over from Chris Green. So Glamorgan now 123 for 3 after 45 overs.
Exciting thing for the game in general, just to broaden it out to this for this particular match and going forward. And you're never quite sure how pitches are going to play and how things will change as today and get into days 3 and 4 go on. But what we've seen so far, early on with that new gripper ball, was movement and good pace and good carry. And then the spinners have come in and have got some bounce and have got some turn. So that's encouraging early signs, isn't it? Looking ahead to the remainder of the game as to trying to see if there's a good game developing here. That's on the sweep by Carlson, and he's absolutely swept it emphatically out towards the leg side boundary for 4. 1 bounce and over the rope for 4. Carlson moves to 18, 127 for 3.
I couldn't tell whether that was like going to hit Keaton Jennings for a short leg, but he ducked so quickly there. He's just well in front in the end, but he absolutely hammered that away. And Carlson's really trying to not let either of the bowlers settle and bowl to him.
127 for 3. Little flatter, that just nibbles away past Carlson. And through to Salt. Looks like Carlson there had just a huge grin on his face. I think he had a huge smile on his face looking back down towards the bowler.
I think Hartley's been really smart with this change of pace and variations and through the air and going flatter.
In comes Hartley, balls to Carlson. That's paddled away behind square. Balderson will shift away quickly to his right from deep square leg to fine leg, and they come back for 2. Carlson is rapid. He moves on to 20 and the score to 129 for 3. 20 from 31 is a really positive start by Kieran Carlson. Hartley in and bowls to him on the reverse this time. Just sneaks under Luke Wells's right hand on the reverse sweep. Gets him a single. Moves to 21, 130 for 3.
Well, you can clearly see what his plan is. Like, he's not going to try and let any of the spinners just bowl at him, and he's trying to throw Hartley off his length, who really just had it on a string to Tribe, didn't he? So I think he's again making the bowlers think, making Lancashire think about their field changes, and it'll be an interesting battle.
Ingram's back on strike, Hartley over the wicket, and Colin Ingram going back and working it in towards the onside. And there's no run. Short leg and a slip. There's 2 out on the leg side boundary. There's a short fine leg as well. A little flatter, touch quicker by Hartley. And Colin Ingram off the back foot strikes it nicely back towards Hartley, who collects his cap. End of the over. And the score is 130 for 3. Carlson's on 21. And Ingram unbeaten on 4.
Yeah, and Carlson's actually quite exciting right now. I feel like I'm getting a bit like something is happening. Either way, he's either going to take the bowler on, or there's going to be a chance. But I think Lancashire have sensed that as well, so that they call a bit of a change in field. We've got almost like a long on, quite a bit off the boundary, a deep square leg, sort of a third man as Chris Green comes in again for his 15th. It's tossed up and it's just worked into the leg side to mid-wicket for a dot ball. I think Green would almost want Carlson to take him on down the ground. How's Carlson going to play this would be interesting. Green to Carlson down the track, and he flicks that away over the top into the mid-wicket fence for another boundary by Carlson. Picked that pocket up beautifully.
There's not much of a gap there to work, is there? So he's used his feet, he's chipped it over mid-wicket. It's Tom Hartley, he's on the, well, kind of 10 yards in from the boundary at long on. He's found the gap nicely.
Green won't mind that though. He won't mind that. As he'll come into Carlson. Again, it's tossed up and he tries to play that through the offside but catches the inside edge and squirts into the leg side for another dot ball. That's what he wants. He's kept that cover open, inviting that drive, trying to get that ball through the gate. It's an excellent battle this between bat and ball. Screen comes into Carlson. Again, is tossed up and just nudged into the leg side for a dot ball. Again, it's that temptation, isn't it? It's that temptation because he knows Carlson's on the attack. Green into Carlson again, tossed up, and he just punches it off the back foot into the covers. Settles for a single. On ball to come as Ingram comes on strike. Chris Green here will be looking to target those rough patches, trying to get Ingram's outside edge as he's often beaten it a couple of times already. Final ball of this over. Tossed up and swept hard by Ingram, and that ball is raced away into the deep mid-wicket boundary for another 4. And with that, 9 runs coming off that over. The score now for Glamorgan, 139 for 3. Take a look at that. Rolls his wrist on the floor, straight into the fence. I think sweep's been really effective here for both of the batters, and I think they've sort of sensed it now. I know Tribe got out a very similar way, and I would say it probably was poor execution more than anything. But boundaries are coming thick and fast at the moment for Glamorgan.
Yeah, these two have been quite bright and breezy, haven't they, together? Put on 26 in just 28 deliveries. Over number 11 for Tom Hartley. Kieran Carlson on strike. Hartley's left arm spin forward. Goes Carlson, just jabs the ball defensively back down the pitch. 26 to him. So Jennings and Wells, the two close catchers. Short leg and slip. And balls, he's swept off a top edge, but it loops safely enough down towards the fine leg boundary. I even think of 3 here. No, just the 2. By the time that Balderson gets round to field, throw comes in. 2 for Carlson, he moves to 28. 141 for 3.
Yeah, it's a really interesting passage of play, this. It's Glamorgan trying to push that score up as much as they can, taking these spinners on.
Short leg goes to silly point. Fires one in full and flat and quick. Driven by Carlson through the offside for a single. Moves to 29 not out. 142 for 3. Gets Colin Ingram back on strike. Left-hand, right-hand combination out in the middle. Left-hander Ingram waits now. Hartley will bowl over the wicket to the left-hander. Round the wicket to the right-hander. This goes back and eases the ball away. Jogs through for 1. Moves on to 9. 143 for 3. It's Carlson back on strike. An hour of play thereabouts since the lunch break, and spin from both ends. Hartley and Green doing the bulk of the work here on the opening day for Lancashire. Again, Hartley just dropping mid-arm a little deeper. Balls, that's whipped away into the offside by Carlson. Fielded by Matthew Hurst, coming round from backward point.
You can see the square leg is actually quite far behind, almost like a long leg as such. But I think they trying to protect that sweep, but both of them hit in front quite well. Don't know if you'll go for it again.
In and balls. Not on that occasion, we did have a little nibble at it. And the ball went past the edge of the bat. It was quickly taken by Salt, who then whips off the bails. And that's the end of the over. Carlson and Ingram. And Glamorgan batting are 143 for 3. Partnership worth 30 between these two. An hour gone since the lunch interval. Glamorgan losing wickets of Sam North East. LBW to Chris Green for 10. It's a tribe caught by Tom Bailey. Slog sweeping out towards the leg side boundary. He fell for 61. Green has all 3 wickets so far today.
I think he has bowled really well. You know, he's been... I do believe that Tom Hartley probably has deserved a wicket in there at some point, but again, bowling is about partnerships, and he has created that pressure, which has enabled Green to find some breakthroughs as he comes into Ingram. It's just prodded into the offside for a dot ball. Yeah, they've both definitely been working in partnership to create chances, create something. They're both getting a good amount of turn and bounce and grip for things to happen. Green into Ingram. Just catches the outside edge, but just played in soft hands by Ingram. I think both of the slips are really very much in the game here. Green to Ingram. Outside the awesome, driven hard and smashed away and finds its way to the fence. And what a brutal shot that was by Ingram. He hit that with some force, didn't he? But Hannon almost just didn't even move. Into the offside, and that whips that bottom hand right at the last minute.
He meant that, didn't he?
Yeah. Again, Green trying to hit those roughs and trying to invite that drive. Comes into Ingram, tossed up again, and he just looks to sweep that, and it just trickles away into the leg side. And Will Williams here. So we just settle for a single. It almost was like a in between of a sweep and a paddle. 2 balls left of this over. So the long on's gone slightly wider, and that's because of that previous shot that was played by Carlson, where he flicked it or chipped it over mid-wicket. Green to Carlson, again just punched off the back foot for a single. Again, really good this here from Glamorgan, almost counter-attacking.
Yep.
Lancashire's bowling after their 2 successive wickets. Green into Carlson, tossed up, and it's just defended into the offside by Ingram.
Yeah, and it's really interesting little passage of play, isn't it? The partnership here, just trying to reassert a bit of authority for Glamorgan, just try not to let Hartley and Green just bowl at them, and try and counter if they can. Maybe even try and force one of them out of the attack. But it's been a really interesting hour in the afternoon session. The score was 90 for 1 at lunch. It's 149 for 3 an hour into the afternoon, and yeah, it's been good cricket to watch.
Yeah, it's been really good. I think because they've took the approach of being attacking and taking the bowlers on, it almost felt like there could be something happening every time, but Glamorgan have really put the pressure back onto Lancashire here. They've forced some field changes. The first time we're probably seeing more sweepers now, and as we see Anderson moves into long off, Hartley to Carlson. Again, a hard sweep into the leg side, but there's protection out there, and George Balderson will cut that off, so it'll only just be the single. And I'm joined again by Nick.
Interesting that Kieran Carlson, as the applause for the 150 coming up, has spoken this season about being willing to bat in lower gears if necessary, and not always to take the attack back to the bowlers, but he is today.
Hartley into Ingram. It's just nudged into the leg side off the back foot for a single. Yeah.
Similarly, Colin Ingram, who can go in a very wide range of gears, has come out with a couple of really attacking shots early in his innings.
There seems to be a clear plan for both of them, doesn't it? Since they've come back from lunch and lost those 2 early wickets. Hartley into Carlson, again is tossed up and just nurdled into the leg side.
Well, they are bowling pretty well, the spinners, and I think there's a recognition that Glamorgan can't just afford to let the bowlers bowl at them. They've got to be counter-attacking on occasion.
Hartley sweeps it just behind square there. Carlson, so he comes back, looks for a single, and he's very quick and he'll make it back comfortably. Had his head in his hands there, did Tom Hartley. I feel like he believed that, you know, as long as Carlson was on strike, he's in the game.
Leg slip now in place.
Hartley to Carlson, who brings out a bit of a slog sweep, and the ball just goes into the boundary again, into that fence for another 4 for Kieran Carlson.
Well, short leg had just been moved round to leg slip, so Carlson doing nicely to hit the ball where the fielders aren't, which I believe is part of the game. But really got the wrists round on that and dragged it round, a shot that would probably more naturally go towards mid-wicket, and hit it just forward of the umpire.
Yeah, I think the bottom man just came in a little bit too early. He's 4 nonetheless, and drifted. That was a lovely drift there by Hartley, but into the pads and just trickled to short third for another dot ball. And with that will be the end of the 50th over. Carlson's score moves to 37, and Glamorgan now are 157 for 3.
And as you say, it's been a really good duel this afternoon, hasn't it, between bat and ball, and some high-quality cricket on display, to be fair, from both teams. And reflecting, I suppose, the fact that this is a match between 2 teams in the top half of Division 2, who are potentially both challenging for promotion. Glamorgan in 2nd, Lancashire in 4th, but on the back of successive wins after their pretty poor start to the season. Glamorgan also had a poor start, but that only lasted 3 games. As Green bowls, and Ingram plays no shot at that one. Outside off. Salt taking the bails off. So there is a short leg and 2 slips now for the off-spinner bowling to the left-hander. And Ingram drives on the offside. We'll pick up just the single out towards deep cover. Colin Ingram, who will step back from his playing role for the next few weeks and act as a coach for the early stages at least, and probably all the group stages of the One Day Cup, unless Glamorgan need him at the back end of it, but that is the plan. As Carlson pushing forward, Green's appeal dies away reasonably quickly. That was only a 5 out of 10 volume from Chris Green, as Carlson got well forward and was struck outside the line of the off stump.
Potential bit of glove as well, maybe.
But apart from that, 158 for 3. As that's quicker from Green. Carlson turns the wrists, knocks it away towards backward square, and there's no run. So interesting move from Glamorgan. Colin Ingram describing it as work experience with tongue-in-cheek. But he'll have a coaching role. As The reverse comes out from Carlson. Another appeal, again turned down by umpire Milnes. Now, is this barrage of appeals, that one was also outside the line, I believe, going to make umpire wear down umpire Milnes into giving him one, or is it going to be counterproductive? Carlson pushes forward and defends and say, oh, you're appealing for everything, mate, I'm not giving you anything. 158 for 3 after 51 overs of fascinating cricket here at Old Trafford on BBC Sport Online. And 37 to Carlson, 16 to Ingram. 61 is rather premature. Goals back, Lancashire TV viewers, for those of you who were worried. Nigel is firmly back in position, having hidden underneath the desk.
Yeah, you've got to tell who Nigel is. You've got to tell our viewers.
So that'll make no sense at all to BBC audio viewers. It is a, what, about an 8-inch high plush soft toy with, for no apparent reason, a bag of crisps in its mouth. Unless it's produced by the crisp manufacturers, is it? Is it a promotional toy, I wonder?
I don't believe so.
That's not a real make of crisps, then.
Hartley coming into Ingram over the wicket as he comes down the track, and it's straight back, but it will be straight back to Hartley for no run. That was struck quite firmly. He's got a short leg and just one slip in place, and quite a heavy leg side field. So Hartley comes in, and again it's just played off the back foot of Ingram. So is Ingram any specific reason why he's taken up the coaching role?
Well, he sees that as his medium-term future, if you like. He did turn 40 the other week.
Coming round the wicket now, Hartley. And it'll just be another dot ball as he just punches that off the back foot straight back to him.
And he says it's certainly not the end of his playing career. He has got another year on his contract and fully expect him to see him playing most games next year.
Hartley to Ingram. Again, just into the leg side, but it hits Jennings, so it'll be another dot ball. So a string of dots here for Hartley now. Hartley again tossed up, and again it's just defended into the leg side by Ingram again. I think he's getting through this over quite quickly, and again another change of angle here from Hartley as he sticks to coming over the wicket again. Hartley to Ingram, and again just defended into the leg side for another dot ball, and a maiden there for Tom Hartley. Brilliant over.
What if we had 52 overs bowled, so we may even have tea at the regulation time of 3:40, which doesn't happen very often, rather than waiting for 32 overs left in the day, because we might get through the 64 by 3:40. Happened once in Cardiff last week. We all got jolly excited, but that was sandwiched between a couple of 10 to 7 finishes, so we did our time. 158 for 3. Carlson on strike on 37 not out. Green with all 3 wickets to fall so far. As he comes in, bowls to Carlson, who turns it towards short leg. Those shouts of catch it as it ricocheted into Jennings. He's got a rueful grin. Not sure if it did carry on the full, and it was hit pretty firmly.
Looking at the reactions of Phil Salt and sort of the slip called, and that really looked like a bit of a chance. Be interesting to catch that one, but that flew to Jennings.
As Green bowls, Carlson down the wicket, shouts of catch it again, but that's on the bounce. Too short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Maybe signs that Carlson is getting a little bit itchy, but has been known to go down the wicket and defend. Just trying to put the spinner off. As Carlson turns this one past short leg and out towards the deep square boundary. Single taken. 159 for 3. Ingram on the strike. So, yeah, it's interesting to see. Although, to be honest, Colin Ingram probably is carrying out a coaching role a large amount of the time when he is batting alongside the youngsters, because it's noticeable that he takes time to talk them through it, as it were. Batting with Ben Kellaway last week. Ingram edges that one, but short of slip, and it's well stopped by Hurst. Second slip, as they have the top scores, 87 and 90 in that match against Kent. Morgan eventually forcing a win. As Ingram cuts, but it's blocked by Hartley at backward point, and there's no run. Glamorgan were largely without Van der Hoogten in the second innings of that Kent game, and they're without him for this match as well, and probably for the first few one-day cup matches due to that foot injury. As no shot played. Oh, well, what's that one come off? Is it off the keeper's pads rather than the batsman's pads? Yeah, it's a bye. I thought initially it had been padded away, but shot through slightly, and Salt was unable to take it cleanly. They run through for the bye. 160 for 3. Glamorgan now.
I think we're going to see a change in bowling as James Anderson will come back on. He's bowled 8 overs so far this innings, 4 maidens and 18 runs. He's not given much to the batters here, so this will be an interesting small part over here to see how they go about this, even to see if the ball's going to be doing a lot at the moment, or how the pitch is going to play for seamers. Now it is 53 overs old.
Yeah, probably Anderson's last blast with this particular ball, you would have thought. 80 overs before you get a new ball, whether he can conjure any life from it. Started off with 21 dots this morning, and he's busy sorting things out. Having a chat with Marcus Harris to get an alternative viewpoint, and Lancashire can afford to take their time over field placing because they are ahead in terms of their over rate.
What do you think of Marcus Harris's bright pink glasses?
Ooh, yes. Well, the ones on
Fashion
the top of his
statement.
cap, you mean? Yeah. The ones he's not actually using.
Yeah, on an overcast day in Manchester, as Anderson comes into Ingram, full of a length and flicked away into the leg side, but it's protection out in the deep, and Tom Bailey just keeps it to a single.
I saw the shot of Bailey. He is actually wearing the shades. I did used to take the mick out of players who are wearing shades on a cloudy day like this, until we had a chat with Mike Powell, the former Glamorgan player, on commentary, and explained that it does help the vision over the course of a day, and, you know, helps reduce any glare, even if the sun isn't shining.
Anderson into Carlson, again full of a length, and almost a square drive into the offside as Bailey again cuts it off and keeps it to a single.
Do you wear shades at all when playing?
I don't do caps, so I only do shades, mainly to keep my hair, you know, like a bit of a hairband. But then again, if it's ever sunny in Manchester, then I will have them on. Anderson to Ingram, again short of the length, and tries to work it into the leg side, but hits the pad, so just be a dot ball. Did you ever you a cap person? Sunglasses?
Always wear a cap, never shades. I have enough trouble seeing the ball through my normal glasses. But we have had a bespectacled hero for Glamorgan today in Asa Tribe, the young opener.
Yeah, he was fantastic this morning. Was Asa Tribes. Anderson to Ingram. Again, just outside the off stump and left alone by Colin Ingram. Still a really good carry there for Anderson.
Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Often we see with the Kookaburra ball that by this stage it's bouncing twice by the time it gets to the keeper. Well, the keeper's standing up to the medium paces, but Anderson, even at 42 and 364 days, has got a spring in his step.
Absolutely, he comes into Ingram again, short onto the leg side, and is that a drop catch by Phil Salt? As all the players really thought he had something on it. Did Ingram get a little bit of a tickle?
It looked to have flicked something on the way through, maybe, I think, just the hip. I think he managed to get his bat raised out of the way.
For some reason, the slip corner, slip and gully looked very much like interested in that as they have been the whole day. Anderson to Ingram, full of a length and driven, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, realistically, though, slip and gully haven't got a Scooby about whether it's hit the bat on the way down the leg side, have they?
No, they've been screaming all day, so absolutely not. So that will be the end of the 54th over. 162 for 3 Art Glamorgan. I feel like every time the camera comes on us, you adjust yourself, give a smile.
Yeah, face for radio, me. 162 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. 5 Sports Extra 3 on occasion. BBC Sounds, and of course on Lancashire TV, YouTube, etc, etc. Green to continue. 19th over by 3 o'clock for a spinner on day 1. Don't know what's going off out there. Green bowls, Carlson slog sweeps and gets a single out to deep square, where Bailey makes a rather dramatic save.
I feel like he didn't move, almost like it wasn't going to him at all, and all of a sudden found that the ball was right in front of him. So dropped to his knees to make sure it doesn't go through him for 4.
He's taking a catch out there. Tribe hit the ball straight to him, basically. 50 partnership up for Glamorgan. As Ingram pushes forward defensively. Green, for no apparent reason, goes down on his haunches, thinking he almost got it through. Good to see Anderson and Green keeping in these attacking fielders. Short leg and 2 slips. As Ingram drives slightly uppishly, he's got that one away for at least a single. No, they'll just settle for the single as Bailey runs round the cover boundary to do the fielding. The man in the closer cover position, Bohannon, stayed down there as if he was thought he nearly got to it. It was slightly uppish from Ingram, but nowhere near a chance. He moves on to 18. Carlson on 40 on strike. Green in again, bowls. Carlson down the pitch, drives, doesn't really time it, comes off the bottom of the bat and trickles up towards long on in a almost into the rectangle where the sponsor's logo was for last week's test match, which is now a patch of bright green at either end. So they must have had mats rather than the advertising painted onto the turf.
I think the groundsman will be pretty happy that there was no paint on there and it was just the mat. I think they would be very unimpressed with that.
It's what pays the bills. 165 for 3. Green bowls. Ingram sweeps gently down towards fine leg for a single. 166 for 3. There'll be advertising logos left, right and centre for the next few weeks for the crisp packet extravaganza. 166 for 3. Down the wicket from Carlson and nudge it towards mid-wicket for a single. 167 for 3, just starting to milk the bowling of Green slightly. Find the singles. Try and cut down the errors. And Glamorgan will be reasonably satisfied with this position, but I think they'll need to get up to at least 300 in this first innings to be in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we've seen, you know, so many draws here for basically all of the season, literally.
Yeah.
So,
I believe you. I feel your pain.
So I think, you know, to be able to sort of get a result and force a result as Glamorgan would like to do, they need to... I think Carlson also knows that he's trying to be that attacking player as well and take the bowlers on, try and get that score as close to that 300 mark as possible before the close of play today. Anderson continues to class it. And his big shout, but drifting down the leg side as he sort of squares him up a little bit.
Inside edge as well, maybe?
Yeah.
From the sound.
A few noises there. Definitely, but the run rate's definitely picked up as soon as these two have come to the crease. Now partnership is 54 of 76 balls.
Yeah, it was 3 most of the morning, wasn't it? Then just dropped a little bit either side of lunch.
Anderson. It's Carlson, again full of a length and just defended off the back foot. And he looks to play a bit of keepy uppies with that ball, but not quite got it there, Anderson. He's not quite as good at his bowling, is it?
No, he is of the school that lets other people bend down for him. And if you've got to this age and you're still taking wickets, then why not?
Yeah, it's bowled really well today. Anderson again a bit short of a length and just hit off the back foot, but great stop there by Luke Wells at gully. Phil Salt just going up to him to congratulate him.
Oh, that's enthusiasm.
Passionately, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone over 10-15 metres towards gully as Phil Salt to shake the hand of the big man.
Long way down for him, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Anderson into Carlson again, full of a length, big shout, but maybe again drifting down the leg side possibly, but again squared him up, did Anderson.
Yeah, Carlson got in a bit of a tangle there.
Take a look at this, angled in and just, I think it went a bit too much and didn't quite straighten up like he might have liked.
Yeah, it's probably the reason that he's been beaten, Carlson, there, in that it has moved in a little bit off the pitch, but that also meant it was potentially drifting down.
Anderson charging in, punched off the back foot into the offside for a dot ball. He's got a little bit more of oomph about him, I'm finding.
Yeah, I'm sure Carlson's enjoying this as well, because talked to him last week about facing a really hostile little spell in the evening, gloom from, was it Wes Agar, the Australian for Kent. He said, oh, I like that sort of battle.
He gets excited by it. Anderson into Carlson, an inside edge onto his pads and just trickles into the offside, and that'll be the end of that over from Anderson. Another maiden. 5 maidens now of his 10 overs. Brilliant bowling so far from Anderson, but he is wicketless. All 3 wickets have gone to Chris Green. As he will continue from the James Anderson end. Coming into his 20th over of the day.
Yeah, he'll have maybe a sore finger or 2 tonight, Chris Green. As he prepares to start a new over to Colin Ingram, 40-year-old left-hander. 40 limited overs appearances for South Africa, now firmly domiciled in South Wales. As Ingram works it on the leg side, and they'll go through for a single as Jennings has to scuttle back from short leg to do the fielding. Ingram to 20, 168 for 3. Seeing Tom Hartley in the action already. I wonder if maybe they'll give Green a rest and give Hartley a twirl if they want to continue the Seaman spin combination. Green bowls down leg side, and Carlson plays no shot.
Yeah, it'd be good to see if Carlson does look to take on Green here, as he's been definitely the more attacking.
Well, that's short and pulled by Carlson, and well stopped at backward square by Hartley. You mentioned Green was prone to bowl quite a few darts. Well,
yeah.
That was definitely one of them.
I think it was good fielding by Hartley in the end, because I thought he got away with that a little bit. Did Green?
Yeah, it was a real drag down. Reverse sweep from Carlson. It's a no ball. It's gone down to third man for a single as well. So 3 onto the Glamorgan total. Not quite sure what spinners are doing bowling no balls. Always baffles me.
Surely it's criminal. His only excuse is he's very tall, but still, you're an off spinner. Can't be bowling no balls.
Not that many steps to go wrong on his approach to the wicket. Starts about 3 or 4 metres behind umpire Milnes and bowls outside off stump. Through it goes. Ingram plays no shot. Still 3 around the bat. Leg slip and 2 slips. As Green bowls, Ingram off the back foot forces into the offside, and they'll go through for a single. 172 for 3. Chris Drew says after the earlier mention of Marchant de Lange, Die Lange, yes, I'd have him back any time. And his caravan down in Rest Bay. Not sure if that's real or apocryphal. Green to Carlson, comes down the wicket and then defends, knocks it away on the leg side. Carlson giving it the charge. As Graham Brill has emailed from Merthyr. Pitch showing this much turn on day 1, plays into Glamorgan's hands with Mason, Crane, Callaway and Carlson to provide spin. And yes, refers to Kent's lack of discipline in Cardiff. There was an awful lot of appealing from Matt Parkinson.
It doesn't surprise me at all. It's from Matt Parkinson. Kind of, I'll say a Lancashire alumni, a former Lancashire player now, and been in Kent for the last couple of seasons. But this pitch, as you know, like he's mentioned, has found quite a bit of turn from quite early on. So, you know, Lancashire will be aware batting 4th on this pitch will have its own challenges, as Anderson continues to Ingram as he punches it off the back foot. There is protection out in the deep, so it will just be the 1 run. Yeah, so I think you know they'll be aware. Almost they'll have to bat 4th. So realistically, they're probably thinking we want to get Glamorgan all out as close to 300 as possible. But they seem to be going along nicely with only 3 down and a very good partnership between these two. Coming up to 59 runs, 60 runs now. Anderson full of a length and left alone by outside the off stump by Carlson. One of the rare leaves by Carlson that we've seen today.
And thank you to Graham for pointing me to a story that I hadn't picked up, is that Kent have been docked 8 points in the Championship after a 4th incident of poor conduct this season, after Daniel Bell-Drummond showed dissent last week against Glamorgan, and Parkinson was previously penalised against Glamorgan.
Anderson, again, bowling full of a length and hits the pads and falls away into the offside as they scamper through for a single.
With Kashif Ali and Tuanda Mayeye, the other bad boys involved. Kent say they won't appeal against the decision. Kent now 26 points adrift. And yeah, last week Bell Drummond was given out court and clearly showed to the umpire that he disagreed with it. And not surprised that that Kent had been penalised. I thought it might be for Parkinson's behaviour when bowling, but it's Bell Drummond when batting.
Anderson to Ingram again, full of a length and just whisks past the outside edge, just squares up Ingram there a little bit, and that is a beautiful delivery there by Anderson.
Yeah, the Bell Drummond incident last week, he was given out caught behind with the ball lobbed up in the air to the keeper. When he was playing a hook shot, it flicked something and then the helmet and flew up for Horton to catch it. Bell Drummond obviously thought it was off the forearm or shoulder. The umpire said it was off the glove on the way up.
Anderson charging into Ingram, full of a length and flicked off his pads out to fine leg for a single. I think, you know, as frustrating as it is, and everyone at some point in their playing careers has many decisions that don't necessarily fall their way, but sometimes you got to accept it, don't you, and walk off, and umpire says is final.
Yeah, throw the bat when you're firmly in the dressing room.
Yeah, absolutely. Final delivery of this over. Anderson into Carlson, full of a length, and just defended straight back to him for another dot ball.
As Bell Drummond last week, it was almost a sort of toddler-like stamp of frustration on the ground, and if we can spot it from 80 metres away, then I'm sure the umpire from the other end of the pitch is going to have a decent view.
What's one of the, I'd probably say one of the most tantrums you've seen?
Yes, I was saw in a very grassroots match. It was meant to be a friendly, where one of the opposition batters was rightly given out stumped by his teammate standing at square leg, and marched on his teammate and did threaten GBH to his teammate in a matter that, in words that I can't repeat on air, which involved close contact between his bat and the umpire's head. Thankfully, we managed to hustle him off the pitch without that contact taking place, but it was meant to be a friendly, and they were two teammates.
I mean, forget international or county cricket. The real competitiveness is at club. I've seen, you know, some of the biggest arguments there.
Yes, well, particularly, of course, when you play the stuff without neutral
Official.
umpires.
Yeah.
As Green is in to bowl, and Ingram plays it away on the leg side for a single, 176 for 3. I'm sure this is not a problem that you find these days, playing matches without umpires, but it can boil over.
Oh, at club level there is.
Yeah.
Generally, like square leg, for example, as you just mentioned, will just be a number 10 or an 11 to start with. Generally, some of the younger ones that are coming through the ranks, and they don't know what they're looking at. They don't know sometimes. They're in their own world.
Square leg's a fairly simple decision.
Exactly.
Your bat's behind the crease, or it isn't.
It's there have been some funny ones. I remember when we, you know, I played down at Sale Cricket Club, and I remember I think we were 3 wickets, so we were 7 down, and we needed about 40 runs to win, and if we won that, we were top of the league. And the person I was batting with, it clearly come off his glove and gone to the keeper, and the umpires decided not to give it, and boy, did that cause a bit of commotion.
Was that one of your teammates or a neutral umpire?
I believe it was a teammate. And he
yeah.
said, I didn't hear anything. But the deflection was as clear as day.
There's Green bowls and Carlson is forward defending on the offside. Green seems to have settled in for the afternoon from that Anderson end. Into his 21st over out of the 59 that had been sent down by the home side. Glamorgan having won the toss and chosen to bat. Reverse sweep from Carlson. Gets it down to third man. Scrambling stop there by Balderson. Keeps them down to a single. 177 for 3.
Yeah, Carlson now on 44, 6 runs away from his half century. But make it back-to-back for Carlson.
Ingram looks to sweep that one, and it goes through low outside off stump. He missed it. Yes, Carlson steering Glamorgan to victory against Kent with 89 not out of 189 for 5 in the 4th innings. Green bowls a bit quicker, and Ingram is playing this one away towards backward point for a single. 178 for 3. So thank you to Graham for that email. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to contact me via email.
Leg slip comes into play now for Carlson.
Yeah, 3 round the bat. And Carlson back on his stumps, clipping on the leg side. But for no run as mid-wicket comes round fairly quickly. 178 for 3 at the end of the over as Scott will come in alongside me. Here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, Lancashire TV. Carlson 44, Ingram 25. They're having to work hard for it. And you can remind us of the Lancashire email address.
Well, the issue with that was we don't have one.
Ah, right. Sorry, I thought I
right.
saw a Lancashire address copied in one to Glamorgan Cricket. And I thought, oh, that must be it.
You will stick with the Glamorgan one.
Okay.
It's Jimmy Anderson with Ingram on 25. 178 for 3. It's driven firmly, but straight to cover, where it's fielded by Tom Hartley. And there is no run. There's 2 slips in place. There's a gully. There's 2 on the leg side boundary, fine leg, and a deep backward square leg. 1 out on the cover boundary. There's George Balderson. Tom Hartley is at fine leg. Bailey at deep square, Balderson at deep point. It's pulled down towards those 2 fielders on that leg side boundary just for a single. Ingram moves to 26, 179 for 3. Brings Carlson on strike. These 2 have settled things down. And last time I was on with Sachi, it was pretty lively. Spin from both ends and plenty happening. And they're on the counter attack at that time, and now they've got themselves into a position with a 66-run partnership, just pushing Glamorgan towards the tea break at 3 down. Anderson searching for a 4th breakthrough, in and ball, solid in defence is Carlson off the front foot, bouncing up towards Bohannon at mid-off. And there is no addition to the score.
We're going to get to tea at 3:40, aren't we?
We are.
It's amazing. 3:20 at the moment. 4.5 overs left before the tea interval.
Yes, they've rattled through the overs, haven't they? +5 on the over rate. So much spin already. We've had 21 overs of Chris Green and 13 of Tom Hartley. Anderson sets off balls, bit of width there, and that's cut away into the offside by Kieran Carlson out towards Tom Bailey. Single for Carlson. He moves on to 45. And it's 180 for 3. brings Colin Ingram back on strike. So it was, I mean, frantic might be a bit over the top, but it was frenetic, wasn't it, I think, when the spinners were on and the two batters were trying to counter-attack it, and it was good fun. Good passage of cricket. Feels like maybe now, for at least the time being, from a Glamorgan point of view, things are a little calmer, maybe a little bit more in control. Anderson over the wicket, in and balls off the back foot and punched away to mid-off by Colin Ingram, where Marcus Harris fields. And there is no run.
Yes, there's a vibrant frames he's got on those shades, aren't they? Bright pink for those of you on the audio-only service.
Fancy ones, aren't they? Not really required at the minute, are they? But,
not if they're perched on top of his hat, they're not.
Cloudy at the minute. Balderson's limbering up, so maybe he's going to have a turn. That's pushed into the offside. Fielded at cover, and there's no run. End of Anderson's over. Just 2 coming off it, 180 for 3.
Perhaps it's a clause in his shades sponsorship. You've got to wear them all the time, whether you need them or not. Which is not a lot of use from this distance, because we don't know what make they are. And we wouldn't tell you on the BBC even if we did, but we don't, so we can't.
But they look lovely. Very nice shade of pink. Bright pink. Oh, we're going to have a bowling change. So Chris Green's bowled a stack of overs, hasn't he? 14 overs from that James Anderson end since the lunch break. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 45. Green is being replaced, but not George Balderson, who was doing a few stretches of it a moment or two ago. It's going to be the return of Tom Hartley for the first time from the Anderson end. He previously bowled 13 overs from this Brian Statham end, so Green's lengthy stint comes to an end.
England and India have started early on the build-up to the Test match. Can't even wait for the start of play for the first row.
Yes.
It's been something of a falling out between the Oval Ground staff and the Indian coaching team, who didn't take kindly to being told where they could and couldn't go in their examination of the playing surface.
Oh dear. We won't mess with the head groundsman at Surrey. He's a strapping lad. If he says you can't bowl there, you can't bowl there.
Yes, I was told off for going out to the toss once, when we're entitled to for the BBC. Here comes Hartley then from the Anderson end, and Carlson presses forward. He said there's too many people out there. I thought, well, actually most of them are your TV crew and mascots and things, and it's only me from the BBC. There we are. I didn't say that. Carlson presses forward and defends. There's no run. There's an article on that on the BBC Sport website, cricket section. India coach Gautam Gambhir in a confrontation with Surrey ground staff. You can't tell us what to do, he said. Carlson cuts and hits it straight to backward point. Hurst manages to stop it, and there's no run. India saying the curators being a little overprotective and possessive about the ground. Yes, you're dancing up and down on the pitch. You're entitled to look at it. Hartley bowls. Carlson sweeps down to fine leg, where Jennings stops it, and there is no run.
It's been a bit fraught at times, hasn't it, that series? It's been a bit going on.
Just a little. Yeah. Just a little.
At least there's something on it going into the last Test match.
Absolutely. I thought England might have been a little petulant here on Sunday evening. As Hartley in, bowls, Carlson forward defensively, and Stokes is entitled to ask, do you want to draw now? And India are equally entitled to say, no thanks, we want some hundreds, please. And England should have just got on with it. I mean, India could have said, if they wanted to really push it, we're going to bat out our overs. There's no obligation to agree a draw, even if it obviously is one. As Hartley in, bowls, Carlson forward, squirts off a thick outside edge, out towards point. End of good over from Hartley. 180 for 3 are Glamorgan, having won the toss and decided to bat. I think England needed to wind it in a little on that occasion. Is that fair?
Right, there's been a bit back and forth, hasn't there, through the course of that of the series. I suppose there's nothing wrong with a little bit of that in it. Adds to the intrigue, I guess, doesn't it? Two good teams, aren't they? Two good teams going at each other.
Good test series.
Good fun.
And for once, it's made the media here concentrate on what's going on in front of them rather than saying, "Oh, so and so is shaping well ahead of the Ashes series." Hang on, there's a series here, and of course, India, as one of the top sides in world cricket, have taken us away from worrying about what's going to happen in Australia in the British winter and concentrate on the here and now. A very good test series that's coming up very quickly, the final test, with very little rest in between them.
Tom Bailey's replacing James Anderson. Sort of a 4-over spell from Anderson. He's bowled 12 in the day, 5 maidens for 24, and Tom Bailey, who I don't think's had a ball since first thing this morning. Yeah, he bowled 9, didn't he, on the spin with the new ball in the first hour this morning. And he comes back. He's bowled 9 overs, 2 maidens for 31. Little pre-tea time dart from Bailey from the Brian Statham end. He's got 1 slip catcher and a man at gully, which is Luke Wells. Jennings at first slip. He sets off to Colin Ingram over the wicket, and that's off the back foot and punched out towards deep point for a single. Balderson on the boundary below the hotel. Ingram moves on to 27. The score's a 181 for 3.
Yeah, we've got the stage. I mean, we've got there fairly quickly in terms of time, but we've got the stage, the ball being 60-odd overs old, 62nd over, that maybe wouldn't really fancy being a seamer bowling with it.
Carlson back on strike, 45 not out. Bailey sets off again. Straight there onto the pads of Carlson and clipped away behind square on the leg side. Green does ever so well to get round to cut it off. He takes a bit of turf with him, which shows just how soft in patches that outfield is towards the boundary.
Replace your divots, please. Yeah. Mr. Balderson's well trained. Mr. Green joins in the tramping, and Green with a bit of brown on his knees.
Yeah, still soft in places, but they have repaired the damage done. 183 for 3. Bailey into Carlson. That's turned into the onside. Bohannon's at mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, I suggested earlier that 300 might be a decent total on this this track. Thoughts? Or should Glamorgan be... I mean, obviously they will aim higher, but would 300 be par-ish, do you think?
Difficult to tell, isn't it? Watching how the spinners operated on this first day. Bailey's in to Carlson. That's defended towards the onside. There's no run, and bearing in mind they're 180 for 3 now, I reckon they'll be a bit disappointed if they didn't get to quite some way past 300. Wanting to bat first. Both teams reckon that the pitch is going to play as we've seen it so far, with spinners aplenty, both in the Lancashire side and the Glamorgan side. So I think more than that. Bailey in, that's off the hip by Carlson. Towards deep backward square leg. Single for Carlson, he moves to 48. 184 for 3 now.
Well, if you bowl well on this, Green's got through 21 overs, 3 for 56, so going at 2.67 runs an over. And picking up 3 wickets. There's a bit of life for the spinners. Callaway is the taller of the two Glamorgan spinners, so he might extract a bit of bounce as well, as Green has done.
Yeah, it's been a big help for Green, hasn't it, from what we've seen on this first day. Ingram's back on strike. Bailey right arm over the wicket to Colin Ingram. Flashed away down towards deep backward point. Just for a single. Takes him on to 28. And the score moves on to 185 for 3. That's the end of the over. We have 2 overs remaining until the lunch break, tea break.
An extra over in.
It's possible, isn't it? Yeah. Spin from that top end in Tom Hartley, so yeah, could well get 3 before the tea break.
Which will give Lancashire in turn a little bit of latitude if they want to take their time with the second new ball, which will come along around about 5 o'clock-ish, or just after. 185 for 3.
Elsewhere, just looking at some of the scores in Division 2 of the County Championship. Leaders Leicestershire 246 for 4, and after a century and 10 wickets last week, Riyad Ahmed's got another century this week for Leicestershire. 103 not out, with Leicestershire 246 for 4.
He's really coming on strong, isn't he, Riyad Ahmed? Batted well against Glamorgan, although thankfully for Glamorgan he wasn't allowed to bowl at the time, with a little bit of a side issue. Hartley in then, left arm over, and Ingram defending the first ball away on the leg side, and there is no run.
Elsewhere, Middlesex 159 for 3. Delayed start to that match at Cheltenham College, but they're underway now. Middlesex 159 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Kane Williamson 62 not out.
Ingram on the sweep, gets it nicely down towards backward square, but just a single, as it's well cut off on the boundary by Balderson. Confusing down in that area of the ground, as if you didn't hear earlier, there is the very firm mark from where the boundary was for the test match, which is on that side of the ground, about 4 or 5 metres in from the actual boundary rope for this match. 186 for 3.
Derbyshire 222 for 6, batting first against Northamptonshire.
Derbyshire just behind Glamorgan. As Carlson pushes forward, beaten by that one. No dice from umpire Milnes, despite the appeal. As the replay shows that one didn't really straighten quite enough. From Hartley, drifting down. As Carlson leaves that one bravely. Go through to Phil Salt. But correctly, in that his timbers remained intact until Salt took the bails off. 186 for 3. Hartley in bowls. Carlson sweeps and gets it just past Jennings at shortish fine leg. It's well cut off by Bailey running round, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. I thought there might have been 3, but it is a 50 nonetheless for Kieran Carlson off 90 balls, and including 4 fours. And by Carlson standards, that is relatively restrained. Still better than a run every other ball, though. As Carlson pushes forward, defends into the offside, the end of the Hartley over. The second 11, Lancashire in some difficulty. It's Billericay, 144 for 5 in reply to Essex's 409 all out. Shetty made 55, Fonseca 47. A few low scores there. Glamorgan seconds are playing Notts. Newport were they're slightly behind in that game. They bowled out for 221. Notts in reply, 252 for 6 with a century from King, 123 not out. 2 wickets for Joe Davis, 1 apiece for Morris, Edwards, Franco and Marriott, a left-arm seamer on trial from the Kent area. 188 for 3 here in the first 11.
Yeah, this might be the last over before the tea break. We shall see. Bailey to set off, over number 11 for him in the day. Ingram just leaning into it and defending. And there's no run, so Carlson's 50, coming in a partnership worth 75 with Colin Ingram. Ingram's made 29. Almost added 100 runs in the session. Lost, as it stands, 2 wickets. 91 for 1 at lunch. 188 for 3 on the cusp of tea. Bailey bowls edged through the gap between slip and gully and down to third man for 4 runs for Colin Ingram. He moves to 33, 192 for 3.
Yeah, I think that was an edge from Ingram, but he played it with soft hands anyway, so he was safe, even though he's probably looking to play it square of the wicket, and it went down to third man. Graham emails, on the weekend I saw a game which saw teammates give each other out in a tit-for-tat situation, with the result that both players packed up their kit and left.
Bailey to Ingram, forward and defends, no run.
With their side down to 9 players to field.
Oh my goodness.
Good heavens. Glamorgan tactics, right, he says. Defend Anderson, score off the spinners.
192 for 3. They've now scored just over 100 runs this afternoon, and lost 2 wickets in the process. Ingram 33. There's Bailey. Balls and it's defended. Angles it down to gully, no run.
Tim Farmer says among the funniest things he's seen on club cricket pitch, he played against a university team when the sight screen needed moving. This took some time as the less than intelligent university boys decided to push at both ends of the sight screen at once and wondered why it wouldn't move. Oh dear. Thank you, Tim.
Would be slightly fragile from the night before, something like
Possibly.
that. Mitigating circumstances.
Yes.
Quite thinking clearly.
Bizarre sight screen thing I saw was that when a panel nearly fell on Gloucestershire's David Payne in the only first-class game played at Spitty Park in Newport so far. It was on some metal thing on rails, and he shoved it at the wrong angle, and it came down. I mean, we can laugh about it in retrospect. It might have been serious if it banged him on the head. Thankfully, he managed to sort of half get out of the way as it came off.
A second slip in position, quite wide he's hurt at second slip. And Ingram defends this to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting lineup of first slip, third slip and gully, and there are gaps between both those combinations.
Yep, staggered catches behind the batter. This is the last ball of the over. It is 3:39 on the clock, so we'll find out whether there's time for another one or not at the end of this. Here's Bailey bowling. Oh, he's left that as Colin Ingram, and that's just shaved at the top of off stump, but didn't make contact. Just flew on by a whisker, in truth. It's the end of the over. Viewers on Lex TV's seeing a few highlights of Kieran Carson's half-century.
Yes, it's been an intelligent innings from Carlson, hasn't it? Counter-attacking on occasion, getting the odd big blow away, and working hard in between the boundaries for those runs.
In fact, that is tea. So Carson gets to tea, unbeaten on 50, with Colin Ingram on 33. And these two have added 79 runs together so far for this 4th wicket from 131 deliveries. Lancashire finding 2 wickets in the afternoon session. The dismissals of Sam Northeast and Asa Tribe, both to Chris Green. He has all 3 wickets so far on this opening day. And as the players head off, Glamorgan get to tee on 192 for 3. The ball was used by Lancashire. Anderson and Bailey with the new ball. Green and Hartley with the bulk of the work. Green 3 for 56. Carlson and Ingram will be ready to resume after the tea break, looking to build on that partnership. So 192 for 3, tea on the first day. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extra.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history: Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
When I was
Welcome back to all our viewers on Lancs TV and BBC Sport. You're joined by me, Shachi Pai, and Scott Reed next to me. And we are into the final session of the day today. So far it's been an interesting couple of sessions with Glamorgan really fighting back after lunch, after losing 2 quick wickets, as they find themselves now 192 for 3 in their 64 overs. Kieran Carlson scoring 50 in the session before, and Colin Ingram with the big partnership between the between the two of 79 runs of 131 balls. They lost 2 wickets in that lunch period session, with Asa Tribe gone for 61 and Sam Northeast gone for 10. All 3 wickets picked up by Chris Green, as he will now continue from the James Anderson end. And a big shout straight away, but just drifting down the leg side. And yeah, we're set up for a really interesting couple of hours.
I think we are. It's quite an interesting afternoon, that, wasn't it? Because we were on for the first hour. It felt like there was quite a bit happening. Lancashire got a couple of early wickets after lunch. It spin at both ends. There's a bit going on. Then the counter-attack from Carlson and Ingram. Then quite a controlled end to the session from the 2 batsmen here. Oh, it was a really good couple of hours of cricket.
Absolutely. Green into Carlson, who just catches the inside edge and falls into the leg side. Yeah, it was really good. And I think, you know what, Carlson actually made it really interesting, because he took the attack back onto Lancashire, and it always felt like something was always going to happen. But really good partnership here for these two, as the reverse sweep comes out and the ball just trickles down to third man as Balderson cuts it off, and it'll just be the 1 run. Yeah, so I think right now they'll you know, hopefully be looking, can we get another 100 on the board, really, with these two looking to almost. The thing is, they have to start again, don't they?
Yes, yeah. I guess this is the time to try and strike early, isn't it, for Lancashire, if they can.
Green's been absolutely fantastic so far today with his 3 wickets. Again, tosses it up to Ingram, but hits it straight back to Green for a dot ball. Lancashire will be looking to make some quick breakthroughs early on in this session. Green comes into Ingram again, just defended into the leg side. He gets through his overs pretty quickly, does Green, giving the batters not much time to think. Green into Ingram, again tossed up and just spins away from Ingram as he just wafts that, and that will be the end of the first over after the tea break. Just the 1 run coming off it. Glamorgan are 193 for 3. And Tom Bailey will be continuing from the Brian Statham end. We saw him bowl a longer spell today. He has bowled 11 overs, had a long 9 over spell, and then came over for a couple of overs just before the lunch break for a quick burst. Still wicketless today. Was threatening at the start of play, but both of the Glamorgan batters negated him nicely. Will be looking to get his first wicket of the match. It's Bailey into Carlson, again full of a length and strongly defended into the offside by Carlson. Lancashire be looking to make the breakthrough. Carlson, who's still unbeaten here on 51. Just the 1 slip and a gully now coming in. Full of a length and just defended into the offside by Carlson.
Because there will be a second new ball available for Lancashire to take during the course of this evening session. That's 15 overs away, so a little bit off, an hour or so of cricket to go before that, but that will be on the horizon soon enough, I suppose, when we've got spin certainly from one end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Bailey into Carlson, defended strongly into the offside. I think that's going to be sort of the key here is these two now. They've got themselves in, you could almost argue, but they've got to restart and go again. And again, it'd be trying to take that attack back onto Lancashire, but Lancashire, they really need to work hard here to find that breakthrough It's a partnership now worth 80 runs. And just flicked into the leg side, looks for a single and sent back, but rightly so by Ingram. The throw was slightly off, so makes it back comfortably in the end. But Hannon was straight on it.
He was, yeah.
He is quick between the wickets, but he definitely would have been very suicidal run there.
Yeah, he's pretty rapid, isn't he, Carlson, between the wickets?
It's Tom Bailey. Comes in again. 4 dots this over. Bit short of the length and just defended into the offside again by Carlson. It's Matty Hurst on our screen just then, who had a fantastic game last week, didn't he?
He did, yeah. One of 3 centurions in that game for Lancashire. I mean, the Green and Hartley centuries in that partnership, the 212 record partnership for the 9th wicket, kind of got the headlines.
And Bailey into Carlson and flicked away off the hip from Carlson, but just for a single. That'll just be the 1 run off that over Glamorgan, inch towards 200.
But it was probably, I mean, the Hurst century in the first innings, without that, Lancashire were not getting that big first innings score. They got 557 last week against Gloucestershire. Hurst got 106. He was unbeaten on 100 overnight, but on that first day, there were times on that first day that Lancashire were in danger of not really getting much of a first innings score, and he really was the kind of the bedrock of that first day, to make sure that Lancashire, that he was there, and Lancashire had wickets going into the second day, and then Green and Hartley took over and smashed Lancashire towards that 600 mark. So, but without that Hurst century, it could have been a lot different. Green continues on the sweep. This time is Carlson. Gets enough on it. In fact, he'll get enough on it for 4, I reckon. He does, down towards the third man boundary. There's Tom Bailey over the rope, changing or adjusting or repairing his boots, because Will Williams on as a 12th man. He's there to field, but 4 runs for Carlson. 198 for 3.
Just drifted down the leg side, and Carlson really just helps it on its way and sweeps it almost through leg gully and backward square leg, who's quite close in.
Green in, down the pitch comes Carlson. It's nudged away through mid-on for a single. 199 for 3. Carlson moves to 57. Yeah, it was Hurst's 2nd century of his career, but admitted that he felt a little bit more nervous second time round. I asked him whether or not it was easier because he'd already got to 3 figures. Peel for LBW, that's a good shout. Yeah, he likes it and he's got it. Ingram's gone. Finger went up straight away. That looked good, didn't it, from our angle. Green gets his 4th of the day, and Colin Ingram, looking to sweep Chris Green, has been trapped LBW by the Aussie. And Glamorgan lose their 4th wicket, and a wicket early on in the session, just like we saw after lunch. 199 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was dead on as plumb as you get, can't you? Yeah, I mean, umpire Mills has wasted no time there. He's been reluctant to give so many today, but that one, just a bit too full, I think, and then Ingram just misses it, and it's dead on, crashing into middle stump. I think he knew as soon as he went through with that shot, and a shot that's brought him a lot of success in his innings of 33. Unfortunately, this time, not been able to execute it, and Green, well, he has his 4th wicket off the day, and he's been fantastic here for Lancashire, and that's the breakthrough that they desperately needed. 86 runs, that partnership.
Yeah, it's good, wasn't it, by Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingram, because it looked like there was quite a bit happening, and had they got out early when that 3rd wicket fell just after the lunch break, it could have kind of unravelled a little bit there for Glamorgan, but they put together a fine partnership to get them to tea, but couldn't continue after it. 4th for Green. He had a busy old day, hasn't he, the off-spinner? What's he into? To have 23rd over of the day.
Just doesn't get tired, does he?
No. Constantly having a smile too. Callaway, the new batter, to join Carlson. Chris Green 4 for 62. It's 199 for 4. Yeah, no wonder Lancashire were keen to get him signed for this season and next. Brings so much, doesn't he, both on and off the field for Lancashire in the T20 Blast and in the County Championship. Callaway, the new batter. Here's Green in and bowls. It's pushed away off the front foot, back to Green. And there's no run.
Yeah, I think he's been key, wasn't he? I mean, he provided some great performances last year for them, especially in the Blast format, and the T20 format and the Blast comp. So they wanted him to come back straight away.
Green in to Callaway. Ooh, just nibbles away, doesn't it? Through into the gloves of Salt, and there's a bit of bounce there again for Green. There's been plenty happening for the off spinner, but also for Hartley as well.
It's a nice change of pace there again. He just sort of flight that one a little bit more, not his usual dart, just slowed it down a little bit, and he had that little drift that come through.
Nice stuff from Green. Here he is again to Callaway. Little flatter this time. Gets into it and defends, just pushing into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 67 gone of Glamorgan's first innings. 199 for 4. A wicket taking over for Chris Green. Carlson's on 57. Callaway's faced 3 deliveries yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Callaway again. You know, he's been one of the key players here for Glamorgan. I think he's now averaging 49 this year, I believe, with the bat. Sorry, he's averaging 68 this year with the bat. Second on the list of their top scorers, 753 runs, the highest of 181 not out. And he bowls with both hands.
He does, yeah.
So is there anything he cannot do right now?
Apparently Nick was saying that it's not something you see that often in the Championship, more in one-day cricket, but quite like to see it over the course of the next couple of days.
Absolutely is.
Off spin, left arm spin. Happy days.
Bailey to continue from the Statham end to Carlson, a bit full of a length and just worked into the leg side just behind square to fine leg for a single. And 200 comes up for Glamorgan in the 68th over. So a small round of applause there from the crowd. Yeah, you know, Carlson's going to be sort of a key batter here, I believe, for Glamorgan, for them to get to a good first innings total. He's on 58 at the moment. So at least until, you know, Callaway gets themselves in. Bailey to Callaway. Bit back of a length and he just prods it outside the off stump and misses the edge. Almost found himself in two minds there, did Callaway. He's been a key player here for Glamorgan. It's Ben Callaway. It's Bailey into Callaway. Flicked and what attempts to flick, but almost just slices it to Bailey, but survives. Bit outside his reach. Yeah, last match, Glamorgan got 90 in it and was, you know, one of the key partnerships for that when they were playing Kent, especially in their first innings score. It's Bailey into Callaway, and again flicked and a catch appeal, but just missing everything, going down the leg side.
Yeah, Glamorgan's season's been really interesting to watch. I was asking Nick about it a little bit earlier on, but watching from afar, it was a pretty slow start. Was it 3 or 4 games before they got a victory? But since they kind of found a way to win, got themselves going, they've I mean, surged up the table. Might be a bit of a dramatic statement, but it's not far off that because they've powered their way up to 2nd place.
Oh, it bowls at the top of off. And what a beautiful delivery that from Bailey. And Kellaway, well, he has to depart for 0. And Bailey has his first. Well, that's as good as it can get. Angles in, shapes away, and top of off. And Kellaway just can't believe it.
Well, Lancashire have got rid of the 2 leading run scorers in this Glamorgan side, Colin Ingram, and hot in pursuit is Ben Kellaway in the runs scored this season for Glamorgan. 2 most informed batters this season. Carlson's had a great year, not quite reached the levels of the other 2. Both have gone quickly after the tea break. Lovely sight for Tom Bailey.
Look at that. Doesn't get better than that as a bowler, does it?
Yeah, back in the side, gets his first wicket of the day. 200 for 5. So the similarities as it stands between the 2 sessions. After lunch, Lancashire got 2 early wickets, were right on top, and then came the partnership well, firstly to kind of counter-attack really the way that Carlson and Ingram batted, and then safely getting Glamorgan to tea, 3 down, and then the evening session starts with 2 quick wickets. Is there a repeat of a partnership here though for Glamorgan? 200 for 5 with a dozen overs away from a 2nd new ball as well, so a real double bonus for Lancashire. They've got rid of the 2 top run scorers in the Glamorgan side, and they've done it without having to rely on that new ball, which is not that far away.
Absolutely, and tell you what, they won't be hesitating to take that either. I think Anderson will be itching as Bailey comes in for the final ball of this over. Again angled in and just drifting down there, hits his pad. And he'll be a dot ball, and what a brilliant over that by Tom Bailey. 1 run and a wicket, an important wicket of Ben Kellaway, as Glamorgan are 200 for 5 after 68 overs.
Yep, elsewhere in Division 2, everyone back underway after the tea break in the other games. The leaders Leicestershire, 276 for 5. It is Riyad Ahmed who's out, making 119, but becoming a victim to Matt Parkinson. He's picked up 3 wickets today. So Leicestershire 276 for 5 against Kent at Canterbury. 2 other Division 2 games as Green gets set to start again with Carlson on strike. In and bowls and flicked away towards the leg side by Kieran Carlson for a single. He moves on to 59, 201 for 5.
I think Ryan Ahmed's been exceptionally good this season, hasn't he? And today he got another 119 in Leicestershire's 276, and boy, he's having a good season.
Yeah, century last week and 10 wickets in the game for the Foxes. Green in bowls, defended by Cook. And there's no run. Middlesex are 204 for 3. Actually, they're at tea in that fixture against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham College, and Derbyshire 252 for 7 up against Northamptonshire this week. Cook with 3 catches around the bat, waits as Green's in, just covers up and plays it back towards Green, who's on the hunt for a fifer. Chris Green, 4 for 63.
Yeah, and he's bowled really well here as Chris Green. 24th over now on the bounce.
In and bowls. Cook again getting himself right in behind it and defends.
I feel like he's getting better and better as the more he bowls, and really looks good in his rhythm now. Changes of pace, really nice drift. Asking all the right questions, Chris Green.
He's had plenty of bowling in the last few days. Into Chris Cook. It's a nice shot, whipped away through the leg side. Hartley will come round from square leg to mid-wicket to field. Cook gets a single. Last week at Gloucestershire he bowled 27 overs in the second innings, Chris Green. Hartley bowling almost, well, over 60 in the innings, Hartley, for his 11 wickets in the match. He bowled over 60 innings in that game. And just nudged away to the leg side, and well, he was kind of half going through there, Carlson. He wasn't in full pace, just turning it to square leg, and he was looking over his left shoulder, and then quickly realised, well, I better get my skates on here because the throw was going to come in from Tom Bailey, and he had to make sure he was home. But it was a rather casual approach to begin with, but he does get through for one, and he keeps the strike. 203 for 5 now.
I think he was just ball watching a little bit and jogging, because I'm like, he's quite quick, so he should have been in comfortably. She did make it in the end, but could have been a real mess of it. Could have made a real mess of it. But Carlson now finds himself on 60 of 105 balls. Almost seen that he's not been as attacking now. He probably has realised that they've lost 2 quick wickets again. It's almost time to rebuild a little bit. Again, a bit full of a length. And just flicked away into the leg side. 2 catching mid wickets now for Carlson. Just the gully, no slip. So almost have a deep backward point. A fine leg, deep square. 2 catching mid wickets. Bailey into Carlson, full of a length, and just defended into the offside. He's still getting a really nice shape on it, is Tom Bailey. I think Carlson just doing a bit of shadow batting there. Like, does he come out of his crease a little bit and try and put Bailey off his length? Because right now he's almost got it on a string, and he's not missed his length since being back from tee. Again, a bit full of a length just into Carlson's pad as he flicks that to Bahadur at mid-wicket for another dot ball.
Yeah, accurate probing away, isn't it, from Bailey? He's got the 2 catches on the leg side, the 2 short mid-wickets. Got a short cover as well. It's going pretty straight on a very awkward length to Carlson. And those catches at mid-wicket are in the game.
Bailey into Carlson. Again, drifting on his pads and flicked away to fine leg for a single. I think, speaking of sort of Chris Green, even in Blackpool, when I was there last, I think he bowled like 30 odd overs on the bounce.
Yeah, he's had a fair use of this Kookaburra ball, hasn't he, in the last month or so.
I suppose he's more used to it as well,
yeah.
Being out in Australia with that being sort of his majority of his domestic cricket being played out there. I believe it's for New South Wales, so.
Yeah, he got through a few at Blackpool, didn't he? 37 overs in the first innings and 38 in the second.
Bailey to Chris Cook and prods it outside the off stump and straight through to Phil Salt.
Picked up
no run.
6 wickets in the match, 2 in the first innings and 4 for 104 in the second. But he has been he's been an absolutely terrific overseas signing for Lancashire last season. And this, he's a deal to come back and play again for Lancashire next season.
Bailey to Cook. And again, just tucked into the leg side there for a dot ball, and that will be the end of Bailey's over. Glamorgan had 204 for 5 after 70 overs.
Played that nicely, hasn't he? Because he's got those 2 short mid-wickets in place. He's gone right back into his crease and just softly dropped it away into the onside. Make sure that nothing untoward happens, and bringing those catches into the game.
I think Bailey's being more threatening when he's bowled that slightly fuller length, because he's still getting that shape away, and it's more so off the pitch than in the air. So I think, you know, every time he's bowled full, almost the batters have looked a bit threatened.
Green's going to continue on the sweep because Carlson towards the leg side. Tom Hartley's out there fielding. Carlson wanted to come back for 2. He would probably have made it because he's quick, but it would have been a very, very high risk second. I'm not so sure Cook's going to get back.
Touch and go, that would have been very close.
Carlson is, I like his positivity though. It's a big part of playing here, isn't it? It's a big ground and you can find little pockets and angles to work the ball in for 2s and 3s. Just nudge back beyond green from Chris Cook. And there's no run. 205 for 5. Glamorgan into the evening session. A couple of quick wickets straight after the tea break, including one for Green, who's in again and bowls. It's turned down into the ground by Cook. And Jennings under the helmet at short leg. He's stood in the right place to stop it. It's a big frame to get past Keaton Jennings. There's a leg slip and a slip as well. Green in bowls. It's worked up towards mid-on. There is no run, fielded by Harris, who was, for quite a bit of Green's opening spell, much deeper at mid-on, but he's been brought up now. He's also got a wide mid-off in James Anderson. Green in. Oh, I thought the inner half of the bat as Cook rocks onto the front foot. The ball is deflected down to short leg where Keaton Jennings fields, and there's no run. 205 for 5. Here's Green. In and bowls. Reverse sweep. Bollerson has just been pushed back towards the boundary, and Chris Cook on the reverse, happy to work it through that area for a single. And he moves to 2. And the score moves on to 206 for 5. 71 overs gone of the Glamorgan first innings. The wickets of Zain Ul Hassan for 31, Asa Tryon for 61, Sam Northeast for 10, Colin Ingram for 33, Ben Kellaway for 0, Kieran Carlson on 62, Chris Cook alongside him on 1. Morgan at 206 for 5. Some running repairs required by the looks of things for Tom Bailey.
Yeah, I think it was his sort of left toe. See his landing foot toe. Classic fast bowler's toe.
The fast bowler's toe problem.
Yeah,
that's
that's exactly. So you can see he's cut a hole at the top, because generally what happens is when you land, your toe just pokes out. So a lot of fast bowlers will have that part cut out just so they can let their toe breathe.
Their toe poke forward.
Yeah, basically when they land. So it's a very, very common thing that fast bowlers big toes.
And he's now got some brown strapping on his boot, hasn't he?
Keep the toe intact.
Tom Bailey's toe.
As he comes in to bowl to Chris Cook. And again a bit full of the length and squirted into the offside for a dot ball.
It's a lovely spell this, though, isn't it, by Bailey? Really has found a lovely rhythm from this Brian Statham end. To his 4th over, 1 for 3 in the previous 3 overs CAs. He's in a lovely little groove here. It's interesting what Anderson does, because second new ball's only 8 overs away. How long does he persist with Bailey? Does he want to hold Bailey back for the new ball?
Bailey into Cook again, full of a length and defended strongly into the offside for another dot. Yeah, it is, because also he is getting a bit of movement still. He's getting lovely shape, he's in lovely rhythm.
I mean, they might not want to take that second new ball straight away for those reasons, yeah.
Yeah, and Chris Green's getting a lovely turn as well, so he might bring back Tom Hartley, see if he can create something happening with that ball, and then assess where the situation is in 8 overs time. Bailey into Cook, again a bit back of a length. No ball signalled by the umpire, but sort of played out to Gully. Bit of a handshake between these two that have been doing that all day. Tom Bailey here. He's bowled really, really good spell. He's in his 15th over of the day. Again, a bit back of a length and just tucked into mid-wicket for no run. These two just trying to settle things for Glamorgan after 2 successive wickets that fell, one to Chris Green and one to Tom Bailey. Has a brilliant delivery to Ben Callaway. Bailey comes into Cook, bit full of a length, and defenders straight back to him. Still just the one slip and a gully. I do feel that Rakan Anderson will still be keen to get the new ball because he probably wants to still have another crack at it, I'd believe. Bailey coming into Cook, bit back of a length and just defended out into the offside of the back foot for Cook.
Yeah, he's just running and bowled that, hasn't he, time and time again in this spell as Tom Bailey. George Balderson limbering up a little bit, maybe a little bit of Balderson. Not seen too much of him, have we, since that opening spell in the morning session?
I feel he couldn't quite get his rhythm right, I feel. He couldn't, like his line and length were slightly off and he was almost bowling both sides of the wicket. I know they had the left and the right hand combination, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes to these two. It's Bailey to Cook, short ball and pulled away, but there is protection out into the deep in front of square, and George Balderson just keeps that to a single. And with that is the end of the 72nd over. Glamorgan are 209 for 5. Scott Reed will be taking a quick break, as he will join us later again. And I have to let's just take a look at the partnerships here between Ul Hassan and Tribe. The opening stand of 76th, and Tribe and North East had a little bit of a partnership, but the big one of Carlson and Ingram to steady the ship for Glamorgan of 86. And 2 quick wickets, and Carlson and Cook looking to rebuild here, as I'm joined again by Nick.
Yes, Glamorgan looking to get going after 2 quick wickets as Cook comes down the pitch to Green and defends when he gets there. Rare failure for young Ben Callaway in a pretty prolific season for him, particularly with the bat, but pretty useful with the ball as well. 209 for 5. Can Glamorgan find some momentum as Cook flicks one off his legs, past leg slip, down towards fine leg. And it'll be a couple of runs as the ball holds up inside the boundary. Hasn't been running particularly quickly today because of the overnight and early morning light rain, but thankfully we haven't had any interruptions, and rather surprisingly we have been playing since the scheduled start of 11 o'clock. And Green seems to have been bowling since 11 o'clock. It's in his 26th over. That's fired down leg side. Salt can't take it cleanly, and it ricochets to leg slip.
I feel like he's almost bowled all the sessions, but we forgot that actually James Anderson did start from his end.
He did. Contractual obligation as Cook on the drive punches it to mid-on, and there is no run. But since then, Anderson's had a couple of blasts from the Statham end, and Green has mostly kept going at the far end with a little bit of Hartley thrown in. As Cook pushes forward, pads up. That was an optimistic appeal, even with the batter padding up.
Yeah, I think he also took a few steps down
Miles forward,
the
wasn't he?
track, and clearly drifting miles down the leg side as well, but just making Cook think, trying to put him under pressure, trying to put him off a bit.
Green in again, bowls to Cook, who's forward defending, and there is no run. 211 for 5, 73 overs gone, so the scoring rate again slipping back under 3 runs per over.
Just take a look at the wickets here. That was the first one to fall, was Ul Hassan. Then the second one again caught an easy catch to Wells there. Second one for Green. And he comes in again, and that was that sweep shot by Tribe, and it was straight to Bailey at deep square leg. Then his fourth one was the sweep shot straight after tea break, dead on. And the final 5th wicket, and what a beautiful ball that was by Tom Bailey. Top of off of Ben Callaway. Those are the 5 wickets as George Balderson comes on from the Brian Statham end.
Yeah, got his county cap before the start of play, but wasn't as economical as the others in his first spell, so he's been held back for his second spell until now.
Yeah, change of ends for him as well, so hopefully that does some sort of a trick for him. As he comes in to Carlson, again a bit back of a length and just defending straight to mid-on.
Lancashire moving towards the Kookaburra field. No slips. Players on the drive on either side of the wickets. Stay awake at all costs.
Balderson into Carlson, a bit full of a length and just guides it, but it would be diving stop from Jennings at gully in the end. I think he's staying awake.
Yeah, I'm not sure how cricket's played with these fields. It's much to do with improving the fortunes of the England and Wales national side.
Bailey to Carlson, a bit full of a length and hit straight to mid-on. Yeah, you mentioned the scoring rate has just slowed down a little bit, hasn't it? Slightly different approach from Carlson now as compared to when they lost the first 2 wickets after the lunch break.
Yeah, this time he's looking to dig in and grit it out rather than counter-attack maybe.
Balderson into Carlson, a bit short of a length, and just guides that past gully. Jennings can't quite get hold of it, so it'll just be the 1 run.
This ball in its 74th over, so it's probably quite difficult to bowl, and it's quite difficult to hit firmly as well into the stage of the game when most things sound a bit soggy coming off the bat.
Yeah, the balls definitely will be a bit softer now as well, so won't quite fly off. Balderson comes into Cook, a bit full of a length again, just guided to gully for no run. He seems to still be getting some sort of a movement. It still has a decent amount of carry.
Yes, it's more carry than usual.
Yeah.
Seen A couple in Cardiff where the ball's been scuttling through the keeper on the second bounce by this stage of proceedings.
Balderson. He just angles in and just inside edge of the bat into the leg side. It would just be a dot ball. So brilliant first over back from Balderson. Just one run coming off it. Morgan now 212 for 5 after their 74 overs.
It's all getting a little bit of a stalemate as we move towards the new ball. So hopefully something will happen in terms of runs or wickets, depending on what perspective you have on this match. So we've settled into stalemate. As green will continue ad infinitum, or at least until 6 o'clock, whichever is the later. Green with the usual 3 clustered round the bat like this. Short leg slip and slip. He's bowling to Kieran Carlson, who nudges it into the pads of Jennings at short leg, and there's no run. So Carlson's slowed down a touch, and it's been a quiet start from Cook as well. 5 off 27 deliveries so far. Green in, bowls, reverse sweep. Carlson gets in a muddle, hits him on the pads.
Yeah, catches the inside edge of that bat, and almost felt like it was going to bounce onto the stump. So very fortunate that it didn't, and clearly can see he's trying to make something happen. Is Carlson.
Green in. Bowls, Carlson down the wicket, hits it over wide mid on. You are so right, he is trying to make something happen. He's got one away for 4 runs, albeit taking his life in his hands as he gave the bowler the charge, but dragged it round a little bit so it wasn't down long on's throat.
Yeah, just again tossed it up slightly, comes down the pitch and whips it. Sort of cow corner for a couple of bounces into the rope for 4 more runs to Carlson. Moves his score to 67.
Didn't quite get to the pitch of that, so did well really to place it as he plays the next ball gently to mid-wicket.
Yeah, he really likes that, doesn't he, where he tries to really whip it. Almost the bottom man comes through. Still did the trick.
As he's back on his stumps defending that. Ball running out on the leg side, and there's no run. So very much an in-out field at the moment. It's basically only one man saving a single, 3 in catching, and 5 out in various parts of the postcode. As Carlson turns that one out towards mid-wicket, goes through for a single. It's the end of the green over, and Glamorgan are 217 for 5, with 5 overs to come before the new ball is available. Do we assume that Lancashire will take it on time or not?
Do you know what? I feel that because Green is creating the chances and he's getting a little bit of grip and turn, I feel like Anderson might give it another few overs until he takes it, or he might want to give Green some rest because he has bowled 27 overs on the bounce here.
Yeah, unless he fancies giving Green a couple with the new ball, maybe.
Yeah.
Get even more bounce out of it.
Balderson to continue from the Statham end. To Carlson, again, just defended it into the offside. Little small exchange of words there between Balderson and Carlson. Nothing as heated as Kent, but Balderson into Carlson, a bit short of a length, and that is tucked away just backward of the square and splits the 2 fielders and races into the fence for another boundary for Carlson. Great looking shot there.
Yes, a typical swivel of the hips, good use of the wrists, and almost placing it between the two fielders out deep on the leg side, helping it away. Didn't matter that it was aerial initially.
Perfectly dissected the two fielders back of the square. Balderson in again, a bit full of a length and strong looking forward defence into the offside by Carlson. He brings his score to 72. I think Balderson again just trying to get his length right. He's been slightly off today, but we know what he can do. He comes in to Carlson, so up to the stumps now. Again, just defended it into the offside. Yeah, trying to make Carlson almost bat inside his crease and avoid him also trying to use his feet a little bit.
It's been a tale of three players the match so far, isn't it? Tribe and Carlson for Glamorgan, Green for Lancashire.
Balderson again a bit short of a length, and that's guided backward of point that the chase is on, but the ball wins, and another boundary there for Carlson. Beautifully played that by Carlson. Short of a length by Balderson, just waits on it and guides it past gully, past the man at deep backward point, and brings himself to 76. Does Carlson.
Fanfare of trombones.
Balderson again a bit back of length, and again a similar looking shot, but this time it will just be the single, bringing Glamorgan's total to 226 for 5 after 76 overs.
9 off the over. Balderson hasn't quite been able to keep the pressure on in the same way as the other seamers have. Anderson just going at 2 and over. Bailey at 3 and over with the 1 wicket as well.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, his first over back actually wasn't too bad. I felt like he got better line, better length coming from a change of ends for him. But again, this over he's bowled like both sides of the wicket, hasn't he? And that's the sort of been his story for the day. And we have Chris Green to continue.
Get away. What a surprise. From the Anderson end. Running towards us, or looping gently towards us, as he will be in a moment. Anderson keeping this field with 3 close catches, 1 saving the single and 5 out in the deep. Deep backward square, deep square and long on. Very deep mid-off and deep backward point as Carlson charges and clips it into the leg side. Good diving stop by the only man saving the single at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Every time Carlson does come down the wicket, obviously he's opening up the possibility of a stumping for Phil Salt. Shorter, flatter, but swung away on the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Was looking towards the mid-wicket boundary, looked to have middled that. But
yeah, he sort
no
of
run.
Popped it outside the off stump, didn't he? Was making him reach for it.
Green in. Bowls. Carlson is caught at slip. Ball just popping a little bit. And the end of a fine innings from Kieran Carlson. He's gone for 77. Lancashire have their second bowling bonus point, and they really have retaken the initiative then with that dismissal of a well-set batter. And Glamorgan look as though they're going to be struggling to get towards that 300 total I was talking about.
Yeah, again, just Chris Green just going for that fourth, fifth stump line, and Carlson looking to work it into the leg side as he's been doing all day, and catches the outside edge of the bat, and a simple catch to Wells. As Kieran Carlson has to depart for a really well-made 77 of 129 deliveries.
And a 5 for Chris Green.
God, as he's bowled brilliantly today, has Chris Green. It's 27.3 overs. 5 for 74.
So since tea, 3 wickets have fallen in the space of 27 runs, and this game seesawing back towards Lancashire after Carlson and Ingram looked to have Glamorgan on the front foot. Mason Crane is in at 8. Capable batter on his day, but maybe a little bit high for him in the absence of Tim van der Hoogten through injury. Crane, who has got 50s for Glamorgan and can bat technically correctly. He and Harris fall into that category. Ned Leonard is more of a typical tail-ender who likes a swing of the bat, and Asitha Fernando is a number 11. 226 for 6 then. And the 24 runs needed free from the first batting point for Glamorgan, and the decision to bat first is not looking great at the moment. Green already on a 5 for, bowls and beats Crane outside off stump, poking forward.
Yeah, I think, you know, they were looking very steady coming off that tea break, and all of a sudden now they're in a spot of bother, especially losing 2 set batters. You know, Carlson being the important wicket.
Morgan looking to Cook to steer things with the tail as Crane pushes forward, is hit on the pad. Chris Cook averaging 42 this season. Slipped down the order to number 7 to give Callaway a bit more responsibility, and to Cook has fallen the job of steering the lower order. It's a big task now with Green bowling quicker, and Crane turns it round the corner, doesn't get off the mark because it's smartly stopped by Bailey, and there is the applause that recognises Chris Green's 5 for.
Yeah, he's bowled brilliantly, hasn't he, today? Really, you know, turned the game around a little bit here for Lancashire. They needed wickets, they needed quick wickets after that tea break, and he's done just that. Again, he's almost had it on a string. He's got really good turn and bounce.
Earning a little bit more applause from a section of the crowd down where he's fielding it backward square.
Balderson will be continuing from the Statham, and I think Anderson wants to put that faith in him to try and find the rhythm, because sometimes when, I guess, you bowl 2 overs and you get taken off, you don't actually find your rhythm. Balderson comes into Cook, bit full of a length, and just worked into the leg side for a dot ball.
Well, it's a good time really, isn't it, because Green's exerting control at one end, so the pressure is not quite so much on Balderson, although I want to give Glamorgan too many from his end.
Balderson, it has driven hard and straight back to him by Cook, but it will just be the dot ball as he gets his hand to it. And, you know, Green so far in his 4 games, he's done quite well with the bat and the ball. He's picked up 19 wickets so far. And a bit short of a length, and just punched into the offside for a dot ball.
Yeah, just checking his best first-class figures, 6 for 83. So with Glamorgan having 4 wickets, and he's got 5 of them, could well be bidding for a CB at some point this evening or tomorrow morning. Chris Green.
Again, a bit full of a length and defended from the front foot by Cook into the offside. He's faced 31 deliveries now. It's just on 5 runs. Again, a bit better here from Balderson this over, 4 dot balls. I know he'd be searching here, trying to get that wicket of Cook. As he comes in a bit full of a length, shangled in and defended into the leg side. It's Bohannon who's out like a short, straightish mid-on.
It's been impressive stuff for a man such as Green, whose career has been very much skewed towards the white ball, and in particular towards the shortest form.
Balderson. No ball signal by the umpires. That one's just defended into the offside by Crane. You will have to bowl that one again. I feel like that's his second or third one so far. Sometimes when you can almost tell when someone's a little bit out of, not quite getting their rhythm right. It's that there's no balls.
Second in his 8th over.
Bit back of a length and works into the leg side, and they will come through for a single.
One apiece registered by Bailey and Green as well. Bailey's couple of oversteps on this grey evening with just over an hour left for play. 18 overs now left of the day, so we may not get an absolute timely finish at 6 o'clock. But it'll be earlier than most days of county cricket, and it'll be fascinating to see what happens in 2 overs time when the new ball is available to Mr. Anderson and co. Here comes Green then from the Anderson end. He's bowling to Chris Cook, who's stumped. Came down the wicket, tried to defend, but was hopelessly stranded. Good work by Phil Salt. Chris Cook goes for 6. Glamorgan loses 7th wicket. Best bowling figures as things stand in Chris Green's career. 6 for 74.
Just inviting him to come out, just almost prods it outside that off stump, and Phil Salt, well, he's not going to miss out on them, making no mistake. It's easy as you like, and Green has his 6th wicket now. And well, Chris Cook, he has to depart for 6 from his 35 deliveries. Never quite looked settled, or didn't quite look confident trying to get these runs, but he has to depart.
Yeah, Chris Cook's a man who's happy to play himself in over a long length of time if necessary, but batting at 7 with the lower order, he hasn't always got as much time to get going. Maybe he realised that he did have to get going, but paid the price as James Harris comes out ahead of Ned Leonard at 9. And now the question really is whether Glamorgan are going to get to 250 for the first batting bonus point, having looked, as you said, really well set at tee at 192 for 3. But it's been a collapse in this evening session. 4 wickets have fallen inside the hour, and it's really twisted the game back Lancashire's way, and it's just a question really of whether Glamorgan can scramble this first batting bonus point and see out the day.
Yeah, and Lancashire might not take the new ball.
Green in, bowls. Harris pushes forward defensively to short leg. Keaton Jennings fields, and there is no run. Don't think we're likely to see too many huge shots from these two. Just look to work the ball around maybe, as Harris is back from on his stumps and defending back to the bowler. No run. So Mason Crane will be watching with interest from the non-striker's end, as Harris dabs it down to backward point with a little bit of difficulty on the back foot. Ben Callaway, the Glamorgan off-spinner, didn't hang around long enough really to have a look at what the pitch is doing in any great detail from the middle. Green in, bowls, Harris forward to defend, to short leg. Both batters on naught. Glamorgan have got to get some runs from somewhere. Even the modest target of 21 sounds reasonably difficult at the moment. Are we heading for a first positive result of the season in a red ball match at Old Trafford? Harris drives on the bounce, back to the bowler. There is no run. And the applause once more rings around Old Trafford for Chris Green. Wasn't really aware how heavily skewed towards white ball cricket his career has been, with 250 appearances in the shortest form and only 50-odd first class and List A between them. So yeah, he's done really well today to absolutely control this game.
Absolutely, and you know, considering it wasn't that long ago that he actually made his first class debut for Lancashire, but he's definitely sort of making a name for himself in this format of the game as well, because he is, you know, fantastic in the short format of the game, and that's what he's built most of his career on. But
well, that's where the money is, isn't it? Can't blame players for doing that.
But this is where the true beauty lies. It's Balderson comes in again, full of a length and driven straight to Anderson at mid-off.
80th over. You get the feeling that maybe Glamorgan wouldn't be too worried about facing the new ball, because it might come a bit harder off the bat. So struggling really to get anything away at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, you know, Chris Green is bowling well with this ball, so you almost feel that let it continue. Balderson into Crane, short of a length and punched off the back foot, but Hartley comes round at points to cut that off, so it will be another dot ball. And not only have they sort of lost cluster of wickets, but they've also not been able to score as much. You know, that often sometimes comes from the condition of the ball.
Yep, even shots that are reasonably firmly hit at the moment are just not beating the infield.
Balderson, but full of a length, again driven straight to Marcus Harris at mid-on, so it will just be another dot. Yeah, I think they'll probably look to continue with this ball for a little bit longer to see if they can almost pick up another few wickets.
Yeah, finishing Glamorgan off with the old ball, it's certainly possible.
Balderson comes in again, just outside the off stump. That's pushed into the offside by Crane for another dot ball. Be interesting to know if they bring Hartley back on, because we've seen Chris Green get a nice turn and bounce, and Hartley was also getting a good amount of turn earlier on.
Leighton on the emails asking what a good score is on this wicket. I would have thought 300 plus 300 to 350 would have been decent.
Balderson in again, full of a length outside the off stump, but driven hard and straight to the man at backward point.
Must be like trying to hit a bunch of rags at the moment.
It was there to hit, wasn't it? Definitely there to cash in on.
He's made reasonable contact with it. All right,
Yeah.
it's gone straight to the field, but it's just not travelling very fast off the bat. So it was the last ball with it from the Welsh point of view.
Bowls in again, a bit full of a length and works into the leg side. I actually think that batting fourth on this wicket might be a lot trickier than what we think. So actually, score of 300.
Yeah, would have been okay.
Be a good start.
I don't think they're going to get to 300 as things stand, though. With Crane and Callaway, will 250 be a good score, says Leighton? Not sure. Maybe an adequate score. I don't think it'll be a good one, even though Glamorgan do have the two specialist spinners, plus Kieran Carlson, who picked up a 3 for last week in with Callaway briefly off the field.
I think Lancashire bat deep as well, and from their previous game we've seen 300s and a lot of them coming from the middle to lower order. It's a huge positive for them.
As Harris defends the first ball of a new over from Green, and there has been no signal from the umpires, no announcement, and therefore we assume that it is the same old ball being propelled by Green. Harris defends out on the offside and there is no run. Last week Kent waited 97 overs before taking the new ball, to the sound of snores around Sophia Gardens. As Green bowls, Harris back on his stumps, defends the ball which dribbles out towards cover and comes to a stop before Green can pick it up. Well, this illustrates the difficulty of these two from getting the ball away. It's just a deep square leg out at the moment. Mid-on is just pushed a little bit back as Harris turns one away on the leg side to mid-wicket. Where's the next run coming from? Over 8 is +6 for the home side. Morgan stuck on 229 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online. As Harris is forward defending, going to have to look for some quick singles or just try and place the ball into gaps if they can't hit it to the boundaries at the moment. If you want any final emails of the day, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. As Harris jabs that one down to short leg, another maiden ticks by. It's the 81st over of the innings. Applause rings round again for the maiden. So just some sort of indication maybe that I missed that that'll be the end of Green's spell?
Potentially, just a change in bowling at the moment. A new ball is taken as Anderson will come on from the Statham end. So you could be right, it could be the end of Green's spell and Bailey might continue from the other end, but right now James Anderson will be taking the new ball.
Since 37 runs for the loss of 4 wickets, so a really significant tilt in the balance of the game towards the home side. And a cloudy skies, not a hint of blue all day.
It's just overcast, isn't it? It's just overcast.
It's really very solid. How many shades of grey?
Anderson again, nice shape away, but punched off the back foot, and will come back for a couple, and that's it then, isn't it? New ball taken. He kind of flies off that bat straight away, and he's probably hit that same shot with that softer ball, and it's not got anywhere.
Yeah, it's the double-edged sword of the new ball. Anderson, of course, will back his class to make it talk.
This is Anderson. comes into Crane. Again, a bit full of a length and a prod outside that half stump and just misses everything. And that's what you want, does Anderson. That is classic him.
Yes, it was a bit of a lower order shot from Mason Crane. It's out there somewhere. Lucky not to get a touch. 2:31 for 7. Glamorgan need 19 runs from somewhere.
Anderson into Crane. Again, full of a length and just defended into that offside and will come through for a single. It's that one again, isn't it? Defended, but just flies off the bat that time.
Yeah, I mean, Anderson will keep on backing himself, obviously, to finish off this innings. But if Glamorgan can nibble away for 1 point, and be a token consolation.
Anderson comes in, and that is beautifully bowled. Angled in and shaped away, and a late leave by Harris.
Yes. Almost as the ball was upon him, just about withdrew it, I think.
Yeah.
To give him credit for the leave rather than being beaten, but it was a near thing.
Yes, Anderson into Harris. Again, that is driven hard, but straight to Hartley at backward point. That almost flew off the bat again.
Remarkable, isn't it? The switch of ball bringing a different feel to proceedings. And I suppose some sounds odd, but relative relief for Glamorgan.
Yes, as Anderson comes into Harris. Angled in, shaped away, but defenders straight back to him by Harris. That will be the end of the 82nd over. Glamorgan are 232 for 7. Scott Reed will be joining you.
Thank you. 2.83 runs per over then. Glamorgan are going out according to the invaluable feed on our screens here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds and Lancashire TV. Harris yet to get off the mark. Crane with a couple of scoring shots in that over. And as I suggested, Green with the new ball.
Yeah, we saw this last week as well in the game at Cheltenham College against Gloucestershire.
Makes sense. As Green bowls, Crane is forward. Playing it defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. Might be a little bit more bounce. We've already seen the ball take the edge, pop to sleeper, slip and keeper. Crane back on his stumps defending.
Mentioned these bowling figures for Chris Green. He's best in first-class cricket for Lancashire, and at this stage 6 for 74. His career best bowling figures as well.
As Crane plays that back to him, he's quite... Obviously, he could concede a few more runs, and it might not be his best at the end of the day, but you would have thought with 3 left, he's pretty likely to pick up at least one of them to make it definitively his best. As that's down leg side, and Crane is not tempted.
Only twice has he taken 5 wickets in a first-class match. His first time was for New South Wales in 2022.
As Crane pops the ball back to the bowler, no run.
Against Western Australia, 5 for 41, and then his previous best figures came last year for New South Wales again against Western Australia, 6 for 83.
6 for 74 on the board at the moment as Crane steps back and cuts and hits it through the offside, and will pick up a couple of runs. Balderson is in pursuit. He will pick up just inside the cover boundary. They are back for 2. Crowd like the pursuit from Balderson. Crane moves on to 5, and Glamorgan 234 for 7. Lancashire have 2 bowling points and look pretty nailed on certainties to get all 3 inside the 110 overs. Glamorgan at the moment struggling for 1 batting point. Elsewhere, Middlesex 232 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Kane Williamson is 104 not out at Cheltenham, but they're off for rain at the moment.
Right, Anderson sets off again. 3 slips in a gully. In and balls to Harris. That nips back in. Up goes Anderson and the slips. The umpire says not out.
Yeah, I thought might be in with a chance there, Anderson. Harris very much on the back foot. Leicestershire, the leaders, 333 for 8 against Kent. Fallen away somewhat, thanks to well, that man Parkinson. He's got 6.
In the headlines today. As Anderson comes in, balls left alone by James Harris. It's gone through the gloves of Phil Salt, so they'll be able to sneak through for a bye.
Yeah, Parkinson, one of the 4 Kent players who earned bad boy points at some point in this season. Both he and Daniel Bell-Drummond in matches against Glamorgan, and therefore Kent have been docked 8 points in the 2nd Division table.
Mason Crane's back on strike, 235 for 7. As James Anderson comes over the wicket and bowls, and Crane gets back and across and defends away into the offside for no run.
At Northampton, Derbyshire are 307 for 8. Derbyshire just behind Glamorgan and just ahead of Lancashire in the table. Martin Anderson at number 7 has been their main scorer with 105 there. And 4 wickets for Yuzvendra Chahal for Northants.
Anderson into his 14th over of the day in and bowls, and Crane gets forward and defends and pushed away calmly up towards cover, and there is no run.
I was at Northampton on Saturday for the League 2 T20 finals day in the women's competition, won by Middlesex, who beat Leicestershire by 10 wickets and beat Yorkshire by 10 wickets as well. Yorkshire beating Glamorgan by 7 wickets in the semi-final.
Anderson to Crane upon his toes and just guides that ball down towards gully. Luke Wells fields, no run.
I think it's fair to say that it's an idea that maybe needs a bit more promotion, really, because the crowd there was probably only a few hundred during the course of the day. And at times it was the teams and their entourages who were making more noise than the spectators.
Final ball of the over. Anderson to Crane off the back foot. Can't find a way past Tom Hartley at backward point. And there is no addition to the score. 235 for 7. Yeah, and Yorkshire, who beat Glamorgan, they're a Tier 1 side from next season, aren't they? They're kind of automatically promoted into Tier 1.
And Glamorgan the following season, yeah. So, yeah, I think Middlesex, who don't have any firm plans at the moment to become Tier 1, or haven't been granted that status, look to be, well, maybe the best side in Tier 2 at the moment, but don't have that immediate incentive of going fully pro, so they're doing really well. I think they're top of the One Day Cup table as well. That competition resumes for the women next weekend in Tier 1.
Yes, I think Thunder are in action
this week.
Yeah,
Sedexo
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, against Essex. As Harris deflects the first ball of Bailey's over down into the gully. And the fact that I said Bailey means that the ball has been wrenched out of the hands of Chris Green.
Yes, that latest spell, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 20. Overall today, Green, 31 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 76.
Bailey is in to bowl, and Harris steers it away on the offside. They think about a single, but Balderson intercepts at backward point. No run. 2, 3, 5 for 7. So it's a patient battle for Glamorgan. Well, Harris hasn't got off the mark of 18 deliveries towards possibly a batting bonus point. And they were 199 for 3 just after tea. Looked as though 300, 350 would be well possible. Harris leaves through to Salt. The slips like that one.
Yeah, looked nicely set, didn't they, really? 180 for 3. Looking at a score considerably kind of north of 300. But Lancashire, I think Lancashire bowled really well today. Difficult to know just how good a score might ultimately be for Glamorgan, but I think Lancashire will be really pleased with how they've kind of plugged away. There's been plenty there for the spinners, and Green's made the most of it.
As that's turned away off the pad maybe by Harris, but they'll take the runs however they come, in this case with a leg by. Des Gallagher, as a Lancashire supporting fan, he says, I think the play today has been enthralling. Further to previous chat about St Helens, and he remembers Gary Sober's 6 sixes off Malcolm Nash 1968. Black and white pictures on the BBC and Wilf Willer's commentary. It wasn't actually put out live, and it was slightly fortuitous that it was even recorded. Bailey bowls and Crane defends. Ball trickles past the bowler, but there's no run. So credits to the tech staff and to Will Fuller for keeping going. Maybe sensing that something was brewing. It must be said that Nash was bowling rather experimental spin, and he was normally a seam bowler, to give it some context, but of course it was the first time. It had been achieved in first-class cricket as Crane defends back to Bailey, and there's no run. Good evening to Edward Lloyd-Jones, who says you could be describing an exciting end to the season. Well, hopefully we will be when Scott and I meet again in Cardiff in the end of September. Mentioning Marchant de Lange, apparently there's reference to him in the latest blog post on the Museum of Welsh Cricket website on the subject of the spirit of cricket. I'm sure it's a positive one for Mr. de Lange. And there is some chat on one of the Gloucestershire supporters Facebook groups that they think that Mr. de Lange might be heading back our side of the Severn Bridge again.
Well, they've had quite a few departures, haven't they, at Gloucestershire in the last couple of weeks. Anderson comes in and bowls to Harris. It's pushed away into the offside, no run.
I think Glamorgan would welcome him if there's any assurance of his fitness, because he does, given his bowling action in particular, and you know his status at the back end of his career, he does spend an awful lot of time off the park. The time on the park is usually excellent.
Yes, he was injured last week. Only bowled 5 overs in the match last week. Had to come out and bat with a runner. Anderson to Harris. It's a no ball. It's a full length delivery, and it's driven away through extra cover, and Harris is off the mark at ball number 22 for James Harris, but played that away nicely. Punched away through extra cover for 4 runs, 240 2 for 7.
Yeah, Glamorgan very grateful indeed for that 6 added to their total.
Anderson. Balls again to Harris, who's going back to defend this time, just steered out towards Hartley.
What's the Lancashire schedule for the next couple of championship games? Can you remember off the top of your head, or have I left you in it?
No, just about. It's so after the One Day Cup, the T20 Blast quarter-final here, and then to Canterbury to face Kent, and then back here against Middlesex, and then down to Cardiff. Just deflects out towards square leg off the pad of James Harris, so he remains on 4, but the score moves on to 243 for 7.
Yeah, with due respect, you'd have thought that Lancashire might have fancied their chances for the next couple of games as well. Kent adrift at the bottom now.
Yes, well, they're kind of giving themselves a half a chance of trying to put some pressure on second place with those back-to-back wins. Short ball from Anderson. Crane ducks underneath it, through to Salt.
Which is why that spell from Green could be important in the context of the season. If Lancashire can beat not only Glamorgan but the Old Trafford pitch this week.
That has been a challenge of late, albeit what we've seen today has been excellent. There's been something in it. I mean, just that last delivery there from Anderson. I know the ball's new as he comes in to Crane. It's down the leg side, short again, taken by Salt. But it's been good pace and carry and bounce through the course of this first day, and it's offered some spin.
He's making Mason Crane work at the moment, isn't he, Anderson? Yeah. As he's now bringing in a leg slip.
Well, he's fired a couple in short that have been in and around the rib cage. He's swayed and ducked under one. He's kind of got out the way of another. And Marcus Harris is at leg slip now. Anderson in to Crane. Full ball, which Crane gets in behind and defends. And there's no run. End of the over. There's that 4, which is also a no ball, so 6 coming off that delivery. There was a leg by as well. It's the end of the 86th over of Glamorgan's first innings. 243 for 7. Harris on 4, Crane on 5. We've got 10 overs to go in the day's play, so we're going to be pretty much bang on time.
Huzzah!
So a stack of overs from the spinners, haven't we? What's Green bowled?
31 and 15 from Hartley, so that's 46 overs of spin for the day. Harris edges and will get 4 runs down to third man, managing to find a little gap in the slips there somehow. Wasn't hugely in control of it, but I don't think it was at catching height. And so Glamorgan limp on to 247 for 7. 3 short of the first little magic number. It's not a very big amount of magic to get 1 batting bonus point, having chosen to bat first, but they look to be stalling horribly in the first hour of the evening session. There's Bailey bowls, and Harris, I think, was beaten by that. Don't think he got the ball bat out of the way in time. Thank you to Gareth Hill for your email at the moment. I'm having trouble in summoning it up due to the marvels of modern technology.
Keep pressing the same thing and nothing appears to be happening.
A little buffering symbol. Bailey in the evening gloom, and Harris leaves outside off stump. I was just about to ask, have you got the use the floodlights here? And on they come.
Yep, no issue with that. It's a bit gloomy, yes. It's hardly been bright at any point today, in truth. It's been pretty overcast and cloudy, but sufficient for the umpires to request some additional light.
As Harris is beaten. Oh, is that a chance? It looked like it. Salt got a hand to it. It's gone through for a single. And there is no signal to the scorers, so it's a drop chance off Harris, off the bat of Harris, off the bowling of Bailey, when Harris had 8. 2:48 for 7. Bailey in bowls. Crane plays it on the leg side, but there's no run. Gareth Hill says, he just missed the 6 sixes at St Helens. I was 11, he says, and we were on holiday from Pontypool down in Swansea. Dad and Grandpa were planning to go to cricket, but were persuaded to go to the beach instead. Dad died earlier this year, aged 93, and it was one of his regular cricket stories. Thank you to the Reverend Gareth Hill for that one. Bailey is in bowls, and Crane will get runs here down towards backward square. He's getting 2 of them, and it is the 250 up for Glamorgan, so some little respite for the Welsh county as applause from the balconiers and other supporters echoes around Old Trafford. 250 up for Glamorgan. It's taken 87 overs to get there, so it's been a real battle.
Yes, it has. It's a battle where the ball's been on top, hasn't it, for large parts, apart from that partnership through the course of the afternoon between Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingham. It's not been easy. Lancashire ball well, made use of what feels like good conditions. Anderson sets off, starts a fresh over. Short ball to Harris. He bends his knees and leans back and allows that to go through.
Joe Hughes messages on X, the sight of Nigel the seagull eating crisps brings back bad memories of a day in St Ives when a hungry gull swooped on me from behind and took a chunk out of my Cornish pasty. I'm still suffering PTSD, says Joe. Thank you for that.
250 for 7. Anderson over the wicket, balls to Harris, just off the back foot, drops it into the offside. They scamper through for 1. It's Bohannon with the underarm throw towards the striker's end, trying to run Crane out. Bohannon still led on his stomach, flat out, his face buried in the turf.
Yeah, he obviously thinks it would have been out had he hit. I think Crane was having to work hard to get there, and Bohannon eventually peeling himself off the turf. The replay may show us how quick it was. Harris called for it. Crane was maybe a little reluctant. Yes, I think he would have gone had that one hit, but he didn't.
And he's picked himself up eventually, as Josh Bohannon. 251 for 7. Anderson with a leg slip in place again, short again to Crane. Crane drops his hands and sways back through to Salt. A bit of a working over here as Mason Crane from Jimmy Anderson. Quite a few short balls. They've got a leg slip in place. They've got a short mid-wicket. Got a fine leg.
Yeah, he's done duty as a night watchman, Mason Crane, as has Harris on numerous occasions.
Still got the 2 slips and 2 catching guthers as well. Again, it's short. Again, he gets out the way of it.
Is Anderson going to follow up with a Yorker when Crane is sort of mentally attuned to ducking and weaving? Get one fired up by his toes.
He's pushed him back and pushed him back. He's gone short for quite a few deliveries to Mason Crane. Anderson turns and sets off again. And balls to Crane, who gets in behind it and defends nicely. And Bailey swings round from mid-on to his left-hand side to field. And there's no run.
So thank you for your emails today. glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. That'll probably be it for the day, since I'll be handing over the microphone after the next over. But your contributions are welcome.
Yeah, about half an hour left of play. It's back of a length from Anderson and nudged away into the onside by Mason Crane. That's the end of the over. That's 4 on the bounce for James Anderson. I think he's operated pretty much in 4 over bursts today. He's just sent down his 4th on the spin with the new ball.
And no doubt Scott will be getting his screwdriver out and trying to find the BBC Lancashire email account in due course.
A few technical issues with that. Well, it's not working. That's the main technical problem. 251 for 7.
You journalists, you keep on using things. You're breaking them, aren't you?
Our friend and colleague Mark Church, who covers Surrey, has taken to encouraging people to write letters.
Yes.
Which is lovely. I like that idea.
That rolls back the years. Bailey in to start a new over, and Harris on the defensive. I remember when I started doing the occasional Sunday game on BBC Radio Wales, where we used to have write-in competitions. We've had exciting prizes like a tie or a mug to give away.
That's very exciting, yeah, I like that.
In comes Bailey, and bowls, and Harris shoulders arms, and it's through to Salt. And Dr. Andrew Hignell, who's now the Glamorgan scorer and public address announcer for championship games, and in those days he was the BBC Radio Wales scorer in the days when, before the internet, children. Yes, long ago, when you had to write down things in a scorebook to know the details. 251 for 7. Bailey bowls, and it's a no ball, which Harris defends on the offside. Rather than when the Wi-Fi is working, having them available at the push of a button these days. And Andrew Hignell used to be in charge of reading out the winners' names and addresses and everything else in the tea interval, while the rest of us had a quick cup of tea. 253 for 7. Bailey bowls. Oh, that's very short indeed. Is that going to be called wide? It isn't. Umpire's being generous there, because there was no way that Harris could have stretched that, stretched to reach that, and Salt almost palmed it onto the helmets behind him, which wouldn't have improved Lancashire tempers, as that of course is 5 runs. As Harris pushes into the leg side, they'll go through for a comfortable single. 254 for 7. With 3 helmets positioned there, you'd think that if the ball bounced along the row of helmets, that ought to be 15 runs to the batting side. But that's probably too much like a pinball machine. And there's all sorts of whizzy sounds. And you get a 1 million point bonus or something. 254 for 7. 89th over out of the 96 being bowled today. All of them under cloudy skies, but all of them, thankfully, without rain intervention. Ah, right, what's Bailey got up his sleeve now? We'll have 3 slips in a gully, please. Crouching behind Crane, who plays it to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, Hurst, Jennings and Harris, 3 slip fielders, and then Wells is at gully. Tom Hartley's limbering up down on the fine leg boundary, so maybe that is Anderson's spell. 4 overs, 1 maiden for 10. And a chance to bring Hartley back into the game.
As Bailey bowls. Crane pushes to point. There is no run. It's 254 for 7. Quick email before I go. Sammy Hunter's just made it in under the guillotine. On talk of St Helens, I first met my fiancée in the Cricketers pub, where allegedly one of Sober's sixes ended up. Sadly, the pub has now gone. We'll be getting married on the very last day of the championship season during the game against Lancashire, though the wedding will be in Crickhowell, not Swansea or Cardiff. Here's hoping it'll be a day to remember for a couple of reasons. All the best, and thanks for the commentary, Sam. Thank you very much indeed. Getting married during a home match, whatever next.
Tom Hartley does return. We've got 7 overs remaining in the day's play. A day in which Glamorgan won the toss at 10:30 this morning. The captain, Sam Northeast, and fancied batting first. And they've lost 7 wickets on the opening day. Kieran Carlson top scoring with 77. Asa Tribe making 61. Lancashire have plugged away very nicely through this opening day. And Hartley's looking for another one here. He's into the attack, looking for his first, but the 8th of the innings. And drags Harris onto the front foot in defence. And there is no run. Floodlights are on and in pretty decent effect now. We can see the shadows being cast from the players. Oh, that just slides on past the edge of that of the bat as Harris tentatively pushes forward into the gloves of Salt, who flicks off the bails and then rebuilds them. Hartley just settling into a short little spell before the close of play. Forward again goes Harris and defends. And there is no run. We'll hear from Nick tomorrow. Back with us for the second day. And Sachipai is alongside me for this final little spell towards the close of play, where I guess you would love to tease one more out. Here's Hartley in, bowls, off the back foot goes Harris, pushed into the offside. No run.
Yeah, I mean, they would love another... I mean, ideally they would have liked to wrap it up, but they wouldn't mind another 1 or 2 here. And Glamorgan, well, they're trying to lose not any more wickets.
And there's one there. That's one that's got through. The sweep from Harris misses, and the ball clatters in towards the stumps, and Harris departs for 11. And Tom Hartley has his first of the day, and that is the 8th to fall. They've managed to prize at least one more out before the close of play. 254 for 8. 11 wickets last week for Tom Hartley. Gets his first this week.
Cricket is a funny game like that, isn't it? He's got 11 wickets, he's scored 130, and it's taken him 16 overs to get his first, but much needed for Lancashire as the bail just flicks Phil Salt there on the shoulder. He looks... I thought the ball hit him, but the bell hit him. And I'm not trying to be, you know, inconsiderate here. But did it really hurt that much as its reaction?
It caught him a glancing blow on the shoulder, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, but I think Lancashire would be really, really pleased with their efforts so far today, and going into the final sort of 6 overs, 5 to 6 overs left of play. And well, they'd really want to sort of wrap things up if they can. Ideally, wouldn't they?
They would. Oh, yeah, that would be absolutely... I mean, already I think that Lancashire should be absolutely delighted with the day. With Glamorgan looking to bat first, wanting to bat first. As you see the replay from behind there, this will be a pretty good day. Lancashire will be thrilled with this. I mean, at 180 for 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, when we came back from tea break, it was 193 for 3 with 2 set batters at the crease, and that almost now feels like another day.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it was quite some time ago, that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It is Leonard, the new batter, Ned Leonard. And so Hartley brings him forward in defence, and there's no run. Wicket maiden for Tom Hartley. So 6 overs remaining today. Glamorgan 254 for 8.
It's a warm round of applause that is by the crowd here. Yeah, it's been a really good effort here by the ball, by Lancashire. I think they've held their line and length, haven't they? Especially the two spinners have been excellent, and I felt like Tom Bailey again, when he came back and took that important wicket of Ben Callaway, was again excellent there with his line and length, and was very persistent, and he got his reward for it as Chris Green looks to make a return. He's really been the pick of the bowlers today with his career best first class figures. 31 overs, 6 for 76. As he'd be looking to see if he can find another one here. And Glamorgan would like to bat out the remaining 6 overs of the day. But I think in terms of first innings score, they would have been eyeing up 300, 350, and now looks like they'll struggle to get to that 300 mark. Green to continue from the Anderson end as that is just prodded into the leg side. He's really making a mark here as Green with his first 4 championship first class games. Here comes the crane again, is tossed up and played into the leg side to mid wicket. Crane here knows that he's probably got to do a bulk of the strike, and again is driven, but it will just be to Tom Bailey at mid off. It's gone a little bit darker, hasn't it? All of a sudden, bit gloomy. I know there's no sign of rain, but just a bit gloomy.
Floodlights are on as well, aren't they now?
Round the wicket now, just tucked away into the leg side, out to the sweeper just for 1. Again, we've got a leg slip, forward short leg in place, men around the bat for Leonard. It's Chris Green. Comes in again, it's just a play and a miss, and just past the outside edge of Leonard there. Take a look at this. Got a lovely little drift there, does Chris Green. So he comes in again, angled into the leg side, but denied a run. It was a bit of a wayward throw there by Josh Bohannon, and they come through for a single eventually. And that will be the end of the over. Glamorgan now are 256 for 8 after their 91 overs.
Yes, and 5 left in the day. Yeah, pretty decent day this, isn't it, for Lancashire? I mean, it's tricky to know what a good pitch, what a good score will be, what Lancashire think their first innings score could be. Hopefully speak to Chris Green a little bit later on, get a view as to how the pitch is playing and what the players out there think is a pretty reasonable effort. As Hartley's in, punched down the ground from a low full toss. There's no run, but either way, if you're asked to bowl first and you get the opposition 8 down at least by the close of play, then you'll be pretty happy. The left arm spin ball, just a fraction short off the back foot, Leonard, and driven up to Anderson, who's at mid off, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think they'll be happy with anything below 300 with Lancashire.
Hartley balls forward again, thickish edge of the bat. Trying to squeeze it down to third man. Tumbling stop by Tom Bailey. And there's no run.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to get sort of Chris Green's view on this. You know, he's bowled 32 overs today. So he'll probably have the best of an idea of what that pitch is playing like from his perspective.
Hartley to Leonard. Going back. Got Lancashire interested straight away. Felt that he kind of went back quite deep into his crease.
I think there's a bit of height on that, possibly drifting down the leg side as well.
There is Hartley, a little flatter to Leonard, who's forward, defends. Hartley will scoop it up low down to his left and give the ball a polish. Pulled his sleeve up. He's got 2 slip catches and a forward short leg. He did have a deep backward square leg, which is George Balderson, but he's been brought up. A fuller ball, which is driven by Leonard towards mid-off and Anderson Fields, and that is the end of the over. So 256 for 8. 4 overs left. Crane on 8 and Leonard on 1. Both batters in conversation halfway down.
I think they'll just be looking to play out these 4 overs really. I guess if it takes them defending out those 4 overs, then so be it. But I think they don't want to give Lancashire the satisfaction of any more wickets or being bowled out or anything along those lines. So there'll just be the conversation amongst the two as Chris Green comes round the wicket to Crane. Slight change of angles. There he's got a sort of a long on. Again, it's tossed up and again it's worked into the leg side for another dot. So he's got sort of slightly spread field, hasn't he? Man deep into the offside, deep backward point. And I think it's Bailey at mid-off, who's sort of just halfway, you'd almost say.
Yeah, now he's going to have 4 catches close in as well, isn't he? Anderson creeps up to leg slip.
It's Green into Crane. Again, it's just worked again to mid-wicket. He then pushes Bohannon back as well a little bit, so everyone's almost sort of halfway to 3/4 of a way. Green tosses it up, and again it's worked into the leg side by Crane and comes through for an easy single. Okay, just a little bit of a chatter there amongst fielders and Anderson, just to make sure they get this field right. We've got 2 balls to bowl at Leonard. Matthew Hurst comes into sort of silly point. Balderson moves across to 45. Got leg slip. Men around the bat, and again it's just defended off the back foot into the leg side. And again, Balderson gets moved across to the other side now. He's done a lot of running. And he's thinking, there's 3 overs left, why am I running so much?
Yeah, backward square leg to backward point, and then back again.
Yep. But again, he's quite deep once again. Green comes in, tosses it up, and it's flicked away into the leg side, and there's a bit of a diving stop, but the ball is trickling away, and then another bit of fielding there by Marcus Harris, and jams his knee in the ground a little bit there. I don't think the groundsman will be too happy about that one. There's a huge chunk of grass comes off.
Didn't he? Took a bit of turf with him.
Yeah. There it is there. Just goes for the knee into the ground and eventually saves it, but a bit of a chunk of grass just takes it with him.
There's a couple of, I think, Glamorgan fans claiming that was a 4, but we could see on the replay he'd done well there to flick it back.
Yeah, he flicked it back. Because he got a hand to it, and it almost just, because the ball is so new, it almost just carried on, didn't it? Glamorgan on 259 for 8 in 93 overs.
Yep, Hartley's got a couple to send down tonight. We've got 3 left, so he'll bowl 2 of them. And Green t'other. 259 for 8. Spin from both ends, so we're fine, even though the light isn't great for July. For 6 o'clock, you think it'd be a little bit more cheerful than this, but we can't really complain with summer we've had so far. But yeah, floodlights are on, cloud cover well set. But we've got spin from both ends, so we'll see through the final 3 overs. 4 catches close in around Mason Crane. We've got Tom Hartley bowling. Crane onto the front foot in defence. So there's a couple of slip catches. And then there's 2 in front of the batter. 1 on the leg side, 1 on the offside. Silly point and forward short leg. Going back this time and working it out towards the offside is Mason Crane. Just taps it away towards point. Josh Bohannon catches up with it, and there's no addition to the score. Crane coming down the pitch and having a little look. Salt nattering away behind the stumps, it would seem. And this Hartley's in to Crane, again off the back foot, into the offside, and there's no run.
Still getting a bit of grip and turn, isn't he, Hartley? I think the previous delivery he bowled prior to this one just gripped a little bit in the surface.
Hartley bowls, Crane gets forward onto that front foot, doesn't bring the bat down, allows the ball to pitch and then spin away, taken by Salt, who flicks off the bails. Hartley's having a little look over to where his fielders in the deep are. He can see that Tom Bailey's out on the point boundary and that George Bollison's at backward square leg boundary and wants them both to come in. Hartley sets off, wasn't happy, so goes back and then he's in once more. Crane working the ball to the leg side, where Harris fields to his right at mid-on. And there's no run. Crane remains on 9 from 48 deliveries faced. Hartley to Crane, that's chipped away up towards Anderson, who's at mid-off. And that's a maiden over for Tom Hartley. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 48. 2 overs to go. It's been a really intriguing opening day. There's been a bit in it for the batters, as Kieran Carlson in particular, but also Ace Tribe found out a little bit earlier on. Carlson making 77, Tribe making 61. Highest partnership in the innings was between Carlson and Ingram. That was 86, but Zain Ul Hassan and Ace Tribe put on 76 for the first wicket, so there's been runs there as well. It's offered something for the seamers and a bit for the well, plenty for the spinners. Chris Green's got 6 for 81, so there's been a bit in it for everybody. Been a really enjoyable first day.
Yeah, absolutely, and look, this is the type of pitch I think we all were wanting. Something in it for the bowlers from the start. Still enough value for your shots as the batters. It's just been interesting day and a good competition between bat and ball. Well, Lancashire have really come back in this session as Green continues to Lennon, and that is just defended into the leg side. You could almost argue that the first couple of sessions really looked like Glamorgan were in a commanding position. Green again flights that one up, and then it just pads it into the leg side to forward short leg. Yeah, Glamorgan just hoping to play out these 2 overs. And Green just pushes that one through, and that is just defended into the leg side off the back foot. Just having one fielder out in the deep square, everyone else in close. Again, that's jabbed into the offside, and it will just trickle. And it'll come through for a single. Eight balls remaining of the day today.
Puts the close of play at Cheltenham College between Gloucestershire and Middlesex.
Big shout, big appeal. Not given by the umpire.
What's a big appeal, wasn't it?
I think it was slightly drifting down the leg side, ever so slightly.
Take a look back.
He played just down the little bit of the wrong line there. Just about missing leg, but Chris Green was really interested in that one. Again, it's just defended straight back to him. And with that will be the end of Chris Green's over. His 34th over, 7 maidens, 82 runs and 6 wickets. And what a fantastic day he's had today.
Yeah, fabulous effort by Chris Green. Blimey, 34 overs on the first day. And 6 for 82. It's some effort by Green. The 3rd time he's taken 5 wickets in a first-class match. What was his previous best figures? They were at 6 for 83. He's got 6 for 82 so far in this inning. So 1 over left to go. I'll have a little look around the scores elsewhere through the course of this over as well. Hartley, he's in and bowling. Forward goes Leonard in defence, and there's no runs. So Middlesex close on 232 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Derbyshire close on 348 for 8 against Northamptonshire. Leicestershire 366 for 9 against Kent in Canterbury. Full of ball by Hartley, dug out by Leonard, and there's no run.
Looked like he almost yorked himself there. He thought about a shot and thought, no, thank you, and then just almost found the ball by his feet.
260 for 8. And this is the only game still in play in Division 2. Still playing in the Division 1 games in the County Championship. Bit of a switch around in the field. Extra catcher. There's James Anderson going leg slip. Yep. So 2 slips, silly point. Leg slip, short leg. Hartley in left by Leonard. I think for a second he thought about playing. Pulls the bat away. Through to Phil Salt. So 3 balls remaining of the day. There's Tom Hartley. Played it back down the ground by Leonard to mid-on. Negotiated 4 of the 6 deliveries. Hartley in balls again. Just wide of off stump left as it just spins a little further wide into the gloves of Phil Salt. 1 ball remaining of the day. Leonard on 4 and Crane on 9. There's Hartley in, and again fires one in flat and quick, and dug out by Ned Leonard, who sees it through to the close of play. And Mason Crane likewise, he's faced 51 deliveries for his 9. And the Glamorgan batters will head off and try to go again tomorrow. Lancashire, high fives aplenty because they've enjoyed a good day. They've been asked to bowl first, to have reduced Glamorgan to 260 for 8 on this opening day represents a fabulous effort, and it's been led by Chris Green, who I'm sure will be able to lead the players off. The ground staff's starting to drift on. The umpires gather together as well, just making notes of things. That is the Glamorgan batting card. Kieran Carlson, the pick of it in the middle there. Enjoyed a good partnership with Colin Ingram. Well, Hassan and Tribe also setting things off nicely. 71 they put on for the first wicket, but it's Green who dominates the Lancashire bowling figures with 34 overs, 6 for 82, and it's Chris Green who leads Lancashire off the field down below us. And the teammates just hold back and allow Green to step over the rope and head up towards the balcony. And that is where we'll leave it then. Close of play, decent first day, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. I think Lancashire again will be really pleased with their bowling efforts in the session after tea, with, you know, Glamorgan almost in a very commanding position, 193 for 3, as it was 2 set batters at the crease at that point with Carlson and Ingram, and then obviously Chris Green And his golden arm does the trick again for Lancashire, and what a vital addition he is to the squad, and he's really proving himself with the red ball now. We always knew what a great white ball player he was. But it's great to see, and a very good end to the day for Lancashire, and they'll be very pleased with that.
I'm sure they will. We'll see what Glamorgan can do tomorrow morning with these 2 final wickets, and if they can push something up towards 300 or more. But they get to the close of play. Glamorgan 260 for 8 in their first innings. Thank you for your company through the course of the day. We'll catch you again tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.
I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.